The Adventure of the German Student by Washington Irving. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventure of the German Student by Washington Irving. On a stormy night, in the tempestuous times of the French Revolution, a young German was returning to his lodgings at a late hour across the old part of Paris. The lightning gleamed, and the loud claps of thunder rattled through the lofty, narrow streets. But I should first tell you something about this young German. Gottfried Wolfgang was a young man of good family. He had studied for some time at Göttingen, but being of a visionary and enthusiastic character, he had wandered into those wild and speculative doctrines which have so often bewildered German students. His secluded life, his intense application, and the singular nature of his studies had an effect on both mind and body. His health was impaired, his imagination diseased. He had been indulging in fanciful speculations on spiritual essences until, like Swedenborg, he had an ideal world of his own around him. He took up a notion, I do not know from what cause, that there was an evil influence hanging over him, an evil genius or spirit seeking to ensnare him and ensure his perdition. Such an idea, working on his melancholy temperament, produced the most gloomy effects. He became haggard and desponding. His friends discovered the mental malady preying upon him, and determined that the best cure was a change of scene. He was sent, therefore, to finish his studies amidst the splendors and gaieties of Paris. Wolfgang arrived in Paris at the breaking out of the Revolution. The popular delirium at first caught his enthusiastic mind, and he was captivated by the political and philosophical theories of the day. But the scenes of blood which followed shocked his sensitive nature, disgusted him with society and the world, and made him more than ever a recluse. He shut himself up in a solitary apartment in the Pays Latin, the quarter of students. There, in a gloomy street not far from the monastic walls of the Sorbonne, he pursued his favorite speculations. Sometimes he spent hours together in the great libraries of Paris, those catacombs of departed authors, rummaging among their hoards of dusty and obsolete works in quest of food for his unhealthy appetite. He was, in a manner, a literary ghoul, feeding in the charnel house of decayed literature. Wolfgang, though solitary and recluse, was of an ardent temperament, but for a time it operated merely upon his imagination. He was too shy and ignorant of the world to make any advances to the fair, but he was a passionate admirer of female beauty, and in his lonely chamber would often lose himself in reveries on forms and faces which he had seen, and his fancy would deck out images of loveliness far surpassing the reality. While his mind was in this excited and sublimated state, a dream produced an extraordinary effect upon him. It was of a female face of transcendent beauty. So strong was the impression made that he dreamt of it again and again. It haunted his thoughts by day, his slumbers by night. In fine, he became passionately enamored of this shadow of a dream. This lasted so long that it became one of those fixed ideas which haunt the minds of melancholy men, and are at times mistaken for madness. Such was Gottfried Wolfgang, and such his situation at the time I mentioned. He was returning home late one stormy night through some of the old and gloomy streets of the Marais, the ancient part of Paris. The loud claps of thunder rattled among the high houses of the narrow streets. He came to the Place de Grève, the place where public executions are performed. The lightning quivered about the pinnacles of the ancient Hôtel de Ville and shed flickering gleams over the open space in front. As Wolfgang was crossing the square, he shrank back with horror at finding himself close by the guillotine. It was the height of the Reign of Terror, when this dreadful instrument of death stood ever ready, and its scaffold was continually running with the blood of the virtuous and the brave. It had that very day been actively employed in the work of carnage, and there it stood in grim array, amidst a silent and sleeping city, waiting for fresh victims. Wolfgang's heart sickened within him, and he was turning shudderingly from the horrible engine, when he beheld a shadowy form cowering, as it were, at the foot of the steps which led up to the scaffold. A succession of vivid flashes of lightning revealed it more distinctly. It was a female figure, dressed in black. She was seated on one of the lower steps of the scaffold, leaning forward, her face hid in her lap, and her long disheveled tresses hanging to the ground, streaming with the rain which fell in torrents. Wolfgang paused. There was something awful in this solitary monument of woe. The female had the appearance of being above the common order. He knew the times to be full of vicissitude, and that many a fair head, which had once been pillowed on down, now wandered houseless. Perhaps this was some poor mourner whom the dreadful axe had rendered desolate, and who sat here heartbroken on the strand of existence, from which all that was dear to her had been launched into eternity. He approached and addressed her in the accents of sympathy. She raised her head and gazed wildly at him. What was his astonishment at beholding, by the bright glare of the lightning, the very face which had haunted him in his dreams. It was pale and disconsolate, but ravishingly beautiful. Trembling with violent conflicting emotions, Wolfgang again accosted her. He spoke something of her being exposed at such an hour of the night and to the fury of such a storm, and offered to conduct her to her friends. She pointed to the guillotine with a gesture of dreadful signification. "I have no friends on earth," said she. "But you have a home," said Wolfgang. "Yes, in the grave." The heart of the student melted at the words. "If a stranger dare make an offer," said he, "without danger of being misunderstood, I would offer my humble dwelling as a shelter, myself as a devoted friend. I am friendless myself in Paris, and a stranger in the land, but if my life could be of service, it is at your disposal, and should be sacrificed before harm or indignity should come to you." There was an honest earnestness in the young man's manner that had its effect. His foreign accent, too, was in his favor. It showed him not to be a hackneyed inhabitant of Paris. Indeed, there is an eloquence in true enthusiasm that is not to be doubted. The homeless stranger confided herself implicitly to the protection of the student. He supported her faltering steps across the Pont Neuf, and by the place where the statue of Henry IV had been overthrown by the populace. The storm had abated, and the thunder rumbled at a distance. All Paris was quiet. That great volcano of human passion slumbered for a while, to gain fresh strength for the next day's eruption. The student conducted his charge through the ancient streets of the Pays Latin, and by the dusky walls of the Sorbonne, to the great dingy hotel which he inhabited. The old portress who admitted them stared with surprise at the unusual sight of the melancholy Wolfgang with a female companion. On entering his apartment, the student, for the first time, blushed at the scantiness and indifference of his dwelling. He had but one chamber, an old-fashioned saloon, heavily carved and fantastically furnished with the remains of former magnificence, for it was one of those hotels in the quarter of the Luxembourg Palace which had once belonged to nobility. It was lumbered with books and papers, and all the usual apparatus of a student, and his bed stood in a recess at one end. When lights were brought, and Wolfgang had a better opportunity of contemplating the stranger, he was more than ever intoxicated by her beauty. Her face was pale, but of a dazzling fairness, set off by a profusion of raven hair that hung clusteringly about it. Her eyes were large and brilliant, with a singular expression approaching almost to wildness. As far as her black dress permitted her shape to be seen, it was of perfect symmetry. Her whole appearance was highly striking, though she was dressed in the simplest style. The only thing approaching to an ornament which she wore was a broad black band round her neck, clasped by diamonds. The perplexity now commenced with the student how to dispose of the helpless being thus thrown upon his protection. He thought of abandoning his chamber to her, and seeking shelter for himself elsewhere. Still he was so fascinated by her charms, there seemed to be such a spell upon his thoughts and senses, that he could not tear himself from her presence. Her manner, too, was singular and unaccountable. She spoke no more of the guillotine. Her grief had abated. The attentions of the student had first won her confidence, and then, apparently, her heart. She was evidently an enthusiast like himself, and enthusiasts soon understand each other. In the infatuation of the moment, Wolfgang avowed his passion for her. He told her the story of his mysterious dream and how she had possessed his heart before he had even seen her. She was strangely affected by his recital, and acknowledged to have felt an impulse toward him equally unaccountable. It was the time for wild theory and wild actions. Old prejudices and superstitions were done away. Everything was under the sway of the goddess of reason. Among other rubbish of the old times, the forms and ceremonies of marriage began to be considered superfluous bonds for honorable minds. Social compacts were the vogue. Wolfgang was too much of a theorist not to be tainted by the liberal doctrines of the day. "Why should we separate?" said he. "Our hearts are united. In the eye of reason and honor we are as one. What need is there of sordid forms to bind high souls together?" The stranger listened with emotion. She had evidently received illumination at the same school. "You have no home nor family," continued he. "Let me be everything to you, or rather, let us be everything to one another. If form is necessary, form shall be observed. There is my hand. I pledge myself to you forever." "Forever?" said the stranger solemnly. "Forever," repeated Wolfgang. The stranger clasped the hand extended to her. "Then I am yours," murmured she, and sank upon his bosom. The next morning the student left his bride sleeping, and sallied forth at an early hour to seek more spacious apartments, suitable to the change in his situation. When he returned, he found the stranger lying with her head hanging over the bed, and one arm thrown over it. He spoke to her, but received no reply. He advanced to awaken her from her uneasy posture. On taking her hand, it was cold. There was no pulsation. Her face was pallid and ghastly. In a word, she was a corpse. Horrified and frantic, he alarmed the house. A scene of confusion ensued. The police was summoned. As the officer of police entered the room, he started back on beholding the corpse. "Great heavens!" cried he. "How did this woman come here?" "Do you know anything about her?" said Wolfgang eagerly. "Do I?" exclaimed the police officer. "She was guillotined yesterday." He stepped forward, undid the black collar round the neck of the corpse, and the head rolled on the floor. The student burst into a frenzy. The fiend has gained possession of me!" shrieked he. "I am lost forever!" They tried to soothe him, but in vain. He was possessed with the frightful belief that an evil spirit had reanimated the dead body to ensnare him. He went distracted, and died in a madhouse. Here the old gentleman with the haunted head finished his narrative. "And is this really a fact?" said the inquisitive gentleman. "A fact not to be doubted," replied the other. "I had it from the best authority. The student told it me himself. I saw him in a madhouse at Paris." End of The Adventure of the German Student by Washington Irving.
The Brain in the Jar by Norman Elwood Hammerstrom and R.F. Seawright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Brain in the Jar by Norman Elwood Hammerstrom and R.F. Seawright. For the fifth time in less than an hour, the call bell clanged noisily. Automatically, Vern Eldridge, the orderly, rose from his chair and slipped silently down the dim-lit corridor of the old Berlin hospital. Merely another fretful patient demanding attention, Eldridge sighed. He possessed an adventure-loving soul and a capacity for daring which, during the war, had helped make him one of the most trusted and efficient members of the American Intelligence Department, and which naturally enough chafed mightily under the monotony of his present forced inaction. Not but that his position even now was sufficiently dangerous. Eldridge was well aware that he had escaped the Wilhelmstrasse agents by what seemed a miracle. He knew that as long as they believed him to be in Germany, and thus far there had been absolutely no opportunity for escape, they would be constantly on the alert for his capture and arrest. Though the armistice had been signed, Eldridge well knew that one who had done so much as himself toward the downfall of the Kaiser's forces would have earned the private vengeance of the imperialists. Even now he was convinced from certain veiled remarks that Dr. Jaeger, the physician in charge, suspected his secret. Eldridge was treading on very thin ice and was fully aware of the fact. He had been employed as orderly in the hospital for nearly 2 months now, posing as a wounded German soldier of whose papers he had possessed himself, and he knew that it was only a matter of time before the ruse would be discovered. It was well into March of 1919. The night was cold and foggy, and fitful gusts of rain were dashed against the windows by the high wind which had come up at sunset. The gale moaned and shrieked among the towers and turrets of the ancient pile, which trembled slightly under the heavier shocks. A fitting night for murder and crime of all sorts, thought the impressionable Eldridge, as he sleepily made his way back to his room. As he approached the stairs leading to the basement, he perceived Dr. Jaeger himself standing beside them in a rather listless attitude. Although it was 3 o'clock in the morning, it was nothing unusual for the famous scientist and research worker to keep even later hours in his private laboratory. At present he was standing relaxed, smoking a cigarette, and no doubt planning his next day's research program. A slender, erect man of medium height was the doctor, with sharp, strong features accentuated by a neatly trimmed black beard. Rumors were afloat in scientific circles regarding certain experiments successfully carried out by Jaeger in the preservation of living tissues in special liquids, although as yet he had given out nothing to the world. The doctor had previously come into renown from several chemical innovations pertaining to the composition of some of the poison gases used by the German armies, which he had perfected during the war. At present, his position at the hospital was a sinecure, to aid him in carrying on extensive investigations in tissue preservation. So much Eldridge knew from the report of a fellow operative, since deceased. From his own observation, he knew Jaeger to be a cold, hard man, utterly without scruples, and having a deep vein of cruelty in his nature, which manifested itself from time to time in various characteristic acts. As Eldridge passed, the doctor gave him a short "good morning" and turned to descend the stairs. Doubtless, thought Eldridge, he was going to the basement for chemicals, having perhaps run out of some compound needed to complete the experiment which had kept him working so late. Eldridge passed on and was turning down the corridor leading to his own room when, above the roar of the wind and steady beat of the rain, a door slammed loudly. For a moment he failed to perceive its significance. Then he pulled up sharply and listened, for it dawned upon his sleepy mind that the noise had come from behind a door which he had always supposed to open on a fire escape. This was curious indeed, and his mind became instantly alert as he realized the possible significance of his discovery. His professional training and natural curiosity overcoming his caution, Eldridge stepped to the door and turned the knob. The door proved to be unlocked, and he entered quickly, closing it behind him. He found himself in a narrow hallway, lit dimly by a single bulb in the ceiling. Fully resolved now to investigate the mystery of this part of the building, Eldridge passed quickly to the end of the corridor, where he found it turned sharply to the left. A few yards farther on, he arrived at a second door, doubtless, he thought, the one which had slammed. He opened it cautiously and slipped in, the draught closing it after him. It was in a fairly large room, filled up as a laboratory. A drop light on one of the 2 large tables cast a circle of bright light over the table, leaving the rest of the room in deep shadow. As his eyes became accustomed to the shaded light, he saw the place was lined with shelves holding row above row of chemical supplies, as well as numerous glass containers of various sizes and shapes. These latter were filled with liquids in which floated in perfect preservation various parts of the human anatomy. The tables were littered with retorts, test tubes, Bunsen burners, microscopes, surgical and dissecting instruments. In fact, all the varied paraphernalia of the research chemist and physiologist. On the left was a small anteroom, and beside it, and projecting partly in front of its doorway, was a large cage containing several full-grown guinea pigs. An expensive X-ray outfit and various photographic apparatus stood in one corner. It flashed on Eldridge's mind that he had stumbled on the private laboratory of Dr. Yeager. He had never known the exact location of this room, and the doctor always entered it from his private office, which he invariably kept locked during his absence. No doubt, thought the spy, the anteroom led to the office. He quickly realized that his presence here was not without considerable danger, for the scientist would hardly have taken such elaborate precautions in regard to the privacy of his laboratory had he not had something to conceal. Eldridge began to feel decidedly nervous. The violently raging elements without did not help to dispel this feeling. He almost decided to retire and leave his investigation for a more favorable time when his attention was arrested by a large glass jar resting on a shelf above the rows of drugs and chemicals on the right wall. It caught his eye first through the elaborate apparatus connected with it, then by its contents. The jar was spherical in shape, with a large circular mouth fitted with a ground glass stopper, having a German cross for a knob. Above was a large nickel-plated tank, and extending from it to the jar in a slender glass tube controlled by a system of valves. Another tube, also fitted with valves, projected from the jar close to the base, disappearing into the wall. Both tubes were fitted with delicate thermometers. Eldridge observed most of these details later. At present, his attention was riveted upon the contents of the jar, which seemed to consist of a purple-black fluid. As he stared, the hue gradually changed to a deep red and slowly became clear. Then, in the depths of the jar, the amazed spy beheld two glowing red spots, gleaming through the murky liquid like the eyes of a wolf in the dark. Then, as the fluid became perfectly transparent, he saw what appeared to be two naked human eyes glaring down at him with ferocious intensity. He fell back aghast, staring in amazement at this phenomenon, and as he looked, the liquid slowly resumed its former opacity, till it had regained the original purple-black hue. Then it again grew transparent, and the whole phenomenon was repeated. 3 times Eldridge witnessed this curious change. Then, gathering his courage, he climbed up on the table nearer to the jar so that he was but a few feet from it, with his eyes on the same level. As the liquid cleared once more, he saw a human brain in perfect preservation, resting on a soft membranous cushion. The cushion lay on a glass pedestal which projected about halfway up from the bottom of the jar. Extending from the brain were 2 cords which crossed each other and dropped to the bottom of the jar, terminating in the 2 human eyes that Eldridge had first seen in the semi-darkness of the laboratory. The hideous spectacle resembled a huge snail. Eldridge had lost track of the time since entering the strange and sinister laboratory of Dr. Yeager, but now his subconscious alert senses detected the sound of a door slamming far down the outer corridor. It must be the doctor returning from the basement, Eldridge thought, and he hastily slipped from the table and out into the narrow hallway, being careful this time that the door did not slam. As he reached the door opening into the outer corridor, he heard footsteps rapidly approaching, and slipped behind the door just as the doctor entered. Yeager closed the door without a backward glance and hurried down the corridor. He passed the corner without turning his head, but Eldridge waited until he heard the sound of the laboratory door closing, and then hurried to his room. What he had witnessed in Dr. Yeager's secret laboratory had made a deep impression upon Eldridge, but it was some time before he had another opportunity to visit the weird room. The doctor always kept both doors locked, and doubtless only the late hour and his intention to return at once had caused him to relax his vigilance on the night Eldridge made his first visit. Furthermore, he was nearly always there in person, working on his endless experiments. But finally, after nearly 3 weeks, Jaeger was called to Carlsbad for a consultation, and Eldridge realized that his chance for closer investigation had come. He waited until after midnight. Then, making sure that he was not observed, he unlocked the doors with skeleton keys and entered the laboratory. He found it very much as he had left it on his previous visit, except that the place was in total darkness. He located the switch by means of his pocket flash and turned on the table drop light. He had ascertained after his first visit that the room contained no windows that might show the illumination to anyone passing by outside, and in view of the doctor's absence, he thought himself fairly safe from interruption. He had brought a pad of paper and a pencil, and now seated himself on the table in order to bring his eyes nearer to the level of the jar, and proceeded to make a rapid sketch of the jar and its contents. As he was putting the final touches to the drawing, he had a distinct and vivid impression that his name had been called. His auditory nerves had registered nothing, of that he was certain, but the impression was too real to be lightly dismissed. He glanced nervously about, but no other living thing was present, aside from the guinea pigs in their cage. Again came that vivid impression of his name being pronounced. He looked up to see the glaring eyes of the brain, fading gradually from sight as the liquid in the jar grew opaque. As he stared, the fluid again regained its transparency, and the glowing eyes seemed to be boring through his very brain. His head swam. He clutched at the table for support and then lost consciousness. He returned to his senses as from a black void, with all the mental sensations of emerging from ether. He had no means of telling the length of time that had passed during his trance, but glancing at his watch, he saw that it was only a little after 1 o'clock, so he concluded that it must have been brief. Then, looking down at his sketch, he saw a line in French written across the bottom in his own handwriting. He was considerably surprised, not to say alarmed, and with a final glance at the eyes, now disappearing into the liquid, he turned to the door. Suddenly he stopped with a gasp of terror. Suspended motionless in thin air before his eyes hung an empty test tube. As he shrank back, the tube dropped and crashed to pieces on the floor. Retaining only enough presence of mind to switch out the light, Eldridge ran from the laboratory, more frightened by this than by any other of the phenomenon which he had witnessed. Translated, the message on his sketch proved to read, "Be in the laboratory tomorrow at midnight." Brief and to the point, thought Eldridge, and he gave much thought during the day to the curious communication. He saw Dr. Jaeger returning from his consultation late in the afternoon, and with some misgivings he repaired to the laboratory at midnight, armed with an automatic. He found the room empty. Jaeger, tired by his journey, had retired early. Seated again before the brain, the spy soon passed into a hypnotic trance precisely similar to the one he had undergone the night before. He emerged as on the previous occasion, as if from a black void, and looking down at his tablet, found that several sheets were closely covered with his handwriting in French. He hastened to his room and began to translate the script. As he proceeded, horror and amazement at the gruesome tale halted him again and again, but he finally completed the task, and the whole weird story lay before him. In the name of the dictator, he recognized that of a famous French spy who had disappeared just before the signing of the armistice. "My name is Jean Perrin," read the script. "Possibly you have heard of me, Mr. Eldridge, for with all modesty I may say that my work did a great deal toward the downfall of the German forces. When I was finally captured and exposed on November 5th of last year, the Wilhelmstrasse officials swore vengeance upon me, peace or no peace. But I knew that my work was well done, and that the end of the war could be but a few days off. Colonel von Ullman, head of the Secret Service, had me brought before him for a private interview in which he tried to extract from me full details regarding the extent of the information I had managed to furnish our leaders. Colonel von Ullman failed utterly in his purpose, and it enraged him to such an extent that he swore I should die on the day the war ended. I bowed mockingly as I left his presence, but though I never saw him again, he kept his word. All was bustle and confusion preceding the great day, but when it dawned, it brought with it a dead quiet which told me, in solitary confinement better than any words could have done, that the thing we had waited and worked and died for during more than 4 long years had at last been accomplished. For safer keeping, I was confined not in the Berlin prison, but in a small room in a turret of the old castle of Prince Otto von Machstein, just outside Berlin. 2 armed guards stood without my door day and night, and my food was passed to me through a small side window in the door. They were taking no chances with Jean Perrin. It is with a little pardonable pride that I recall how carefully they watched me, and their conversation outside my door, which showed how they feared my escape. And it was to good purpose for them. Much as I plotted carefully as I searched my mind, there was no possible chance for freedom in the limited time given me. The great day of the armistice found me still a prisoner. Late that night, a guard of 8 came clanking down the corridor, their heavy boots raising echoes throughout the old castle. Their leader, a heavy-set, brutal-faced sergeant, unlocked the door for the first time in nearly a week, and confronted me with an evil grin on his seared countenance. Perhaps he knew of the fate in store for me. I think so now. I made no resistance as they handcuffed my wrists and led me from the castle. In silence we entered an armored car, and after an hour or more of rapid driving arrived at this hospital. Through the long, dimly lit corridors, the clanking guard preceded and followed me, and finally we reached the operating room. The light was poor here, as elsewhere in the building, but in the center of the room stood the operating table, illumined by a cold blue cone of light from the powerful electric lamp overhead. The room seemed filled with doctors and nurses, shrouded in white, and at the head of the table stood an instrument tray covered with the glittering paraphernalia of the surgeon. Ah, I shudder as I recall those fearful moments. I was seized and overpowered, for handcuffed as I was, my resistance was feeble. Stripped of my clothes and attired in an antiseptic white gown, I was thrown upon the table and my hands and feet strapped to its legs. My head was strapped down, and then Dr. Yeager, a cruel smile on his face. He had not yet donned his operating mask like the others, though otherwise in full operating attire, stepped up and addressed me. Oh, the horror of what that snake-blooded demon told me. It rings in my ears even now when I am past all caring. He told me of his successful experiments in keeping alive, in his special fluids, various parts of the human body. And I was to be the subject of his crowning experiment, an attempt to keep the human brain alive and functioning. Can you imagine the horror of that scene to me, a living normal man? Can you picture that dim room, its atmosphere heavy with the odors of disinfectants and anesthetics, with the white-robed figures of doctors and nurses, shrouded to the eyes, flitting about silently as ghosts as they prepared the instruments and anesthetics for this frightful crime? It was almost more than the human mind could endure, and I nearly lost my self-control. Then I read the meaning of the evil grin on Dr. Yeager's face, and knew that he was waiting for me to break down and beg for mercy. What pleasure so exquisite for him as to refuse it and perhaps make the torture worse in some way for the mere pleasure of gloating over my suffering? I gritted my teeth and swore that no cry, no sign of quailing, would they wring from me. Dr. Yeager stared long and piercingly into my eyes. What he saw there must have convinced him of my determination, for he made an abrupt sign of disgust and gave the order for the anesthetic. I held myself rigid and taut as the ether nozzle was placed over my nose and mouth, shutting out from my lungs forever the oxygen that gives life. But I breathed deeply of the lethal fumes, for oblivion was heaven after that scene of hell. I shall never know, I suppose, just how long my consciousness was suspended. I did not think it was more than a few days, but again it may have been weeks. My first sensations were too frightful for description. I can give but a poor idea of the agony I endured. But it was all in one place, seemingly within my cranium. Alas, I did not know then that my cranium was reduced to ashes. A million demons might have been stabbing at my brain with red-hot needles. Darkness, a terrible roaring were all about. Is this the end, I thought? Am I in the abode of the damned? For the torture of those moments seemed to me impossible, except in the place taught by the faith of my childhood to be the final home of evil. Thought, concentration were impossible. I have only the memory of the sensations. The noise increased, grew unbearable. A cracking, shrieking roar, mounting higher and higher, seemed about to split the eardrums I no longer had. Then oblivion for another indeterminate period. With returning consciousness, the symptoms gradually subsided, and at length I was able to observe an alternate change of light to darkness, and darkness to light, occurring about once every 2 minutes. During the light periods, I became able to distinguish objects, and slowly I regained my normal power of vision. I saw that I was in a large and fully equipped laboratory, the room in which you are sitting tonight. But what was my horror to perceive in a mirror on the opposite wall, not myself as I had been in life, but this glass jar wherein you see me, and within it my own brain and eyeballs attached thereto by their nerve cords. And then I knew that Jaeger's accursed experiment had succeeded. My living brain, was functioning in his liquid. Far better, I thought, had death claimed me. From then on, I lived in a world devoid of all sensations of sound, odor, or feeling. My first terrible agonies had been due to the irritation of the ends of the severed spinal cord and sensory nerves. Nothing was left me now but my sense of sight, thanks to the surgical skill of that ingenious fiend. The eternal silence was oppressive, maddening. I prayed for death in vain, for I possessed no material body with which to execute self-destruction. My mind and personality were helplessly chained to this lump of clay called the brain. Then I found something to live for. Every day the doctor comes to work long hours at his experiments, sometimes with chemicals, test tubes, and retorts, sometimes with tissue and microscopes, or again with strange photographic apparatus. And every night before he leaves, he comes and stares at me for many minutes. He knows that the tissue of my brain lives, but as yet he has found no way of determining whether or not it functions. And it pleases me to keep him in ignorance, for the day of my vengeance is very near. That is what I have found to live for. I have learned a great deal since my incarceration here, among other things, that Dr. Jaeger, whatever may be his nature and personal character, is one of the world's great scientists, a specialist in many things, in all of which he excels. I have learned, too, something of the manner in which I am kept alive here. The tube leading into the jar from above connects with the nickel tank, which contains a supply of the secret fluid. The valves are arranged to let the fluid pass very slowly through the jar, finding egress through the lower valves and out through the tube which they control. The liquid is nutritious and at body temperature. A subtle, periodic chemical reaction causes the color change, designed to protect my naked eyes from the light. Beyond the fact that the fluid has a chemical similarity to human blood and contains a colorless compound carrying oxygen, I have no knowledge of its composition. But I have learned much more than this. With nothing to do, week after week, I have worked at the one thing that was left to me. I have developed my willpower. From the will of an ordinary man, I have increased its strength till my powers now would astound any psychologist, even those who suspect the possibilities of the human will. And I have used it to the harm of the enemy. Though my only aim now is my personal vengeance on Jaeger. In the last weeks, there have been 12 murders, 6 suicides, and 8 insanity cases, all of noted German officials of the worst type. Among them was Colonel von Ullmann. These acts were all caused by the hypnotic suggestions which I have made by telepathy. And I have advanced even farther than this. I have done what has never been accomplished before. Today my will is so highly developed that by simply exerting it, I can move small objects. The suspended flask you saw last night was a demonstration. Were I to continue, the time would come soon when nothing would be impossible for me. My powers would be such that I might rule the world through strength of will. But I have no desire for that. Existence is misery, and when I have accomplished my revenge, I shall be glad to leave life, in earnest this time. It is by means of my telepathic power that I have thrown you into the hypnotic trance which now claims you, and using your hand I have written down my story. If you would witness my vengeance on Dr. Jaeger, conceal yourself in the small room behind the guinea pig cage tomorrow night. Be there by 9 o'clock, as Jaeger, whose mind I read, will come soon after. Thus ended a manuscript which surpassed by far in grisly horror, gruesome detail, and stark improbability anything that Eldridge had ever imagined possible. He passed the day as though in a trance, his mind running constantly on the extraordinary communication. He had no doubts, after the first natural questionings of his mind, as to the authenticity of the strange message. And so 9 o'clock found him concealed as directed, with his automatic ready. He had not been long hidden when Dr. Jaeger entered from his office, and without looking around set about his work. He began slicing, for microscopic examination, tissue from a living human arm taken from one of the jars. A half hour or more passed, broken only by an occasional cough or exclamation of satisfaction from the doctor as the examination proceeded. Apparently to his complete satisfaction. Eldridge did not grow impatient. The uncanny affair held him enthralled. Then a slight movement above the doctor's head caught his eye. For the first time he noticed a huge wax bottle of hydrofluoric acid on a shelf directly over that section of the table whereon the scientist was engaged. Jaeger had been using the deadly stuff for certain silicon determinations of the tissue. Again the slight movement, and now Eldridge saw that it was this bottle sliding forward a few inches. Slowly, all but imperceptibly, so as not to alarm the worker below, it slid forward toward the edge of the shelf. Unconsciously, Eldridge estimated the distance it must fall to reach the doctor, some 5 or 6 feet. Involuntarily, he was tempted to warn the unsuspecting physician, but the glittering eyes of the brain seemed to render his will powerless. The bottle was now projecting some inches beyond the edge of the shelf. Eldridge started to cry out, but found himself unable to speak. He tried to rise, but was unable to move a muscle. Suddenly the doctor looked up, perhaps warned by some premonition of his impending doom. If so, it came too late. Into his eyes came the look of a hunted animal as he saw the jar of deadly acid poised directly over his head. The bottle came hurtling downward as he started to rise and struck him full in the face, smashing to bits, while the acid gushed over his body. He fell to the floor, writhing and shrieking in his death agony. The vengeance of Jean Perrin was accomplished. Meanwhile, the acid vigorously attacked the woodwork and glassware, and flames soon sprang up from the heat of the reaction. A bottle of sodium exploded, and row after row of bottles came crashing down, their chemical contents adding fuel and impetus to the flames. Eldridge's escape by the corridor had been cut off from the first, and the scene held him fascinated. He made no attempt to leave through the doctor's office, as he might have done at first. His present position had become one of great danger, owing to the explosive nature of some of the chemicals which had not yet been touched by the flames. The laboratory was rapidly becoming a raging inferno. High above all stood the jar and its contents which had brought this thing to pass. The red eyes of the brain glittered triumphantly through the smoke and flames. Jaeger had become motionless. Then, suddenly, the shelf gave way and the brain and jar crashed into the fire and disappeared. Long tongues of flame shot up to the very ceiling. Then came a bursting roar. A flying bottle struck Eldridge on the temple, and oblivion descended. When Eldridge returned to consciousness, he found himself swathed in bandages on board a hospital ship bound for New York. His wife was with him, also his friend and co-worker Felton of the Secret Service, who, with a detachment sent from the American Army of Occupation, had effected his rescue from the burning hospital. To them he related his weird tale, and with shattered nerves and seared body resigned himself to his wife's loving care. Her love alone can efface from his mind the effects of the memory of the vengeance of the brain in the jar. End of The Brain in the Jar by Norman L. Wood Hammerstrom and R. F. Seawright.
Crimson Flowers by Todd Robbins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Crimson Flowers by Todd Robbins. John Carew was working in his garden. Far away over the distant hilltops, the dying sun hung like a huge paper lantern on an invisible wire. Against this lurid background, the small bent figure of the old man resembled a spider weaving its web before the open grate. Leaning on the hedge, I spoke to him. "So you are at work again, Mr. Carew? How are your flowers progressing?" Dropping his shovel nervously, he turned his yellow, shrunken face toward me. From the midst of the roses, it looked like a misplaced sunflower. "So you have been watching me," he cried in a shrill, quavering voice. "That is good for people, to watch me at work. It may teach them other things than gardening." "What, for instance?" "Why, life itself. The mind is a garden, my friend. What lies hidden there must spring to life. These flowers are crimson thoughts. See how quickly they grow. Grow into deeds if I do not cut them each day. So must all men do if they would live in the sunlight. They must cut the crimson thoughts out of their gardens, even as I." Once more he bent over his flowers, picking up the shears with grim satisfaction. He began cutting off their languid, drooping heads. "But this must be a very wicked garden," I said. "What is buried here?" "Ah," said he, "you would like to know that, eh? What a man my son was! You can have no idea. Such a sly one, such a cruel one, such a bloodthirsty one. Crimson thoughts were in his head continually. But now they grow nicely in my garden. He ruined me. He tortured me. He made my head revolve on my shoulders. Yes, actually revolve like a wheel. But now I have him here, and he supports me in my old age. Each day I sell his thoughts, his evil, crimson thoughts. What a revenge that is! He lies there, grinding his teeth because of it, and he can do nothing. When the hangman was through with him, they gave me what was left for my garden. But have a thought, lady, have a crimson thought for a remembrance." So saying, he rose and hobbled toward me with a single flower in his hand, a flower that glowed like a handful of the bloody sunset in the west. End of Crimson Flowers by Todd Robbins.
The Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant. He was dead, the head of a high tribunal, the upright magistrate, whose irreproachable life was a proverb in all the courts of France. Advocates, young counselors, judges had saluted, bowing low in token of profound respect, remembering that grand face, pale and thin, illumined by two bright, deep-set eyes. He had passed his life in pursuing crime and in protecting the weak. Swindlers and murderers had no more redoubtable enemy, for he seemed to read in the recesses of their souls their most secret thoughts. He was dead now, at the age of 82, honored by the homage and followed by the regrets of a whole people. Soldiers in red breeches had escorted him to the tomb, and men in white cravats had shed on his grave tears that seemed to be real. But listen to the strange paper found by the dismayed notary in the desk where the judge had kept filed the records of great criminals. It was entitled, "Why?" June the 20th, 1851. I have just left court. I have condemned Blondel to death. Now, why did this man kill his 5 children? Frequently one meets with people to whom killing is a pleasure. Yes, it should be a pleasure. The greatest of all, perhaps, for is not killing most like creating? To make and to destroy. These 2 words contain the history of the universe, the history of all worlds, all that is, all. Why is it not intoxicating to kill? June the 25th. To think that there is a being who lives, who walks, who runs. A being. What is a being? An animated thing which bears in it the principle of motion, and a will ruling that principle. It clings to nothing, this thing. Its feet are independent of the ground. It is a grain of life that moves on the earth, and this grain of life, coming I know not whence, one can destroy at one's will. Then nothing more. It perishes. It is finished. June the 26th. Why, then, is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature. Every being has the mission to kill. He kills to live, and he lives to kill. The beast kills without ceasing, all day, every instant of its existence. Man kills without ceasing, to nourish himself, but since in addition he needs to kill for pleasure, he has invented the chase. The child kills the insects he finds, the little birds, all the little animals that come in his way. But this does not suffice for the irresistible need of massacre that is in us. It is not enough to kill beasts. We must kill man, too. Long ago this need was satisfied by human sacrifice. Now the necessity of living in society has made murder a crime. We condemn and punish the assassin, but as we cannot live without yielding to this natural and imperious instinct of death, we relieve ourselves from time to time by wars. Then a whole nation slaughters another nation. It is a feast of blood, a feast that maddens armies and intoxicates the civilians, women and children, who read by lamplight at night the feverish story of massacre. And do we despise those picked out to accomplish these butcheries of men? No, they are loaded with honors. They are clad in gold and in resplendent stuffs. They wear plumes on their heads and ornaments on their breasts, and they are given crosses, rewards, titles of every kind. They are proud, respected, loved by women, cheered by the crowd, solely because their mission is to shed human blood. They drag through the streets their instruments of death, and the passer-by, clad in black, looks on with envy. For to kill is the great law put by nature in the heart of existence. There is nothing more beautiful and honorable than killing. June the 30th. To kill is the law, because nature loves eternal youth. She seems to cry in all her unconscious acts, "Quick, Quick, quick! The more she destroys, the more she renews herself. July the 2nd. It must be a pleasure, unique and full of zest, to kill, to place before you a living, thinking being, to make therein a little hole, nothing but a little hole, and to see that red liquid flow which is the blood, which is the life, and then to have before you only a heap of limp flesh, cold, inert, void of thought. August the 5th. I, who have passed my life in judging, condemning, killing by words pronounced, killing by the guillotine those who had killed by the knife, if I should do as all the assassins whom I have smitten have done, I, who would know it? August the 10th. Who would ever know? Who would ever suspect me, especially if I should choose a being I had no interest in doing away with? August the 22nd. I could resist no longer. I have killed a little creature as an experiment, as a beginning. Jean, my servant, had a goldfinch in a cage hung in the office window. I sent him on an errand, and I took the little bird in my hand where I felt its heart beat. It was warm. I went up to my room. From time to time I squeezed it tighter. Its heart beat faster. It was atrocious and delicious. I was nearly choking it, but I could not see the blood. Then I took scissors, short nail scissors, and I cut its throat in 3 strokes, quite gently. It opened its bill. It struggled to escape me, but I held it. Oh, I held it. I could have held a mad dog. And I saw the blood trickle. And then I did as assassins do, real ones. I washed the scissors and washed my hands. I sprinkled water and took the body, the corpse, to the garden to hide it. I buried it under a strawberry plant. It will never be found. Every day I can eat a strawberry from that plant. How one can enjoy life when one knows how. My servant cried. He thought his bird flown. How could he suspect me? Ah. August the 25th. I must kill a man. I must. August the 30th. It is done. But what a little thing. I had gone for a walk in the forest of Verne. I was thinking of nothing, literally nothing. See, a child on the road, a little child eating a slice of bread and butter. He stops to see me pass and says, "Good day, Mr. President." And the thought enters my head. Shall I kill him? I answer, "You are alone, my boy?" "Yes, sir." "All alone in the wood?" "Yes, sir." The wish to kill him intoxicated me like wine. I approached him quite softly, persuaded that he was going to run away. And suddenly I seized him by the throat. He held my wrists in his little hands, and his body writhed like a feather on the fire. Then he moved no more. I threw the body in the ditch, then some weeds on top of it. I returned home and dined well. What a little thing it was. In the evening I was very gay, light, rejuvenated, and passed the evening at the prefect's. They found me witty. But I have not seen blood. I am not tranquil. August the 31st. The body has been discovered. They are hunting for the assassin. September the 1st. 2 tramps have been arrested. Proofs are lacking. September the 2nd. The parents have been to see me. They wept. Ah. October the 6th. Nothing has been discovered. Some strolling vagabond must have done the deed. Ah, if I had seen the blood flow, it seems to me I should be tranquil now. October the 10th. Yet another. I was walking by the river after breakfast, and I saw under a willow a fisherman asleep. It was noon. A spade, as if expressly put there for me, was standing in a potato field nearby. I took it. I returned. I raised it like a club, and with one blow of the edge I cleft the fisherman's head. Oh, he bled, this one, rose-colored blood. It flowed into the water quite gently. And I went away with a grave step. If I had been seen, I should have made an excellent assassin. October the 25th. The affair of the fisherman makes a great noise. His nephew, who fished with him, is charged with the murder. October the 26th. The examining magistrate affirms that the nephew is guilty. Everybody in town believes it. October the 27th. The nephew defends himself badly. He had gone to the village to buy bread and cheese, he declares. He swears that his uncle had been killed in his absence. Who would believe him? October the 28th. The nephew has all but confessed. So much have they made him lose his head. Ah, justice. November the 15th. There are overwhelming proofs against the nephew, who was his uncle's heir. I shall preside at the sessions. January the 25th, 1852. To death, to death, to death. I have had him condemned to death. The Advocate General spoke like an angel. Ah, yet another. I shall go to see him executed. March the 10th. It is done. They guillotined him this morning. He died very well, very well. That gave me pleasure. How fine it is to see a man's head cut off. Now I shall wait. I can wait. It would take such a little thing to let myself be caught. The manuscript contained more pages, but told of no new crime. Alienist physicians, to whom the awful story has been submitted, declared that there are in the world many unknown madmen, as adroit and as terrible as this monstrous lunatic. End of The Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant.
The Dream by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Dream by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Dreams. What age or what country of the world has not felt and acknowledged the mystery of their origin and end? I have thought not a little upon the subject, which has been often forced upon my attention, and sometimes strangely enough, and yet I have never arrived at anything which at all appeared a satisfactory conclusion. It does appear that a mental phenomenon so extraordinary cannot be wholly without its use. We know indeed that in the olden times it has been made the organ of communication between the deity and his creatures. And when a dream produces upon a mind, to all appearance hopelessly reprobate and depraved, an effect so powerful and so lasting as to break down the inveterate habits and to reform the life of an abandoned sinner, we see in the result, in the reformation of morals which appeared incorrigible, in the reclamation of a human soul which seemed to be irretrievably lost, something more than could be produced by a mere chimera of the slumbering fancy, something more than could arise from the capricious images of a terrified imagination. And while reason rejects as absurd the superstition which will read a prophecy in every dream, she may, without violence to herself, recognize, even in the wildest and most incongruous of the wanderings of a slumbering intellect, the evidences and the fragments of a language which may be spoken, which has been spoken, to terrify, to warn, and to command. We have reason to believe, too, by the promptness of action which in the age of the prophets followed all intimations of this kind, and by the strength of conviction and strange permanence of the effects resulting from certain dreams in latter times, which effects we ourselves may have witnessed, that when this medium of communication has been employed by the deity, the evidences of his presence have been unequivocal. My thoughts were directed to this subject in a manner to leave a lasting impression upon my mind, by the events which I shall now relate, the statement of which, however extraordinary, is nevertheless accurate. About the year 17 something, having been appointed to the living of C.H., I rented a small house in the town which bears the same name. One morning in the month of November I was awakened before my usual time by my servant, who bustled into my bedroom for the purpose of announcing a sick call. As the Catholic Church holds her last rites to be totally indispensable to the safety of the departing sinner, no conscientious clergyman can afford a moment's unnecessary delay, and in little more than 5 minutes I stood ready, cloaked and booted for the road, in the small front parlour in which the messenger, who was to act as my guide, awaited my coming. I found a poor little girl crying piteously near the door, and after some slight difficulty I ascertained that her father was either dead or just dying. "And what may be your father's name, my poor child?" said I. She held down her head as if ashamed. I repeated the question, and the wretched little creature burst into floods of tears still more bitter than she had shed before. At length, almost angered by conduct which appeared to me so unreasonable, I began to lose patience, and I said rather harshly, "If you will not tell me the name of the person to whom you would lead me, your silence can arise from no good motive, and I might be justified in refusing to go with you at all."
"Oh, don't say that, cried she. "Oh, sir, it was that I was afeard of when I would not tell you. I was afeard when you heard his name you would not come with me. But it is no use hiding it now. It's Pat Connell, the carpenter, your honour."
She looked in my face with the most earnest anxiety, as if her very existence depended upon what she should read there. I relieved the child at once. The name, indeed, was most unpleasantly familiar to me, but, however fruitless my visits and advice might have been at another time, the present was too fearful an occasion to suffer my doubts of their utility, or my reluctance to reattempting what appeared a hopeless task, to weigh even against the lightest chance that a consciousness of his imminent danger might produce in him a more docile and tractable disposition. Accordingly, I told the child to lead the way and followed her in silence. She hurried rapidly through the long narrow street which forms the great thoroughfare of the town. The darkness of the hour, rendered still deeper by the close approach of the old-fashioned houses which lowered in tall obscurity on either side of the way, the damp dreary chill which renders the advance of morning peculiarly cheerless, combined with the object of my walk, to visit the deathbed of a presumptuous sinner, to endeavour, almost against my own conviction, to infuse a hope into the heart of a dying reprobate, a drunkard, but too probably perishing under the consequences of some mad fit of intoxication. All these circumstances served to enhance the gloom and solemnity of my feelings, as I silently followed my little guide, who with quick steps traversed the uneven pavement of the main street. After a walk of about 5 minutes, she turned off into a narrow lane of that obscure and comfortless class which is to be found in almost all small old-fashioned towns, chill, without ventilation, reeking with all manner of offensive effluviae, and lined by dingy, smoky, sickly, and pent-up buildings, frequently not only in a wretched, but in a dangerous condition. "Your father has changed his abode since I last visited him, and I'm afraid much for the worst," said I.
"Indeed he has, sir, but we must not complain,"
replied she.
"We have to thank God that we have lodging and food, though it's poor enough it is, your honour."
Poor child, thought I, how many an older head might learn wisdom from thee! How many a luxurious philosopher who is skilled to preach but not to suffer! Might not thy patient words put to the blush? The manner and language of my companion were alike above her years and station, and indeed in all cases in which the cares and sorrows of life have anticipated their usual date, and have fallen, as they sometimes do, with melancholy prematurity to the lot of childhood, I have observed the result to have proved uniformly the same. A young mind, to which joy and indulgence have been strangers, and to which suffering and self-denial have been familiarized from the first, acquires a solidity and an elevation which no other discipline could have bestowed, and which, in the present case, communicated a striking but mournful peculiarity to the manners, even to the voice, of the child. We paused before a narrow crazy door, which she opened by means of a latch, and we forthwith began to ascend the steep and broken stairs which led to the sick man's room. As we mounted flight after flight towards the garret floor, I heard more and more distinctly the hurried talking of many voices. I could also distinguish the low sobbing of a female. On arriving upon the uppermost lobby, these sounds became fully audible.
"This way, your honour,"
said my little conductress. At the same time, pushing open a door of patched and half-rotten plank, she admitted me into the squalid chamber of death and misery. But one candle, held in the fingers of a scared and haggard-looking child, was burning in the room, and that so dim that all was twilight or darkness except within its immediate influence. The general obscurity, however, served to throw into prominent and startling relief the deathbed and its occupant. The light fell with horrible clearness upon the blue and swollen features of the drunkard. I did not think it possible that a human countenance could look so terrific. The lips were black and drawn apart, the teeth were firmly set, the eyes a little unclosed, and nothing but the whites appearing. Every feature was fixed and livid, and the whole face wore a ghastly and rigid expression of despairing terror such as I never saw equalled. His hands were crossed upon his breast and firmly clenched, while, as if to add to the corpse-like effect of the whole, some white cloths dipped in water were wound about the forehead and temples. As soon as I could remove my eyes from this horrible spectacle, I observed my friend Dr. D., one of the most humane of a humane profession, standing by the bedside. He had been attempting, but unsuccessfully, to bleed the patient, and had now applied his finger to the pulse. "Is there any hope?" I inquired in a whisper. A shake of the head was the reply. There was a pause while he continued to hold the wrist, but he waited in vain for the throb of life. It was not there, and when he let go the hand, it fell stiffly back into its former position upon the other. "The man is dead," said the physician, as he turned from the bed where the terrible figure lay. Dead, thought I, scarcely venturing to look upon the tremendous and revolting spectacle. Dead, without an hour for repentance, even a moment for reflection. Dead, without the rights which even the best should have. Was there a hope for him? The glaring eyeball, the grinning mouth, the distorted brow, that unutterable look in which a painter would have sought to embody the fixed despair of the nethermost hell. These were my answer. The poor wife sat at a little distance, crying as if her heart would break. The younger children clustered round the bed, looking with wondering curiosity upon the form of death, never seen before. When the first tumult of uncontrollable sorrow had passed away, availing myself of the solemnity and impressiveness of the scene, I desired the heart-stricken family to accompany me in prayer, and all knelt down while I solemnly and fervently repeated some of those prayers which appeared most applicable to the occasion. I employed myself thus in a manner which I trusted was not unprofitable, at least to the living, for about 10 minutes, and having accomplished my task, I was the first to arise. I looked upon the poor, sobbing, helpless creatures who knelt so humbly around me, and my heart bled for them. With a natural transition, I turned my eyes from them to the bed in which the body lay, and, great God! What was the revulsion, the horror which I experienced on seeing the corpse-like terrific thing seated half upright before me! The white cloths which had been wound about the head had now partly slipped from their position, and were hanging in grotesque festoons about the face and shoulders, while the distorted eyes leered from amid them. A sight to dream of, not to tell. I stood actually riveted to the spot. The figure nodded its head and lifted its arm, I thought, with a menacing gesture. 1,000 confused and horrible thoughts at once rushed upon my mind. I had often read that the body of a presumptuous sinner who, during life, had been the willing creature of every satanic impulse, had been known, after the human tenant had deserted it, to become the horrible sport of demoniac possession. I was roused by the piercing scream of the mother, who now, for the first time, perceived the change which had taken place. She rushed towards the bed, but, stunned by the shock and overcome by the conflict of violent emotions, before she reached it, she fell prostrate upon the floor. I am perfectly convinced that had I not been startled from the torpidity of horror in which I was bound by some powerful and arousing stimulant, I should have gazed upon this unearthly apparition until I had fairly lost my senses. As it was, however, the spell was broken. Superstition gave way to reason. The man whom all believed to have been actually dead was living. Dr. D was instantly standing by the bedside, and upon examination he found that a sudden and copious flow of blood had taken place from the wound which the lancet had left, and this, no doubt, had effected his sudden and almost preternatural restoration to an existence from which all thought he had been for ever removed. The man was still speechless, but he seemed to understand the physician when he forbade his repeating the painful and fruitless attempts which he made to articulate, and he at once resigned himself quietly into his hands. I left the patient with leeches upon his temples and bleeding freely, apparently with little of the drowsiness which accompanies apoplexy. Indeed, Dr. D told me that he had never before witnessed a seizure which seemed to combine the symptoms of so many kinds, and yet which belonged to none of the recognized classes. It certainly was not apoplexy, catalepsy, nor delirium tremens, and yet it seemed in some degree to partake of the properties of all. It was strange, but stranger things are coming. During 2 or 3 days Dr. D would not allow his patient to converse in a manner which could excite or exhaust him with anyone. He suffered him merely as briefly as possible to express his immediate wants, and it was not until the 4th day after my early visit the particulars of which I have just detailed, that it was thought expedient that I should see him, and then only because it appeared that his extreme importunity and impatience to meet me were likely to retard his recovery more than the mere exhaustion attendant upon a short conversation could possibly do. Perhaps, too, my friend entertained some hope that if by holy confession his patient's bosom were eased of the perilous stuff which no doubt oppressed it, his recovery would be more assured and rapid. It was then, as I have said, upon the 4th day after my first professional call, that I found myself once more in the dreary chamber of wanton sickness. The man was in bed and appeared low and restless. On my entering the room he raised himself in the bed and muttered twice or thrice, "Thank God! Thank God!" I signed to those of his family who stood by to leave the room, and took a chair beside the bed. So soon as we were alone, he said rather doggedly, "There's no use in telling me of the sinfulness of bad ways. I know it all. I know where they lead to. I have seen everything about it with my own eyesight, as plain as I see you." He rolled himself in the bed as if to hide his face in the clothes, and then suddenly raising himself, he exclaimed with startling vehemence, "Look, sir, there is no use in mincing the matter. I'm blasted with the fires of hell. I have been in hell. What do you think of that? In hell? I'm lost forever. I have not a chance. I am damned already. Damned! Damned!" The end of his sentence was actually shouted. His vehemence was perfectly terrific. He threw himself back and laughed and sobbed hysterically. I poured some water into a teacup and gave it to him. After he had swallowed it, I told him if he had anything to communicate, to do so as briefly as he could, and in a manner as little agitating to himself as possible, threatening at the same time, though I had no intention of doing so, to leave him at once in case he again gave way to such passionate excitement. "It's only foolishness," he continued, "for me to try to thank you for coming to such a villain as myself at all. It's no use for me to wish good to you, or to bless you, for such as me has no blessings to give." I told him that I had but done my duty, and urged him to proceed to the matter which weighed upon his mind. He then spoke nearly as follows. "I came in drunk on Friday night last, and got to my bed here. I don't remember how. Some time in the night it seemed to me I wakened, and feeling uneasy in myself, I got up out of the bed. I wanted the fresh air, but I would not make a noise to open the window, for fear I'd waken the Crathers. It was very dark and troublesome to find the door, but at last I did get it, and I groped my way out, and went down as easy as I could. I felt quite sober, and I counted the steps one after another as I was going down, that I might not stumble at the bottom. When I came to the first landing-place, God be about as always, the floor it sunk under me, and I went down, down, till the senses almost left me. I do not know how long I was falling, but it seemed to me a great while. When I came rightly to myself at last, I was sitting near the top of a great table, and I could not see the end of it, if it had any, it was so far off. And there was men beyond reckoning sitting down all along by it, at each side, as far as I could see at all. I did not know at first, was it in the open air, but there was a close smothering feeling in it that was not natural, and there was a kind of light that my eyesight never saw before, red and unsteady, and I did not see for a long time where it was coming from, until I looked straight up, and then I seen that it came from great balls of blood-coloured fire that were rolling high overhead with a sort of rushing, trembling sound, and I perceived that they shone on the ribs of a great roof of rock that was arched overhead instead of the sky. When I seen this, scarce knowing what I did, I got up and I said, I have no right to be here. I must go. And the man that was sitting at my left hand only smiled and said, Sit down again. You can never leave this place. And his voice was weaker than any child's voice I ever heard. And when he was done speaking, he smiled again. Then I spoke out very loud and bold, and I said, In the name of God, let me out of this bad place. And there was a great man that I did not see before, sitting at the end of the table that I was near, and he was taller than 12 men, and his face was very proud and terrible to look at. And he stood up and stretched out his hand before him, and when he stood up, all that was there, great and small, bowed down with a sighing sound, and a dread came on my heart. And he looked at me, and I could not speak. I felt I was his own, to do what he liked with, for I knew at once who he was. And he said, If you promise to return, you may depart for a season. And the voice he spoke with was terrible and mournful, and the echoes of it went rolling and swelling down the endless cave and mixing with the trembling of the fire overhead, so that when he sat down there was a sound after him all through the place, like the roaring of a furnace. And I said, with all the strength I had, I promise to come back. In God's name let me go. And with that I lost the sight and the hearing of all that was there. And when my senses came to me again, I was sitting in the bed with the blood all over me, and you and the rest praying around the room.
Here he paused and wiped away the chill drops which hung upon his forehead. I remained silent for some moments. The vision which he had just described struck my imagination not a little, for this was long before Vathek and the Hall of Elbis had delighted the world, and the description which he gave had, as I received it, all the attractions of novelty, beside the impressiveness which always belongs to the narration of an eye-witness, whether in the body or in the spirit, of the scenes which he describes. There was something, too, in the stern horror with which the man related these things, and in the incongruity of his description with the vulgarly received notions of the great place of punishment, and of its presiding spirit, which struck my mind with awe, almost with fear. At length he said, with an expression of horrible imploring earnestness which I shall never forget,
Well, sir, is there any hope? Is there any chance at all? Or is my soul pledged and promised away forever? Is it gone out of my power? Must I go back to the place?
In answering him I had no easy task to perform, for however clear might be my internal conviction of the groundlessness of his fears, and however strong my scepticism respecting the reality of what he had described, I nevertheless felt that his impression to the contrary, and his humility and terror resulting from it, might be made available as no mean engines in the work of his conversion from profligacy, and of his restoration to decent habits and to religious feeling. I therefore told him that he was to regard his dream rather in the light of a warning than in that of a prophecy, that our salvation depended not upon the word or deed of a moment, but upon the habits of life, that, in fine, if he at once discarded his idle companions and evil habits, and firmly adhered to a sober, industrious, and religious course of life, the powers of darkness might claim his soul in vain, for that there were higher and firmer pledges than human tongue could utter, which promised salvation to him who should repent and lead a new life. I left him much comforted, and with a promise to return upon the next day. I did so, and found him much more cheerful, and without any remains of the dogged sullenness which I suppose had arisen from his despair. His promises of amendment were given in that tone of deliberate earnestness which belongs to deep and solemn determination. And it was with no small delight that I observed, after repeated visits, that his good resolutions, so far from failing, did but gather strength by time. And when I saw that man shake off the idle and debauched companions whose society had for years formed alike his amusement and his ruin, and revive his long discarded habits of industry and sobriety, I said within myself, there is something more in all this than the operation of an idle dream. One day, some time after his perfect restoration to health, I was surprised on ascending the stairs for the purpose of visiting this man, to find him busily employed in nailing down some planks upon the landing-place, through which, at the commencement of his mysterious vision, it seemed to him that he had sunk. I perceived at once that he was strengthening the floor with a view to securing himself against such a catastrophe, and could scarcely forbear a smile as I bid, God bless his work. He perceived my thoughts, I suppose, for he immediately said, I can never pass over that floor without trembling. I'd leave this house if I could, but I can't find another lodging in the town so cheap, and I'll not take a better till I've paid off all my debts, please God. But I could not be easy in my mind till I made it safe as I could. You'll hardly believe me, your honour, that while I'm working, maybe a mile away, my heart is in a flutter the whole way back, with the bare thoughts of the 2 little steps I have to walk upon this bit of a floor. So it's no wonder, sir, I'd try to make it sound and firm with any idle timber I have. I applauded his resolution to pay off his debts, and the steadiness with which he pursued his plans of conscientious economy, and passed on. Many months elapsed, and still there appeared no alteration in his resolutions of amendment. He was a good workman, and with his better habits he recovered his former extensive and profitable employment. Everything seemed to promise comfort and respectability. I have little more to add, and that shall be told quickly. I had one evening met Pat Connell as he returned from his work, and as usual, after a mutual and on his side respectful salutation, I spoke a few words of encouragement and approval. I left him industrious, active, healthy. When I next saw him, not 3 days after, he was a corpse. The circumstances which marked the event of his death were somewhat strange, I might say fearful. The unfortunate man had accidentally met an old friend just returned after a long absence, and in a moment of excitement, forgetting everything in the warmth of his joy, he yielded to his urgent invitation to accompany him into a public house, which lay close by the spot where the encounter had taken place. Connell, however, previously to entering the room, had announced his determination to take nothing more than the strictest temperance would warrant. But oh, who can describe the inveterate tenacity with which a drunkard's habits cling to him through life? He may repent, he may reform, he may look with actual abhorrence upon his past profligacy, but amid all this reformation and compunction, who can tell the moment in which the base and ruinous propensity might not recur, triumphing over resolution, remorse, shame, everything, and prostrating its victim once more in all that is destructive and revolting in that fatal vice? The wretched man left the place in a state of utter intoxication. He was brought home nearly insensible, and placed in his bed. The younger part of the family retired to rest much after their usual hour, but the poor wife remained up, sitting by the fire, too much grieved and shocked at the occurrence of what she had so little expected to settle to rest. Fatigue, however, at length overcame her, and she sank gradually into an uneasy slumber. She could not tell how long she had remained in this state, but when she awakened, and immediately on opening her eyes, she perceived by the faint red light of the smouldering turf embers 2 persons. one of whom she recognized as her husband, noiselessly gliding out of the room.
"Pat, darling, where are you going?"
said she. There was no answer. The door closed after them, but in a moment she was startled and terrified by a loud and heavy crash, as if some ponderous body had been hurled down the stair. Much alarmed, she started up, and going to the head of the staircase, she called repeatedly upon her husband, but in vain. She returned to the room, and with the assistance of her daughter, whom I had occasion to mention before, she succeeded in finding and lighting a candle, with which she hurried again to the head of the staircase. At the bottom lay what seemed to be a bundle of clothes, heaped together, motionless, lifeless. It was her husband. In going down the stairs, for what purpose can never be known, he had fallen helplessly and violently to the bottom, and coming head foremost, the spine of the neck had been dislocated by the shock, and instant death must have ensued. The body lay upon that landing-place to which his dream had referred. It is scarcely worth endeavouring to clear up a single point in a narrative where all is mystery. Yet I could not help suspecting that the second figure which had been seen in the room by Connell's wife on the night of his death might have been no other than his own shadow. I suggested the solution of the difficulty, but she told me that the unknown person had been considerably in advance of her husband, and on reaching the door had turned back as if to communicate something to his companion. It was, then, a mystery. Was the dream verified? Whither had the disembodied spirit sped? Who can say? We know not, but I left the house of death that day in a state of horror which I could not describe. It seemed to me that I was scarce awake. I heard and saw everything as if under the spell of a nightmare. The coincidence was terrible.
The End of The Dream by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu.
The Fall of the House of Usher by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kyle Lewis. The Fall of the House of Usher by Edgar Allan Poe. Son corps est une luth suspendue, si tu con les touches elle raison. De Beringer. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone, on horseback, through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at a length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within the view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable, because poetic, sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium, the bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought, which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it, I paused to think, what was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the house of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded in upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that, well, beyond doubt, there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, Still, the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impression. And acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled luster by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodeled and inverted images of the gray sedge, and the ghastly tree stems, and the vacant and eye-like windows. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now proposed to myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country, a letter from him which, in its wildly importunate nature, had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me as his best and indeed his only personal friend, with the view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this and much more was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I, accordingly, obeyed forthwith what I still considered a very singular summons. Although as boys we had been even intimate associates, yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had always been excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself through long ages in many works of exalted art, and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive charity, as well as in a passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties, of musical science. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time-honored as it was, had put forth, at no period, any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in a direct line of descent, and had always, with a very trifling and very temporary variation, so lain. It was this deficiency, I considered, while running over in thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premises with the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmission from sire to son of the patrimony with the name, which had, at length, so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and equivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include, in the minds of the peasantry who used it, both the family and the family mansion. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such, I have long known, is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis, and it might have been for this reason only that, when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself, from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imagination as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the gray wall and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystical vapor, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal features seemed to be that of excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine, tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of the old woodwork which had rotted for long years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of excessive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction, until it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet of stealthy step thence conducted me, in silence, through the many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I had already spoken. While the carvings of the ceilings, the somber tapestries of the walls, the ebon blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armoral trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy. While I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this, I still wondered to find how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary things were stirring up. On one of the staircases I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trestled panes and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls, the general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I had breathed an atmosphere of sorrow. An air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, Usher arose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length, and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it, I at first thought, of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the ennui man of the world. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him, with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely man had never been so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the wan being before me with the companion of my early boyhood. Yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverousness of complexion, an eye large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surprisingly beautiful curve, a nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with a breadth of nostril unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking, in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy, hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and the now miraculous luster of the eye, above all things startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, as in its wild gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell about the face. I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence, an inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome an habitual trepidancy, an excessive nervous agitation. For something of this nature I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by remembrances of certain boyish traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternatively vivacious and sullen. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal spirits seemed utterly in abeyance, to the species of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding enunciation, that leaden, self-balanced, and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard or the irreclaimable eater of opium during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus that he spoke of the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous affliction, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. It displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of their narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odor of all flowers were oppressive. His eyes were tortured by even faint light. And there were but peculiar sounds, and those from stringed instruments, which did not inspire him with horror. To an ominous species of terror I found him a bound-in slave. "I shall perish," said he. "I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise shall I be lost. I dreaded the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have, indeed, no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect, in terror. In this unnerved and in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together in some struggle with the grim phantasm, fear." I learned, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchanted by a certain superstitious impression in regards to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence, for many years, he had never ventured forth. In regard to an influence whose superstitious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated, an influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit, an effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets, and of the dim tarn into which they all looked down, had at length brought about upon the morale of his existence. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed, to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister, his sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I can never forget, would leave him the hopeless and frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so was she called, passed slowly through a remote portion of the apartment, and without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment, not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When a door at length closed upon her, my glance sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of the brother, but he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent, although transient, affections of a particularly cataleptical character were the usual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed, but, on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house, she succumbed, as her brother told me at night with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer. And I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened as if in a dream to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar, and thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth upon all objects of the moral and physical universe in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I thus spent alone with the master of the house of Usher, yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies, or of the occupations in which he involved me, or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphurous luster over all. His long, improvised dirges will ring forever in my ears. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the Last Waltz of von Weber. From the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew, touch by touch, into vagueness at which I shuddered the more thrillingly, because I shuddered knowing not why, from these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me, I would in vain endeavor to adduce more than a small portion which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me, at least, in the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived to throw upon his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which, felt I, ever yet in the contemplation of the certainly glowing yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly, in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlet was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no torch or other artificial source of light was discernible, yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout, and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriate splendor. I have just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer, with the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments. It was, perhaps, the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar, which gave birth, in great measure, to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been, and were, in the notes as well as in the words of his wild fantasies, for he not unfrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was, perhaps, the more forcibly impressed with it as he gave it, because in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled The Haunted Palace, ran very nearly, if not accurately, thus. 1. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant place, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion it stood there, never seraph spread opinion over fabric half so fair. 2. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow. This, all this, was in the olden times, long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. 3. Wanderers into that happy valley through 2 luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne were sitting Porphygy, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. 4. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. 5. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall draw upon him desolate. And round about his home the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. 6. And travelers now within that valley through the red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like a rapid ghastly river through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh, but smile no more. I well remember that suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought this, as on account of the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things, but in his disordered fancy the idea had assumed a more daring character, and trespassed, under certain conditions, upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the gray stones of the home of his forefathers. The conditions of the sentience had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of the collocation of these stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them, and of the decayed trees which stood around, above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the tarn. Its evidence, the evidence of the sentience, was to be seen, he said, and here I started as he spoke, in the gradual yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent yet importune and terrible influence which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which had made him what I now saw, him what he was. Such opinions need no comment, and I will make none. Our books, the books which for years had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, as might be supposed, in strict keeping with his character of phantasm. We pored together over such works as the Vervite et Chartreuse of Gurset, the Balthagor of Machiavelli, the Heaven of Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim by Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flood, of Jean de Dangeny, and of De la Chambre, the Journey into the Blue Distance of the Tieck, and of the City of the Sun of Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorium Inquisitorium by the Dominican Emmerich de Giron, and there were passages in pompous mela about old African satyrs and oegipans over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in quarto Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigilante Motorium Secundum Coram Escalante Magitudine. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac when, one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight, previously to its final interment, in one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I met upon the staircase on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded as at best but a harmless and by no means unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times for the worst purposes of a dungeon keep, and in later days as a place of deposit for powder or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door, of massive iron, had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp, grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom and the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lip which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way, with toil, into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminousness of his eyes had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times, again, I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening for some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me, by slow yet certain degrees, the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. I was, especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th or 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the dungeon, that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch. While the hours waned and waned away, I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all, of what I felt was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered draperies which, tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls and rustled uneasily about the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a grasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened, I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me, to certain low and indefinite sounds which came through the pauses of the storm at long intervals, I knew not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. I had taken but few turns in this manner when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher. In an instant afterward he rapped with gentle touch at my door, and entered, bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but moreover there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, and evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "And have you not seen it?" he said abruptly, after having stared about him for some moments in silence. "You have not, then, seen it? But stay, you shall." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements, and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was indeed a tempestuously yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the extraordinary density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew careening from all points against each other, without passing away into the distance. I say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this, yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor were there any flashing forth of the lightning. But the under surfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in an unnatural light of a faintly luminous yet distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. "You must not, you shall not behold this," said I, shudderingly to Usher, as I led him, with a gentle violence, from the window to a seat. "These appearances which bewilder you are merely electrical phenomena, not uncommon, or it may be that they are ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances. I will read and you shall listen, and so we shall pass away this terrible night together." The antique volume which I had taken up was the Mad Tryst of Sir Launcelot Canning, but I had called it a favorite of Usher's more in sad jest than in earnest, for, in truth, there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity which could have been interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorder is full of similar anomalies, even in the extremeness of folly which I should now read. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity with which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at the well-known portion of the story where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make good an entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered, the words of the narrative run thus: "And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of an obstinate and maliceful turn, but, feeling the rain upon his shoulders and fearing the risking of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and, with blows, made quickly room in the plankings of the door for his gauntleted hand, and now pulling therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore asunder that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated throughout the forest." At the termination of this sentence I started, and for a moment paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that, from some very remote portion of the mansion, there came indistinctly to my ears what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo, but a stifled and dull one certainly, of the very cracking and ripping sound which Sir Launcelot had so particularly described. It was beyond doubt the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for amid the rattling of the sashes of the casements and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing, surely, which should have interested or disturbed me. I continued the story. But the good champion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged and amazed to perceive no signal of the maliceful hermit, but, in the stead thereof, a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanor, and of a fiery tongue, which sate in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass, with this legion enwritten: "Who entereth herein, a conqueror hath been. Who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win." And Ethelred uplifted his mace and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesty breath with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had fain to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that in this instance I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found impossible to say, a low and apparently distant but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming and grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek as described by the romancer. Oppressed, as I certainly was, upon the occurrence of this second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations, in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting, by any observation, the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although assuredly a strange alteration had, during the last few minutes, taken place in his demeanor. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep, from the wide and rigid opening of the eye as I caught a glance of it in profile. The motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Launcelot, which thus proceeded. And now the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield, and of the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver pavement of the castle to where the shield was upon the wall, which, in sooth, tarried not for his full coming, but fell down at his feet upon the silver floor, with a mighty, great, and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips than, as if a shield of brass had indeed, at a moment, fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous, yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leaped up to my feet, but the measured, rocking movement of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder over his whole person, a sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Not hear it? Yes, I hear it. I have heard it. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it. Yet I dared not, oh pity me, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb. Said I not that my senses were acute? I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many, many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, and the breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield, say rather the rending of her coffin, and the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard her footsteps on the stair? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables as if in effort he were giving up his soul. Madman, I tell you that she now stands without the door. As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell, the huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back upon the instant their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gust. But then, without those doors, there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, then, with a low, moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies bore him to the floor a corpse, and a victim to the terrors he had anticipated. From that chamber and from that mansion I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there was a shot along the path, a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could have issued. for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full, setting and blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure, of which I had before spoken as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tremulous shouting sound like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep, dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the House of Usher. End of The Fall of the House of Usher.
The God of His Fathers by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mark Leader. On every hand stretched the forest primeval, the home of noisy comedy and silent tragedy. Here the struggle for survival continued to wage with all its ancient brutality. Briton and Russian were still to overlap in the land of the rainbow's end, and this was the very heart of it. Nor had Yankee gold yet purchased its vast domain. The wolf pack still clung to the flank of the caribou herd, singling out the weak and the big with calf, and pulling them down as remorselessly as were it 1,000 generations into the past. The sparse aborigines still acknowledged the rule of their chiefs and medicine men, drove out bad spirits, burned their witches, fought their neighbors, and ate their enemies with a relish which spoke well of their bellies. But it was at the moment when the Stone Age was drawing to a close. Already over unknown trails and chartless wildernesses were the harbingers of the steel arriving. Fair-faced, blue-eyed, indomitable men, incarnations of the unrest of their race. By accident or design, single-handed and in twos and threes, they came from no one knew whither, and fought, or died, or passed on, no one knew whence. The priests raged against them, the chiefs called forth their fighting men, and stone clashed with steel, but to little purpose. Like water seeping from some mighty reservoir, they trickled through the dark forests and mountain passes, threading the highways in bark canoes, or with their moccasined feet breaking trail for the wolf dogs. They came of a great breed, and their mothers were many, but the fur-clad denizens of the Northland had this yet to learn. So many an unsung wanderer fought his last, and died under the cold fire of the aurora, as did his brothers in burning sands and reeking jungles, and as they shall continue to do, till in the fullness of time the destiny of their race be achieved. It was near 12. Along the northern horizon a rosy glow, fading to the west and deepening to the east, marked the unseen dip of the midnight sun. The gloaming and the dawn were so commingled that there was no night, simply a wedding of day with day, a scarcely perceptible blending of two circles of the sun. A killdee timidly chirped good night. The full, rich throat of a robin proclaimed good morrow. From an island on the breast of the Yukon, a colony of wild fowl voiced its interminable wrongs, while a loon laughed mockingly back across a still stretch of river. In the foreground, against the bank of a lazy eddy, birch-bark canoes were lined 2 and 3 deep. Ivory-bladed spears, bone-barbed arrows, buckskin-thonged bows, and simple basket-woven traps bespoke the fact that in the muddy current of the river the salmon run was on. In the background, from the tangle of skin tents and drying frames, rose the voices of the fisher folk. Bucks skylarked with bucks or flirted with the maidens, while the older squaws, shut out from this by virtue of having fulfilled the end of their existence in reproduction, gossiped as they braided rope from the green roots of trailing vines. At their feet their naked progeny played and squabbled or rolled in the muck with the tawny wolf dogs. To one side of the encampment, and conspicuously apart from it, stood a second camp of 2 tents. But it was a white man's camp. If nothing else, the choice of position at least bore convincing evidence of this. In case of offense, it commanded the Indian quarters 100 yards away. Of defense, a rise to the ground and the cleared intervening space. And last, of defeat, the swift slope of a score of yards to the canoes below. From one of the tents came the petulant cry of a sick child and the crooning song of a mother. In the open, over the smoldering embers of a fire, 2 men held talk. I love the church like a good son. Bien. So great a love that my days have been spent in fleeing away from her, and my nights in dreaming dreams of reckoning. Look you. The half-breed's voice rose to an angry snarl. I am Red River born. My father was white as you. But you are Yankee, and he was British bred and a gentleman's son. And my mother was the daughter of a chief, and I was a man. Aye, and one had to look the second time to see what manner of blood ran in my veins. For I lived with the whites and was one of them, and my father's heart beat in me. It happened there was a maiden, white, who looked on me with kind eyes. Her father had much land and many horses. Also he was a big man among his people, and his blood was the blood of the French. He said the girl knew not her own mind, and talked over much with her, and became wroth that such things should be. But she knew her mind, for we came quick before the priest. And quicker had come her father, with lying words, false promises, I know not what, so that the priest stiffened his neck, and would not make us, that we might live one with the other. As at the beginning it was the church which would not bless my birth, so now it was the church which refused me marriage, and put the blood of men upon my hands. Bien. Thus have I cause to love the church. So I struck the priest on his woman's mouth, and we took swift horses, the girl and I, to Fort Pierre, where was a minister of good heart. But hot on our trail was her father and brothers and other men he'd gathered to him. And we fought, our horses on the run, till I emptied 3 saddles, and the rest drew off and went on to Fort Pierre. Then we took east, the girl and I, to the hills and forests, and we lived one with the other, and we were not married. The work of the good church, which I love like a son. But mark you, for this is the strangeness of woman, the way of which no man may understand. One of the saddles I emptied was that of her father's, and the hoofs of those who came behind had pounded him into the earth. This we saw, the girl and I, and this I had forgot had she not remembered. And in the quiet of the evening, after the day's hunt were done, it came between us. And in the silence of the night, when we lay beneath the stars and should have been one, it was there always. She never spoke, but it sat by our fire and held us ever apart. She tried to put it aside, but at such times it would rise up till I could read it in the look of her eyes, in the very intake of her breath. So in the end, She bore me a child, a woman child, and died. Then I went among my mother's people, that I might nurse at a warm breast and live. But my hands were wet with the blood of men, look you, because of the church, wet with the blood of men. And the riders of the north came for me, but my mother's brother, who was in chief in his own right, hid me, and gave me horses and food. And we went away, my woman child and I, even to the Hudson Bay country, where white men were few and the questions they asked not many. And I worked for the company, a hunter, as a guide, as a driver of dogs, till my woman child was become a woman, tall and slender and fair to the eye. You know the winter, long and lonely, breeding evil thoughts and bad deeds. The chief factor was a hard man and bold, and he was not such that a woman would delight in looking upon. But he cast eyes upon my woman child, who was become a woman. Mother of God, he sent me away on a long trip with the dogs, that he might, you understand, he was a hard man and without heart. She was most white, and her soul was white, and a good woman, and, well, she died. It was bitter cold the night of my return, and I had been away months, and the dogs were limping sore when I came to the fort. The Indians and breeds looked on me in silence, and I felt the fear of I knew not what, but I said nothing till the dogs were fed, and I had eaten as a man with work before him should. Then I spoke up, demanding the word, and they shrank from me, afraid of my anger and what I should do. But the story came out, the pitiful story, word for word and act for act, and they marveled that I should be so quiet. When they had done, I went to the factor's house, calmer than now in the telling of it. He had been afraid and called upon the breeds to help him, but they were not pleased with the deed, and had left him to lie on the bed he had made. So he had fled to the house of the priest. Thither I followed, but when I was come to that place, the priest stood in my way, and spoke soft words, and said a man in anger should go neither to the right nor left, but straight to God. I asked by the right of a father's wrath that he give me past, but he said only over his body, and besought with me to pray. Look you, it was the church, always the church, for I passed over his body, and sent the factor to meet my woman child before his God, which is a bad God, and the God of the white men. Then there was hue and cry, for word was sent to the station below, and I came away. Through the land of the great slave, down the valley of the Mackenzie to the never-opening ice, over the white Rockies, past the great curve of the Yukon, even to this place did I come. And from that day to this, yours is the first face of my father's people I have looked upon. May it be the last. These people, which are my people, are a simple folk, and I have been raised to honor among them. My word is their law, and their priests but do my bidding, else would I not suffer them. When I speak for them, I speak for myself. We ask to be let alone. We do not want your kind. If we permit you to sit by our fires, after you will come your church, your priests, and your gods. And know this, for each white man who comes to my village, him will I make deny his God. You are the first, and I give you grace. So it were well you go, and go quickly. I am not responsible for my brothers, the second man spoke up, filling his pipe in a meditative manner. Hayes Stockard was at times as thoughtful of speech as he was wanton of action, but only at times. But I know your breed, responded the other. Your brothers are many, and it is you and yours who break the trail for them to follow. In time they shall come to possess the land, but not in my time. Already, have I heard, are they on the head reaches of the great river, and far away below are the Russians. Hay Stockard lifted his head with a quick start. This was startling geographical information. The Hudson Bay post at Fort Yukon had other notions concerning the course of the river, believing it to flow into the Arctic. Then the Yukon empties into Bering Sea, he asked. I do not know, but below there are Russians, many Russians, which is neither here nor there. You may go on and see for yourself. You may go back to your brothers, but up the Kayakuk you shall not go while the priests and fighting men do my bidding. Thus do I command, I, Baptiste the Red, whose word is law, and who am head man over this people. And should I not go down to the Russians, or back to my brothers? Then shall you go swift-footed before your God, which is a bad God, and the God of the white men. The red sun shot up above the northern skyline, dripping and bloody. Baptiste the Red came to his feet, nodded curtly, and went back to his camp amid the crimson shadows and the singing of the robins. Hay Stockard finished his pipe by the fire, picturing in smoke and coal the unknown upper reaches of the Kayakuk, the strange stream which ended here its Arctic travels and merged its waters with the muddy Yukon flood. Somewhere up there, if the dying words of a shipwrecked sailorman who had made the fearful overland journey were to be believed, and if the vial of golden grains in his pouch attested anything, somewhere up there, in that home of winter, stood the treasure house of the North. And as keeper of the gate, Baptiste the Red, English half-breed and renegade, barred the way. Bah! He kicked the embers apart and rose to his full height, arms lazily outstretched, facing the flushing north with careless soul. Part 2. Hay Stockard swore harshly in the rugged monosyllables of his mother tongue. His wife lifted her gaze from the pots and pans and followed his in a keen scrutiny of the river. She was a woman of the Teslin country, wise in the ways of her husband's vernacular when it grew intensive. From the slipping of a snowshoe thong to the forefront of sudden death, she could gauge occasion by the pitch and volume of his blasphemy. She knew the present occasion merited attention. A long canoe, with paddles flashing back the rays of the westering sun, was crossing the current from above and urging in for the eddy. Hay Stockard watched it intently. 3 men rose and dipped, in rhythmical precision, but a red bandana wrapped about the head of one caught and held his eye. "Bill!" he called. "Oh, Bill!" A shambling, loose-jointed giant rolled out of one of the tents, yawning and rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Then he sighted the strange canoe and was wide awake on the instant. "By the jumping Methuselah! That damned sky pilot!" Hay Stockard nodded his head bitterly, half reached for his rifle, then shrugged his shoulders. "Pot shot him," Bill suggested. "Settle the thing out of hand. He'll spoil us sure if we don't." But the other declined this drastic measure and turned away, at the same time bidding the woman return to her work and calling Bill back from the bank. The 2 Indians in the canoe moored it on the edge of the eddy, while its white occupant, conspicuous by his gorgeous headgear, came up the bank. "Like Paul of Tarsus, I give you greeting. Peace be unto you, and grace before the Lord." His advances were met sullenly and without speech. "To you, Hay Stockard, blasphemer and Philistine, greeting. In your heart is the lust of mammon, in your mind cunning devils, in your tent this woman whom you live with in adultery. Yet of these divers sins, even here in the wilderness, I, Sturgis Owen, apostle to the Lord, bid you to repent and cast from you your iniquities. Savior can't. Savior can't, Hay Stockard broke in testily. You'll need all you've got and more for Red Baptiste over yonder. He waved his hand toward the Indian camp, where the half-breed was looking steadily across, striving to make out the newcomers. Sturgis Owen, disseminator of light and apostle to the Lord, stepped to the edge of the steep and commanded his men to bring up the camp outfit. Stockard followed him. "Look here," he demanded, plucking the missionary by the shoulder and twirling him about. "Do you value your hide?" "My life is in the Lord's keeping, and I do but work in his vineyard," he replied solemnly. "Oh, stow that. Are you looking for a job of martyrship?" "If he so wills." "Well, you'll find it right here, but I'm going to give you some advice first. Take it or leave it. If you stop here, you'll be cut off in the midst of your labors, and not you alone, but your men. Bill, my wife, who is a daughter of Belial, and hearkeneth not to the true gospel, and myself. Not only do you bring trouble upon yourself, but upon us. I was frozen in with you last winter, as you will well recollect, and I know you for a good man and a fool. If you think it your duty to strive with the heathen, well and good. But do exercise some wit in the way you go about it. This man, Red Baptiste, is no Indian. He comes of our common stock. He is as bull-necked as I ever dared be, and as wild a fanatic the one way as you are the other. When you two come together, he'll be to pay, and I don't care to be mixed up in it. Understand? So take my advice and go away. If you go downstream, you'll fall in with the Russians. There's bound to be Greek priests among them, and they'll see you safe through to Bering Sea. That's where the Yukon empties. And from there, it won't be hard to get back to civilization. Take my word for it and get out of here as fast as God'll let you. He who carries the Lord in his heart and the gospel in his hand hath no fear of the machinations of man or devil, the missionary answered stoutly. I will see this man and wrestle with him. One backslider returned to the fold is a greater victory than 1,000 heathen. He who is strong for evil can be as mighty for good. Witness Saul when he journeyed up to Damascus to bring Christian captives to Jerusalem. And the voice of the Savior came to him, crying, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And therewith Paul arrayed himself on the side of the Lord, and thereafter was most mighty in the saving of souls. And even as thou, Paul of Tarsus, even so do I work in the vineyard of the Lord, bearing trials and tribulations, scoffs and sneers, stripes and punishments for his dear sake. Bring up the little bag with the tea and a kettle of water, he called the next instant to his boatman, not forgetting the haunch of caribou and the mixing pan. When his men, converts by his own hand, had gained the bank, the trio fell to their knees, hands and backs burdened with camp equipage, and offered up thanks for their passage through the wilderness and their safe arrival. Hay Stockard looked upon the function with sneering disapproval, the romance and solemnity of it lost to his matter-of-fact soul. Baptiste the Red, still gazing across, recognized the familiar postures, and remembered the girl who had shared his star-roofed couch in the hills and forests, and the woman-child who lay somewhere by bleak Hudson's Bay. Part 3. Confound it, Baptiste. Couldn't think of it. Not for a moment. Grant that this man is a fool and of small use in the nature of things, but still, I can't give him up. Hay Stockard paused, striving to put into speech the rude ethics of his heart. He's worried me, Baptiste, in the past and now, and caused me all manner of troubles, but can't you see he's my own breed? White, and why I couldn't buy my life with his, not if he was a nigger. So be it, Baptiste the Red made answer. I have given you grace and choice. I shall come presently with my priests and fighting men, and either I shall kill you or you deny your God. Give up the priest to my pleasure, and you shall depart in peace. Otherwise, your trail ends here. My people are against you to the babies. Even now the children stolen away your canoes. He pointed down the river. Naked boys had slipped down the river from the point above, cast loose the canoes, and by then had worked them into the current. When they had drifted out of rifle shot, they clambered over the sides and paddled ashore. Give me the priest, and you may have them back again. Come, speak your mind, but without haste. Stockard shook his head. His glance dropped to the woman of the Teslin country with his boy at her breast, and he would have wavered had he not lifted his eyes to the men before him. I am not afraid, Sturgis Owen spoke up. The Lord bears me in his right hand, and alone am I ready to go into the camp of the unbeliever. It is not too late. Faith may move mountains. Even in the 11th hour may I win his soul to the true righteousness. Trip the beggar and make him fast, Bill whispered hoarsely in the ear of his leader, while the missionary kept the floor and wrestled with the heathen. Make 'em hostage, and bore 'em if they get ugly. No, Stockard answered. I gave him my word that he could speak with us unmolested. Rules of warfare, Bill, rules of warfare. He's been on the square, giving us warning and all that, and why, damn it, man, I can't break my word. He'll keep his, never fear. Don't doubt it, but I won't let a half-breed outdo me in fair dealing. Why not do what he wants? Give him the missionary and be done with it. No, Bill hesitated doubtfully. Shoe pinches, huh? Bill flushed a little and dropped the discussion. Baptiste the Red was still waiting the final decision. Stockard went up to him. It's this way, Baptiste. I came to your village minded to go up the Kayakuk. I intended no wrong. My heart was clean of evil. It's still clean. Along comes this priest, as you call him. I don't bring him here. He'd have come whether I was here or not. But now that he is here, being of my people, I've got to stand by him, and I'm going to. Further, it'll be no child's play. When you've done, your village will be silent and empty, your people wasted as after a famine. True, we will be gone, likewise the pick of your fighting men, but those who remain shall be in peace, nor shall the word of strange gods and the tongues of strange priests be buzzing in their ears. Both men shrugged their shoulders and turned away, the half-breed going back to his own camp. The missionary called his two men to him, and they fell into prayer. Stockard and Bill attacked the few standing pines with their axes, felling them into convenient breastworks. The child had fallen asleep, so the woman placed it on a heap of furs and lent a hand in fortifying the camp. 3 sides were thus defended, the steep declivity at the rear precluding attack from that direction. When these arrangements had been completed, the 2 men stalked into the open, clearing away here and there the scattered underbrush. From the opposing camp came the booming of war drums and the voices of the priests stirring the people to anger. Worst of it is, they'll come in rushes, Bill complained as they walked back with shouldered axes. And wait till midnight when the light gets dim for shooting. Can't start the ball a-rolling too early then. Bill exchanged the axe for a rifle and took a careful rest. One of the medicine men, towering above his tribesmen, stood out distinctly. Bill drew a bead on him. All ready? He asked. Stockard opened the ammunition box, placed the woman where she could reload in safety, and gave the word. The medicine man dropped. For a moment there was silence, and then a wild howl went up and a flight of bone arrows fell short. I'd like to take a look at the beggar, Bill remarked, throwing a fresh shell into place. I'll swear I drilled him clean between the eyes. Didn't work. Stockard shook his head gloomily. Baptiste had evidently quelled the more warlike of his followers, and instead of precipitating an attack in the bright light of day, the shot had caused a hasty exodus, the Indians drawing out of the village beyond the zone of fire. In the full tide of his proselyting fervor, borne along by the hand of God, Sturgis Owen would have ventured alone into the camp of the unbeliever, equally prepared for miracle or martyrdom. But in the waiting which ensued, the fever of conviction died away gradually as the natural man asserted itself. Physical fear replaced spiritual hope. The love of life, the love of God. It was no new experience. He could feel his weakness coming on and knew it of old time. He had struggled against it and been overcome by it before. He remembered when the other men had driven their paddles like mad in the van of a roaring ice flood, how at the critical moment, in a panic of worldly terror, he had dropped his paddle and besought wildly with his God for pity. And there were other times. The recollection was not pleasant. It brought shame to him that his spirit should be so weak and his flesh so strong. But the love of life, the love of life, he could not strip it from him. Because of it had his dim ancestors perpetuated their line. Because of it was he destined to perpetuate his. His courage, if courage it might be called, was bred of fanaticism. The courage of Stockard and Bill was the adherence to deep-rooted ideals. Not that the love of life was less, but the love of race tradition more. Not that they were unafraid to die, but that they were brave enough not to live at the price of shame. The missionary rose, for the moment swayed by the mood of sacrifice. He half crawled over the barricade to proceed to the other camp, but sank back, a trembling mass, wailing, "As the Spirit moves! As the Spirit moves! Who am I that I should set aside the judgments of God? Before the foundations of the world were all things written in the book of life. Worm that I am, shall I erase the page or any portion thereof? As God wills, so shall the Spirit move." Bill reached over, plucked him to his feet, and shook him fiercely, silently. Then he dropped the bundle of quivering nerves and turned his attention to the two converts. But they showed little fright and a cheerful alacrity in preparing for the coming passage at arms. Stockard, who'd been talking in undertones with the Thessalon woman, now turned to the missionary. "Fetch him over here," he commanded of Bill. "Now," he ordered, when Sturgis Owen had been duly deposited before him, "make us man and wife, and be lively about it." Then he added apologetically to Bill, "No telling how it's to end, so I just thought I'd get my affairs straightened up." The woman obeyed the behest of her white lord. To her the ceremony was meaningless. By her light she was his wife, and had been from the day they first foregathered. The converts served as witnesses. Bill stood over the missionary, prompting him when he stumbled. Stockard put the responses in the woman's mouth, and when the time came, for want of better, ringed her finger with thumb and forefinger of his own. "Kiss the bride," Bill thundered, and Sturgis Owen was too weak to disobey. "Now baptize the child." "Neat and tidy," Bill commented. Gathering the proper outfit for a new trail, the father explained, taking the boy from the mother's arms. "I was grub-staked once into the Cascades and had everything in the kit except salt. Never shall forget it. And if the woman and the kid cross the divide tonight, they might as well be prepared for potluck. A long shot, Bill, between ourselves, but nothing lost if it misses." A cup of water served the purpose, and the child was laid away in a secure corner of the barricade. The men built the fire, and the evening meal was cooked. The sun hurried round to the north, sinking closer to the horizon. The heavens in that quarter grew red and bloody. The shadows lengthened, the light dimmed, and in the somber recesses of the forest life slowly died away. Even the wild fowl in the river softened their raucous chatter and feigned the nightly farce of going to bed. Only the tribesmen increased their clamor, war drums booming and voices raised in savage folk songs. But as the sun dipped, they ceased their tumult. The rounded hush of midnight was complete. Stockard rose to his knees and peered over the logs. Once the child wailed in pain and disconcerted him. The mother bent over it, but it slept again. The silence was interminable, profound. Then, of a sudden, the robins burst into full-throated song. The night had passed. A flood of dark figures boiled across the open. Arrows whistled and bow thongs sang. The shrill-tongued rifles answered back. A spear and a mighty cast transfixed the Teslan woman as she hovered above the child. A spent arrow, diving between the logs, lodged in the missionary's arm. There was no stopping the rush. The middle distance was cumbered with bodies, but the rest surged on, breaking against and over the barricade like an ocean wave. Sturgis Owen fled to the tent, while the men were swept from their feet, buried beneath the human tide. Hay Stockard alone regained the surface, flinging the tribesmen aside like yelping curs. He had managed to seize an axe. A dark hand grasped the child by a naked foot and drew it from beneath its mother. At arm's length its puny body circled through the air, dashing to death against the logs. Stockard clove the man to the chin and fell to clearing space. The ring of savage faces closed in, raining upon him spear thrusts and bone-barbed arrows. The sun shot up, and they swayed back and forth in the crimson shadows. Twice, with his axe blocked by too deep a blow, they rushed him, but each time he flung them clear. They fell underfoot, and he trampled dead and dying, the way slippery with blood. And still the day brightened, and the robins sang. Then they drew back from him in awe, and he leaned breathless upon his axe. "Blood of my soul," cried Baptiste the Red, "but thou art a man. Deny thy God, and thou shalt yet live." Stockard swore his refusal, feebly but with grace. "Behold, a woman!" Sturgis Owen had been brought before the half-breed. Beyond a scratch on the arm, he was uninjured, but his eye roved about him in an ecstasy of fear. The heroic figure of the blasphemer, bristling with wounds and arrows, leaning defiantly upon his axe, indifferent, indomitable, superb, caught his wavering vision. And he felt a great envy of the man who could go down serenely to the dark gates of death. Surely Christ, and not he, Sturgis Owen, had been molded in such a manner. And why not he? He felt dimly the curse of ancestry, the feebleness of spirit which had come down to him out of the past, and he felt an anger at the creative force, symbolize it as he would, which had formed him, its servant, so weakly. For even a stronger man, this anger and the stress of circumstance were sufficient to breed apostasy, and for Sturgis Owen it was inevitable. In the fear of man's anger he would dare the wrath of God. He'd been raised up to serve the Lord only that he might be cast down. He'd been given faith without the strength of faith. He'd been given spirit without the power of spirit. It was unjust. "Where now is thy God?" the half-breed demanded. "I do not know." He stood straight and rigid, like a child repeating a catechism. "Hast thou then a God at all?" "I had." "And now?" "No." Hay Stockard swept the blood from his eyes and laughed. The missionary looked at him curiously, as in a dream. A feeling of infinite distance came over him, as though of a great remove. In that which had transpired, and which was to transpire, he had no part. He was a spectator. At a distance, yes, at a distance. The words of Baptiste came to him faintly. "Very good. See that this man go free, and that no harm befall him. Let him depart in peace. Give him a canoe and food. Set his face toward the Russians, that he may tell their priests of Baptiste the Red, in whose country there is no God. They led him to the edge of the steep, where they paused to witness the final tragedy. The half-breed turned to Hay Stockard. There is no God, he prompted. The man laughed in reply. One of the young men poised the war spear for the cast. Hast thou a God? Aye, the God of my fathers. He shifted the axe for a better grip. Baptiste the Red gave the sign, and the spear hurtled full against his breast. Sturgis Owen saw the ivory head stand out beyond his back, saw the man sway, laughing, and snap the shaft short as he fell upon it. Then he went down the river, that he might carry to the Russians the message of Baptiste the Red, in whose country there was no God. End of The God of His Fathers.
In the Vault by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. In the Vault by H.P. Lovecraft. Dedicated to C.W. Smith, from whose suggestion the central situation is taken. There is nothing more absurd, as I view it, than that conventional association of the homely and the wholesome, which seems to pervade the psychology of the multitude. Mention a bucolic Yankee setting, a bungling and thick-fibred village undertaker, and a careless mishap in a tomb, and no average reader can be brought to expect more than a hearty, albeit grotesque, phase of comedy. God knows, though, that the Porossi tale which George Birch's death permits me to tell has in it aspects besides which some of our darkest tragedies are light. Birch acquired a limitation and changed his business in 1881, yet never discussed the case when he could avoid it. Neither did his old physician, Dr. Davis, who died years ago. It was generally stated that the affliction and shock were results of an unlucky slip whereby Birch had locked himself for 9 hours in the receiving tomb of Peck Valley Cemetery, escaping only by crude and disastrous mechanical means. But while this much was undoubtedly true, there were other and blacker things which the man used to whisper to me in his drunken delirium toward the last. He confided in me because I was his doctor, and because he probably felt the need of confiding in someone else after Davis died. He was a bachelor, wholly without relatives. Birch, before 1881, had been the village undertaker of Peck Valley, and was a very calloused and primitive specimen, even as such specimens go. The practices I heard attributed to him would be unbelievable today, at least in the city, and even Peck Valley would have shuddered a bit had it known the easy ethics of its mortuary artist in such debatable matters as the ownership of costly laying-out apparel invisible beneath the casket's lid, and the degree of dignity to be maintained in posing and adapting the unseen members of lifeless tenants to containers, not always calculated with the sublimest accuracy. Most distinctly, Birch was lax, insensitive, and professionally undesirable. Yet I still think he was not an evil man. He was merely crass of fibre and function, thoughtless, careless, and liquorish, as his easily avoidable accident proves, and without that modicum of imagination which holds the average citizen within certain limits fixed by taste. Just where to begin Birch's story I can hardly decide, since I am no practised teller of tales. I suppose one should start in the cold December of 1880, when the ground froze and the cemetery delvers found they could dig no more graves till spring. Fortunately, the village was small and the death rate low, so that it was possible to give all of Birch's inanimate charges a temporary haven in the single antiquated receiving tomb. The undertaker grew doubly lethargic in the bitter weather, and seemed to outdo even himself in carelessness. Never did he knock together flimsier and ungainlier caskets, or disregard more flagrantly the needs of the rusty lock on the tomb door, which he slammed open and shut with such nonchalant abandon. At last the spring thaw came, and graves were laboriously prepared for the 9 silent harvests of the grim reaper which waited in the tomb. Birch, though dreading the bother of removal and interment, began his task of transference one disagreeable April morning, but ceased before noon because of a heavy rain that seemed to irritate his horse, after having laid but one mortal tenement to its permanent rest. That was Darius Peck, the nonagenarian, whose grave was not far from the tomb. Birch decided that he would begin the next day with little old Matthew Fenner, whose grave was also nearby, but actually postponed the matter for 3 days, not getting to work till Good Friday, the 15th. Being without superstition, he did not heed the day at all, though ever afterward he refused to do anything of importance on that fateful 6th day of the week. Certainly the events of that evening greatly changed George Birch. On the afternoon of Friday, April 15th, then, Birch set out for the tomb with horse and waggon to transfer the body of Matthew Fenner. That he was not perfectly sober he subsequently admitted, though he had not then taken to the wholesale drinking by which he later tried to forget certain things. He was just dizzy and careless enough to annoy his sensitive horse, which, as he drew it viciously up at the tomb, neighed and pawed and tossed its head, much as on that former occasion when the rain had vexed it. The day was clear, but a high wind had sprung up, and Birch was glad to get to shelter as he unlocked the iron door and entered the side-hill vault. Another might not have relished the damp, odorous chamber with the 8 carelessly placed coffins, but Birch in those days was insensitive, and was concerned only in getting the right coffin for the right grave. He had not forgotten the criticism aroused when Hannah Bixby's relatives, wishing to transport her body to the cemetery in the city, whither they had moved, found the casket of Judge Capwell beneath her headstone. The light was dim, but Birch's sight was good, and he did not get Asaph Sawyer's coffin by mistake, although it was very similar. He had indeed made that coffin for Matthew Fenner, but had cast it aside at last as too awkward and flimsy, in a fit of curious sentimentality, aroused by recalling how kindly and generous the little old man had been to him during his bankruptcy 5 years before. He gave old Matt the very best his skill could produce, but was thrifty enough to save the rejected specimen and to use it when Asaph Sawyer died of a malignant fever. Sawyer was not a lovable man, and many stories were told of his almost inhuman vindictiveness and tenacious memory for wrongs real or fancied. To him Birch had felt no compunction in assigning the carelessly made coffin, which he now pushed out of the way in his quest for the Fenner casket. It was just as he had recognized old Matt's coffin that the door slammed to in the wind, leaving him in a dusk even deeper than before. The narrow transom admitted only the feeblest of rays, and the overhead ventilation funnel virtually none at all, so that he was reduced to a profane fumbling as he made his halting way among the long boxes toward the latch. In this funeral twilight he rattled the rusty handles, pushed at the iron panels, and wondered why the massive portal had grown so suddenly recalcitrant. In this twilight, too, he began to realize the truth and to shout loudly, as if his horse outside could do more than neigh an unsympathetic reply. for the long-neglected latch was obviously broken, leaving the careless undertaker trapped in the vault, a victim of his own oversight. The thing must have happened at about 3:30 in the afternoon. Birch, being by temperament phlegmatic and practical, did not shout long, but proceeded to grope about for some tools which he recalled seeing in a corner of the tomb. It is doubtful whether he was touched at all by the horror and exquisite weirdness of his position, but the bald fact of imprisonment, so far from the daily paths of men, was enough to exasperate him thoroughly. His day's work was sadly interrupted, and unless chance presently brought some rambler hither, he might have to remain all night or longer. The pile of tools soon reached, and a hammer and chisel selected, Birch returned over the coffins to the door. The air had begun to be exceedingly unwholesome, but to this detail he paid no attention as he toiled, half by feeling, at the heavy and corroded metal of the latch. He would have given much for a lantern or a bit of candle, but lacking these, bungled semi-sightlessly as best he might. When he perceived that the latch was hopelessly unyielding, at least to such meagre tools and under such tenebrous conditions as these, Birch glanced about for other possible points of escape. The vault had been dug from a hillside, so that the narrow ventilation funnel in the top ran through several feet of earth, making this direction utterly useless to consider. Over the door, however, the high, slit-like transom in the brick facade gave promise of possible enlargement to a diligent worker. Hence, upon this his eyes long rested as he racked his brains for means to reach it. There was nothing like a ladder in the tomb, and the coffin niches on the sides and rear, which Birch seldom took the trouble to use, afforded no ascent to the space above the door. Only the coffins themselves remained as potential stepping-stones, and as he considered these he speculated on the best mode of arranging them. 3 coffin heights, he reckoned, would permit him to reach the transom, but he could do better with 4. The boxes were fairly even and could be piled up like blocks, so he began to compute how he might most stably use the 8 to rear a scalable platform 4 deep. As he planned, he could not but wish that the units of his contemplated staircase had been more securely made. Whether he had imagination enough to wish they were empty is strongly to be doubted. Finally, he decided to lay a base of 3 parallel with the wall, to place upon this 2 layers of 2 each, and upon these a single box to serve as the platform. This arrangement could be ascended with a minimum of awkwardness, and would furnish the desired height. Better still, though, he would utilize only 2 boxes of the base to support the superstructure, leaving one free to be piled on top in case the actual feat of escape required an even greater altitude. And so the prisoner toiled in the twilight, heaving the unresponsive remnants of mortality with little ceremony as his miniature Tower of Babel rose course by course. Several of the coffins began to split under the stress of handling, and he planned to save the stoutly built casket of little Matthew Fenner for the top, in order that his feet might have as certain a surface as possible. In the semi-gloom he trusted mostly to touch to select the right one, and indeed came upon it almost by accident, since it tumbled into his hands as if through some odd volition after he had unwittingly placed it beside another on the 3rd layer. The tower at length finished, and his aching arms rested by a pause during which he sat on the bottom step of his grim device. Birch cautiously ascended with his tools and stood abreast of the narrow transom. The borders of the space were entirely of brick, and there seemed little doubt but that he could shortly chisel away enough to allow his body to pass. As his hammer blows began to fall, the horse outside whinnied in a tone which may have been encouraging,
and may have been mocking. In either case it would have been appropriate, for the unexpected tenacity of the easy-looking brickwork was surely a sardonic commentary on the vanity of mortal hopes, and the source of a task whose performance deserved every possible stimulus. Dusk fell, and found Birch still toiling. He worked largely by feeling now, since newly gathered clouds hid the moon, and though progress was still slow, he felt heartened at the extent of his encroachments on the top and bottom of the aperture. He could, he was sure, get out by midnight, though it is characteristic of him that this thought was untinged with eerie implications. Undisturbed by oppressive reflections on the time, the place, and the company beneath his feet, he philosophically chipped away the stony brickwork, cursing when a fragment hit him in the face, and laughing when one struck the increasingly excited horse that pawed near the cypress tree. In time the hole grew so large that he ventured to try his body in it now and then, shifting about so that the coffins beneath him rocked and creaked. He would not, he found, have to pile another on his platform to make the proper height, for the hole was on exactly the right level to use as soon as its size might permit. It must have been midnight at least when Birch decided he could get through the transom. Tired and perspiring despite many rests, he descended to the floor and sat a while on the bottom box to gather strength for the final wriggle and leap to the ground outside. The hungry horse was neighing repeatedly and almost uncannily, and he vaguely wished it would stop. He was curiously unelated over his impending escape, and almost dreaded the exertion, for his form had the indolent stoutness of early middle age. As he remounted the splitting coffins, he felt his weight very poignantly, especially when, upon reaching the topmost one, he heard that aggravated crackle which bespeaks the wholesale rending of wood. He had, it seems, planned in vain when choosing the stoutest coffin for the platform, for no sooner was his full bulk again upon it than the rotting lid gave way, jouncing him 2 feet down on a surface which even he did not care to imagine. Maddened by the sound or by the stench which billowed forth even to the open air, the waiting horse gave a scream that was too frantic for a neigh, and plunged madly off through the night, the waggon rattling crazily behind it. Birch, in his ghastly situation, was now too low for an easy scramble out of the enlarged transom, but gathered his energies for a determined try. Clutching the edges of the aperture, he sought to pull himself up, when he noticed a queer retardation in the form of an apparent drag on both his ankles. In another moment he knew fear for the first time that night, for struggle as he would, he could not shake clear of the unknown grasp which held his feet in relentless captivity. Horrible pains, as of savage hounds, shot through his calves, and in his mind was a vortex of fright mixed with an unquenchable materialism that suggested splinters, loose nails, or some other attribute of a breaking wooden box. Perhaps he screamed. At any rate, he kicked and squirmed frantically and automatically, whilst his consciousness was almost eclipsed in a half-swoon. Instinct guided him in his wriggle through the transom, and in the crawl which followed his jarring thud on the damp ground. He could not walk, it appeared, and the emerging moon must have witnessed a horrible sight as he dragged his bleeding ankles toward the cemetery lodge, his fingers clawing the black mould in brainless haste, and his body responding with that maddening slowness from which one suffers when chased by the phantoms of nightmare. There was evidently, however, no pursuer, for he was alone and alive when Armington, the lodge-keeper, answered his feeble clawing at the door. Armington helped Birch to the outside of a spare bed and sent his little son Edwin for Dr. Davis. The afflicted man was fully conscious, but would say nothing of any consequence, merely muttering such things as, "Oh, my ankles! Let go!" or "Shut it in the tomb!" Then the doctor came with his medicine case and asked
crisp questions and removed the patient's outer clothing, shoes, and socks. The wounds, for both ankles were frightfully lacerated about the Achilles tendons, seemed to puzzle the old physician greatly, and finally almost frightened him. His questioning grew more than medically tense, and his hands shook as he dressed the mangled members, binding them as if he wished to get the wounds out of sight as quickly as possible. For an impersonal doctor, Davis's ominous and awestruck cross-examination became very strange indeed as he sought to drain from the weakened undertaker every least detail of his horrible experience. He was oddly anxious to know if Birch were sure, absolutely sure, of the identity of that top coffin of the pile, how he had chosen it, how he had been certain of it as the Fenner coffin in the dusk, and how he had distinguished it from the inferior duplicate coffin of Vischer's Asaph Sawyer's. Would the firm Fenner casket have caved in so readily? Davis, an old-time village practitioner, had of course seen both at respective funerals, as indeed he had attended both Fenner and Sawyer in their last illnesses. He had even wondered at Sawyer's funeral how the vindictive farmer had managed to lie straight in a box so closely akin to that of the diminutive Fenner. After a full 2 hours Dr. Davis left, urging Birch to insist at all times that his wounds were caused entirely by loose nails and splintering wood. What else, he added, could ever in any case be proved or believed? But it would be well to say as little as could be said, and to let no other doctor treat the wounds. Birch heeded this advice all the rest of his life, till he told me this story, and when I saw the scars, ancient and whitened as they then were, I agreed that he was wise in so doing. He always remained lame, for the great tendons had been severed, but I think the greatest lameness was in his soul. His thinking process, once so phlegmatic and logical, had become ineffaceably scarred, and it was pitiful to note his response to certain chance allusions such as Friday, tomb, coffin, and words of less obvious concatenation. His frightened horse had gone home, but his frightened wits never quite did that. He changed his business, but something always preyed upon him. It may have been just fear, and it may have been fear mixed with a queer belated sort of remorse for bygone crudities. His drinking, of course, only aggravated what it was meant to alleviate. When Dr. Davis left Birch that night, he had taken a lantern and gone to the old receiving tomb. The moon was shining on the scattered brick fragments and marred façade, and the latch of the great door yielded readily to a touch from the outside. Steeled by old ordeals in dissecting rooms, the doctor entered and looked about, stifling the nausea of mind and body that everything in sight and smell induced. He cried aloud once, and a little later gave a gasp that was more terrible than a cry. Then he fled back to the lodge and broke all the rules of his calling by rousing and shaking his patient, and hurling at him a succession of shuddering whispers that seared into the bewildered ears like the hissing of vitriol. "It was Asaph's coffin, Birch. Just as I thought. I knew his teeth, with the front ones missing on the upper jaw. Never for God's sake show those wounds. The body was pretty badly gone, but if I ever saw vindictiveness on any face, or former face, you know what a fiend he was for revenge, how he ruined old Raymond 30 years after their boundary suit, and how he stepped on the puppy that snapped at him a year ago last August. He was the devil incarnate, Birch, and I believe his eye for an eye fury could beat old Father Death himself. God, what a rage! I'd hate to have it aimed at me. Why did you do it, Birch? He was a scoundrel, and I don't blame you for giving him a cast-aside coffin. But you always did go too damned far. Well enough to skimp on the thing some way, but you knew what a little man old Fenner was. I'll never get the picture out of my head as long as I live. You kicked hard, for Asaph's coffin was on the floor. His head was broken in, and everything was tumbled about. I've seen sights before, but there was one thing too much here. An eye for an eye? Great heavens, Birch, but you got what you deserved. The skull turned my stomach, but the other was worse. Those ankles cut neatly off to fit Matt Fenner's cast-aside coffin. The end of In the Vault by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Andy Sames. The Last Laugh by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Last Laugh by D.H. Lawrence. There was a little snow on the ground, and the church clock had just struck midnight. Hampstead in the night of winter for once was looking pretty, with clean, white earth and lamps for moon, and dark sky above the lamps. A confused little sound of voices, a gleam of hidden yellow light, and then the garden door of a tall, dark Georgian house suddenly opened, and three people confusedly emerged. A girl in a dark blue coat and fur turban, very erect. A fellow with a little dispatch case, slouching. A thin man with a red beard, bareheaded, peering out of the gateway down the hill that swung in a curve downward toward London. "Look at it! A new world!" cried the man in the beard ironically, as he stood on the step and peered out. "No, Lorenzo, it's only whitewash," cried the young man in the overcoat. His voice was handsome, resonant, plangent, with a weary, sardonic touch. As he turned back, his face was dark in shadow. The girl, with the erect, alert head, like a bird, turned back to the two men. "What was that?" she asked in her quick, quiet voice. "Lorenzo says it's a new world. I say it's only whitewash," cried the man in the street. She stood still and lifted her woolly gloved finger. She was deaf, and taking it in. Yes, she had got it. She gave a quick, chuckling laugh, glanced very quickly at the man in the bowler hat, then back at the man in the stucco gateway, who was grinning like a satyr, and waving good-bye. "Good-bye, Lorenzo," came the resonant, weary cry of the man in the bowler hat. "Good-bye," came the sharp night-bird call of the girl. The green gate slammed, then the inner door. The two were alone in the street, save for the policeman at the corner. The road curved steeply downhill. "You'd better mind how you step," shouted the man in the bowler hat, leaning near the erect, sharp girl and slouching in his walk. She paused a moment to make sure what he had said. "Don't mind me. I'm quite all right. Mind yourself," she said quickly. At that very moment he gave a wild lurch on the slippery snow, but managed to save himself from falling. She watched him on tiptoes of alertness. His bowler hat bounced away in the thin snow. They were under a lamp near the curve. As he ducked for his hat he showed a bald spot, just like a tonsure, among his dark, thin, rather curly hair. And when he looked up at her, with his thick black brows sardonically arched, and his rather hooked nose self-derisive, jamming his hat on again, he seemed like a satanic young priest. His face had beautiful lines, like a fawn, and a doubtful, martyred expression, a sort of fawn on the cross, with all the malice of the complication. "Did you hurt yourself?" she asked in her quick, cool, unemotional way. "No," he shouted derisively. "Give me the machine, won't you?" she said, holding out her woolly hand. "I believe I'm safer." "Do you want it?" he shouted. "Yes, I'm sure I'm safer." He handed her the little brown dispatch case, which was really a Marconi listening machine for her deafness. She marched erect as ever. He shoved his hands deep in his overcoat pockets and slouched along beside her, as if he wouldn't make his legs firm. The road curved down in front of them, clean and pale with snow under the lamps. A motor car came churning up. A few dark figures slipped away into the dark recesses of the houses, like fishes among rocks above a seabed of white sand. On the left was a tuft of trees sloping upward into the dark. He kept looking around, pushing out his finely shaped chin and his hooked nose, as if he were listening for something. He could still hear the motor car climbing onto the heath. Below was the yellow, foul-smelling glare of the Hampstead tube station. On the right, the trees. The girl, with her alert pink and white face, looked at him sharply, inquisitively. She had an odd, nymph-like inquisitiveness, sometimes like a bird, sometimes a squirrel, sometimes a rabbit, never quite like a woman. At last he stood still, as if he would go no farther. There was a curious, baffled grin on his smooth, cream-coloured face. "James," he said loudly to her, leaning toward her ear, "do you hear somebody laughing?" "Laughing?" she retorted quickly. "Who's laughing?" "I don't know, somebody," he shouted, showing his teeth in a very odd way. "No, I hear nobody," she announced. "But it's most extraordinary," he cried, his voice slurring up and down. "Put on your machine." "Put it on?" she retorted. "What for?" "To see if you can hear it," he cried. "Hear what?" "The laughing. Somebody laughing. It's most extraordinary." She gave her odd little chuckle and handed him her machine. He held it while she opened the lid and attached the wires, putting the band over her head and the receivers at her ears, like a wireless operator. Crumbs of snow fell down the cold darkness. She switched on. Little yellow lights in glass tubes shone in the machine. She was connected. She was listening. He stood with his head ducked, his hands shoved down in his overcoat pockets. Suddenly he lifted his face and gave the weirdest, slightly neighing laugh, uncovering his strong, spaced teeth and arching his black brows, and watching her with queer, gleaming, goat-like eyes. She seemed a little dismayed. "There," he said. "Didn't you hear it?" "I hear you," she said in a tone which conveyed that was enough. "But didn't you hear it?" he cried, unfurling his lips oddly again. "No," she said. He looked at her vindictively, and stood again with ducked head. She remained erect, her fur hat in her hand, her fine bobbed hair banded with the machine band and catching crumbs of snow, her odd, bright-eyed, deaf nymph's face lifted with blank listening. "There!" he cried, suddenly jerking up his gleaming face. "You mean to tell me you can't—" He was looking at her almost diabolically, but something else was too strong for him. His face wreathed with a startling, peculiar smile, seeming to gleam, and suddenly the most extraordinary laugh came bursting out of him, like an animal laughing. It was a strange, neighing sound, amazing in her ears. She was startled and switched her machine quieter. A large form loomed up, a tall, clean-shaven young policeman. "The radio?" he asked laconically. "No, it's my machine. I'm deaf," said Miss James, quickly and distinctly. She was not the daughter of a peer for nothing. The man in the bowler hat lifted his face and glared at the fresh-faced young policeman with a peculiar white glare in his eyes. "Look here," he said distinctly. "Did you hear someone laughing?" "Laughing? I hear you, sir." "No, not me." He gave an impatient jerk of his arm and lifted his face again. His smooth, creamy face seemed to gleam. There were subtle curves of derisive triumph in all its lines. He was careful not to look directly at the young policeman. "The most extraordinary laughter I ever heard," he added, and the same touch of derisive exultation sounded in his tones. The policeman looked down on him cogitatingly. "It's perfectly all right," said Miss James coolly. He's not drunk. He just hears something that we don't hear." "Drunk?" echoed the man in the bowler hat, in profoundly amused derision. "If I were merely drunk!" And off he went again in the wild, neighing, animal laughter, while his averted face seemed to flash. At the sound of the laughter something roused in the blood of the girl and the policeman. They stood near to one another, so that their sleeves touched, and they looked wonderingly across at the man in the bowler hat. He lifted his black brows at them. "Do you mean to say you heard nothing?" he asked. "Only you," said Miss James. "Only you, sir," echoed the policeman. "What was it like?" asked Miss James. "Ask me to describe it?" retorted the young man in extreme contempt. "It's the most marvellous sound in the world." And truly he seemed wrapped up in a new mystery. "Where does it come from?" asked Miss James, very practical. "Apparently," he answered in contempt, "from over there." And he pointed to the trees and bushes inside the railings over the road. "Well, let's go see," she said. "I can carry my machine and go on listening." The man seemed relieved to get rid of the burden. He shoved his hands in his pockets again and sloped off across the road. The policeman, a queer look flickering on his fresh young face, put his hand round the girl's arm carefully and subtly to help her. She did not lean at all on the support of the big hand, but she was interested, so she did not resent it. Having held herself all her life intensely aloof from physical contact, and never having let any man touch her, she now, with a certain nymph-like voluptuousness, allowed the large hand of the young policeman to support her as they followed the quick wolf-like figure of the other man across the road uphill. And she could feel the presence of the young policeman through all the thickness of his dark blue uniform, as something young and alert and bright. When they came up to the man in the bowler hat, he was standing with his head ducked, his ears pricked, listening beside the iron rail, inside which grew big black holly trees tufted with snow, and old ribbed silent English elms. The policeman and the girl stood waiting. She was peering into the bushes with the sharp eyes of a deaf nymph, deaf to the world's noises. The man in the bowler hat listened intensely. A lorry rolled downhill, making the earth tremble. "There!" cried the girl, as the lorry rumbled darkly past. And she glanced round with flashing eyes at her policeman, her fresh, soft face gleaming with startled life. She glanced straight into the puzzled, amused eyes of the young policeman. He was just enjoying himself. "Don't you see?" she said rather imperiously. "What is it, miss?" answered the policeman. "I mustn't point," she said. "Look where I look." And she looked away with brilliant eyes into the dark holly bushes. She must see something, for she smiled faintly with subtle satisfaction, and she tossed her erect head in all the pride of vindication. The policeman looked at her instead of into the bushes. There was a certain brilliance of triumphant vindication in all the poise of her slim body. "I always knew I should see him," she said triumphantly to herself. "Whom do you see?" shouted the man in the bowler hat. "Don't you see him too?" she asked, turning round her soft, arch, nymph-like face anxiously. She was anxious for the little man to see. "No, I see nothing. What do you see, James?" cried the man in the bowler hat, insisting. "A man." "Where?" "There, among the holly bushes."
"Is he there now?"
"No, he's gone."
"What sort of a man?"
"I don't know."
"What did he look like?"
"I can't tell you."
But at that instant the man in the bowler hat turned suddenly, and the arch, triumphant look flew to his face.
"Why, he must be there!" he cried, pointing up the grove. "Don't you hear him laughing? He must be behind those trees."
And his voice, with curious delight, broke into a laugh again, as he stood and stamped his feet on the snow, and danced to his own laughter, ducking his head. Then he turned away and ran swiftly up the avenue lined with old trees. He slowed down, as a door at the end of the garden path, white with untouched snow, suddenly opened, and a woman in a long fringed black shawl stood in the light. She peered out into the night. Then she came down to the low garden gate. Crumbs of snow still fell. She had dark hair and a tall dark comb. "Did you knock at my door?" she asked of the man in the bowler hat. "I? No." "Somebody knocked at my door."
"Did they? Are you sure?" "They can't have done. There are no footmarks in the snow."
"Nor are there," she said. "But somebody knocked and called something."
"That's very curious," said the man. "Were you expecting someone?"
"No, not exactly expecting anyone, except that one is always expecting somebody, you know."
In the dimness of the snow-lit night, he could see her making big, dark eyes at him. "Was it someone laughing?" he said.
"No, it was no one laughing exactly. Someone knocked, and I ran to open, hoping, as one always hopes, you know."
"What?"
"Oh, that something wonderful is going to happen."
He was standing close to the low gate. She stood on the opposite side. Her hair was dark, her face seemed dusky, as she looked up at him with her dark, meaningful eyes. "Did you wish someone would come?" he asked.
"Very much,"
she replied in her plaintive voice. He bent down, unlatching the gate. As he did so, the woman in the black shawl turned and, glancing over her shoulder, hurried back to the house, walking unevenly in the snow on her high-heeled shoes. The man hurried after her, hastening like a hound to catch up. Meanwhile, the girl and the policeman had come up. The girl stood still when she saw the man in the bowler hat going up the garden walk after the woman in the black shawl with the fringe.
"Is he going in?"
she asked quickly. "Looks like it, doesn't it?" said the policeman.
"Does he know that woman?"
"I can't say. I should say he soon will," replied the policeman.
"But who is she?"
"I couldn't say who she is."
The two dark, confused figures entered the lighted doorway. Then the door closed on them. "He's gone," said the girl outside on the snow. She hastily began to pull off the band of her telephone receiver and switched off her machine. The tubes of secret light disappeared. She packed up the little leather case. Then, pulling on her soft fur cap, she stood once more ready. The slightly martial look which her long, dark blue, military-seeming coat gave her was intensified, while the slightly anxious, bewildered look of her face had gone. She seemed to stretch herself, to stretch her limbs free, and the inert look had left her full, soft cheeks. Her cheeks were alive with the glimmer of pride and a new, dangerous surety. She looked quickly at the tall young policeman. He was clean-shaven, fresh-faced, smiling oddly under his helmet, waiting in subtle patience a few yards away. She saw that he was a decent young man, one of the waiting sort. The second of ancient fear was followed at once in her by a blithe, unaccustomed sense of power. "Well," she said, "I should say it's no use waiting." She spoke decisively.
"You don't have to wait for him, do you?" asked the policeman.
"Not at all. He's much better where he is."
She laughed an odd, brief laugh. Then, glancing over her shoulder, she set off down the hill, carrying her little case.
Her feet felt light, her legs felt long and strong. She glanced over her shoulder again. The young policeman was following her, and she laughed to herself. Her limbs felt so lithe and so strong. If she wished, she could easily run faster than he. If she wished, she could easily kill him, even with her hands. So it seemed to her. But why kill him? He was a decent young fellow. She had in front of her eyes the dark face among the holly bushes, with the brilliant, mocking eyes. Her breast felt full of power, and her legs felt long and strong and wild. She was surprised herself at the sensation of triumph and of rosy anger. Her hands felt keen on her wrists, she who had always declared she had not a muscle in her body. Even now it was not muscle, it was a sort of flame. Suddenly it began to snow heavily, with fierce, frozen puffs of wind. The snow was small in frozen grains, and hit sharp on her face. It seemed to whirl round her, as if she herself were whirling in a cloud. But she did not mind. There was a flame in her. Her limbs felt flamy and strong amid the whirl. And the whirling snowy air seemed full of presences, full of strange, unheard noises. She was used to the sensation of noises taking place which she could not hear. This sensation became very strong. She felt something was happening in the wild air. The London air was no longer heavy and clammy, saturated with ghosts of the unwilling dead. A new, clean tempest swept down from the pole, and there were noises. Voices were calling. In spite of her deafness she could hear someone, several voices, calling and whistling, as if many people were hallooing through the air. "He's come back! Aha! He's come back!" There was a wild, whistling, jubilant sound of voices in the storm of snow. Then obscured lightning winked through the snow in the air. "Is that thunder and lightning?" she asked of the young policeman, as she stood still, waiting for his form to emerge through the veil of whirling snow. "Seems like it to me," he said. And at that very moment the lightning blinked again, and the dark, laughing face was near her face. It almost touched her cheek. She started back, but a flame of delight went over her. "There," she said. "Did you see that?" "It lightened," said the policeman. She was looking at him almost angrily. But then the clean, fresh animal look of his skin and the tame animal look in his frightened eyes amused her. She laughed her low, triumphant laugh. He was obviously afraid, like a frightened dog that sees something uncanny. The storm suddenly whistled louder, more violently, and with a strange noise like castanets. She seemed to hear voices clapping and crying. "He's here! He's come back!" She nodded her head gravely. The policeman and she moved on side by side. She lived alone in a little stucco house in a side street down the hill. There was a church and a grove of trees, and then the little old row of houses. The wind blew fiercely, thick with snow. Now and again a taxi went by with its lights showing weirdly, but the world seemed empty, uninhabited, save by snow and voices. As the girl and the policeman turned past the grove of trees near the church, a great whirl of wind and snow made them stand still, and in the wild confusion they heard a whirling of sharp, delighted voices, something like seagulls crying. "He's here! He's here!" "Well, I'm jolly glad he's back," said the girl calmly. "What's that?" said the nervous policeman, hovering near the girl. The wind let them move forward. As they passed along the railings it seemed to them the doors of the church were open, and the windows were out, and the snow and the voices were blowing in a wild career all through the church. "How extraordinary that they left the church open," said the girl. The policeman stood still. He could not reply. And as they stood they listened to the wind and the church, full of whirling noises, all calling confusedly. "Now I hear the laughing," she said suddenly. It came from the church, a sound of low, subtle, endless laughter, a strange, naked sound. "Now I hear it," she said. But the policeman did not speak. He stood, cowed, listening to the strange noises in the church. The wind must have blown out one of the windows, for they could see the snow whirling in volleys through the black gap, and whirling inside the church like a dim light. There came a sudden crash, followed by a burst of chuckling, naked laughter. The snow seemed to make a queer light inside the building, like ghosts, moving, big and tall. There was more laughter, and a tearing sound. On the wind, pieces of paper, leaves of books, came whirling among the snow through the dark window. Then a white thing, soaring like a crazy bird, rose up on the wind as if it had wings, and lodged on a black tree outside, struggling. It was the altar cloth. There came a bit of gay, trilling music. The wind was running over the organ pipes like panpipes, quickly up and down. Snatches of wild, gay, trilling music, and bursts of the naked, low laughter. "Really," said the girl, "this is most extraordinary. Do you hear the music and the people laughing?" "Yes, I hear somebody on the organ," said the policeman. "And do you get the puff of warm wind, smelling of spring? Almond blossom, that's what it is. A most marvellous scent of almond blossom. Isn't it an extraordinary thing?" She went on triumphantly past the church, and came to the row of little old houses. She entered her own gate in the little railed entrance. "Here I am," she said finally. "I'm home now. Thank you very much for coming with me." She looked at the young policeman. His whole body was white as a wall with snow, and in the vague light of the arc lamp from the street his face was humble and frightened. "Can I come in and warm myself a bit?" he asked humbly. She knew it was fear rather than cold that froze him. He was in mortal fear. "Well," she said, "stay down in the sitting-room if you like, but don't come upstairs because I am alone in the house. You can make up the fire in the sitting-room, and you can go when you are warm." She left him on the big, low couch before the fire, his face bluish and blank with fear. He rolled his blue eyes after her as she left the room, but she went up to her bedroom and fastened her door. In the morning she was in her studio upstairs in her little house, looking at her own paintings and laughing to herself. Her canaries were talking and shrilly whistling in the sunshine that followed the storm. The cold snow outside was still clean, and the white glare in the air gave the effect of much stronger sunshine than actually existed. She was looking at her own paintings and chuckling to herself over their comicalness. Suddenly they struck her as absolutely absurd. She quite enjoyed looking at them. They seemed to her so grotesque, especially her self-portrait, with its nice brown hair and its slightly open rabbit mouth and its baffled, uncertain, rabbit eyes. She looked at the painted face and laughed in a long, rippling laugh, till the yellow canaries, like faded daffodils, almost went mad in an effort to sing louder. The girl's long, rippling laugh sounded through the house uncannily. The housekeeper, a rather sad-faced young woman of a superior sort — nearly all people in England are of the superior sort, superiority being an English ailment — came in with an inquiring and rather disapproving look. "Did you call, Miss James?" she asked loudly. No, I didn't call. Don't shout, I can hear quite well," replied the girl. The housekeeper looked at her again. "You knew there was a young man in the sitting-room?" she said. "No, really," cried the girl. "What, the young policeman? I'd forgotten all about him. He came in the storm to warm himself. Hasn't he gone?" "No, Miss James." "How extraordinary of him. What time is it? 9:15? Why didn't he go when he was warm? I must go and see him, I suppose." "He says he's lame," said the housekeeper censoriously and loudly. "Lame? That's extraordinary. He certainly wasn't last night. But don't shout, I can hear quite well." "Is Mr. Marchbanks coming to breakfast, Miss James?" said the housekeeper, more and more censorious. "I couldn't say, but I'll come down as soon as mine is ready. I'll be down in a minute, anyhow, to see the policeman. Extraordinary that he is still here." She sat down before her window in the sun to think a while. She could see the snow outside, the bare purplish trees. The air all seemed rare and different. Suddenly the world had become quite different, as if some skin or integument had broken, as if the old mouldering London sky had cracked and rolled back, like an old skin, shrivelled leaving an absolutely new blue heaven. "It really is extraordinary," she said to herself. "I certainly saw that man's face. What a wonderful face it was! I shall never forget it. Such laughter! He laughs longest who laughs last. He certainly will have the last laugh. I like him for that. He will laugh last. Must be someone really extraordinary. How very nice to be the one to laugh last. He certainly will. What a wonderful being. I suppose I must call him a being. He's not a person exactly. But how wonderful of him to come back and alter the world immediately. Isn't that extraordinary? I wonder if he'll have altered Marchbanks. Of course, Marchbanks never saw him, but he heard him. Wouldn't that do as well? I wonder. She went off into a muse about Marchbanks. She and he were such friends. They had been friends like that for almost 2 years. Never lovers, never that at all, but friends. And after all, she had been in love with him, in her head. This seemed now so funny to her, that she had been in her head so much in love with him. After all, life was too absurd. Because now she saw herself and him as such a funny pair. He so funnily taking life terribly seriously, especially his own life, and she so ridiculously determined to save him from himself. Oh, how absurd! Determined to save him from himself, and wildly in love with him in the effort, the determination to save him from himself. Absurd, absurd, absurd! Since she had seen the man laughing among the holly bushes, such extraordinary, wonderful laughter, she had seen her own ridiculousness. Really, what fantastic silliness, saving a man from himself, saving anybody. What fantastic silliness! How much more amusing and lively to let a man go to perdition in his own way. Perdition was more amusing than salvation anyhow, and a much better place for most men to go to. She had never been in love with any man, and only spuriously in love with Marchbanks. She saw it quite plainly now. After all, what nonsense it all was, this being in love business. Thank goodness she had never made the humiliating mistake. No, the man among the holly bushes had made her see it all so plainly. The ridiculousness of being in love, the infra-dig business of chasing a man or being chased by a man. "Is love really so absurd and infra-dig?" she said aloud to herself. "Why, of course," came a deep, laughing voice. She started round, but nobody was to be seen. "I expect it's that man again," she said to herself. "It really is remarkable, you know. I consider it's a remarkable thing that I never really wanted a man, any man. And there I am over 30. It is curious. Whether it's something wrong with me or right with me, I can't say. I don't know till I've proved it, but I believe if that man kept on laughing, something would happen to me." She smelt the curious smell of almond blossom in the room and heard the distant laugh again. "I do wonder why Marchbanks went with that woman last night. What could he want of her, or she of him? So strange, as if they both had made up their minds to something. How extraordinarily puzzling life is. So messy it all seems. Why does nobody ever laugh in life like that man? He did seem so wonderful, so scornful, and so proud, and so real, with those laughing, scornful, amazing eyes, just laughing and disappearing again. I can't imagine him chasing any woman, thank goodness. It's all so messy. My policeman would be messy if one would let him, like a dog. I do dislike dogs, really I do, and men do seem so doggy." But even while she mused, she began to laugh again to herself with a long, low chuckle. How wonderful of that man to come and laugh like that and make the sky crack and shrivel like an old skin. Wasn't he wonderful? Wouldn't it be wonderful if he just touched her? Even touched her. She felt, if he touched her, She herself would emerge new and tender out of an old hard skin. She was gazing abstractedly out of the window. "There he comes just now," she said abruptly, but she meant Marchbanks, not the laughing man. There he came, his hands still shoved down in his overcoat pockets, his head still rather furtively ducked in the bowler hat, and his legs were still rather shambling. He came hurrying across the road, not looking up, deep in thought, no doubt. Thinking profoundly, with agonies of agitation, no doubt, about his last night's experience. It made her laugh. She, watching from the window above, burst into a long laugh, and the canaries went off their heads again. He was in the hall below. His resonant voice was calling rather imperiously. "James, are you coming down?" "No," she called. "You come up." He came up 2 at a time, as if his feet were a bit savage with the stairs for obstructing him. In the doorway he stood staring at her with a vacant, sardonic look, his grey eyes moving with a queer light, and she looked back at him with a curious, rather haughty carelessness. "Don't you want your breakfast?" she asked. It was his custom to come and take breakfast with her each morning. "No," he answered loudly. "I went to a tea shop." "Don't shout," she said. "I can hear you quite well." He looked at her with mockery and a touch of malice. "I believe you always could," he said, still loudly. "Well, anyway, I can now, so you needn't shout," she replied. And again his grey eyes, with the queer greyish phosphorescence gleam in them, lingered malignantly on her face. "Don't look at me," she said calmly. "I know all about everything." He burst into a poof of malicious laughter. "Why, what's the matter?" he said curiously. "What have you been doing?" "I don't quite know. Why? Are you going to call me to account?"
"Did you hear that laughing?"
"Oh, yes, and many more things, and saw things, too."
"Have you seen the paper?"
"No. Don't shout. I can hear."
"There's been a great storm. Blew out all the windows and doors of the church outside here, and pretty well wrecked the place."
"I saw it. A leaf of the church Bible blew right in my face, from the book of Job."
She gave a low laugh.
"But what else did you see?" he cried loudly.
"I saw him."
"Who?"
"Ah, that I can't say."
"But what was he like?"
"That I can't tell you. I don't really know."
"But you must know. Did your policeman see him too?"
"No, I don't suppose he did, my policeman."
And she went off into a long ripple of laughter.
"He is by no means mine. But I must go downstairs and see him."
"It certainly made you very strange," Marchbanks said. "You've got no soul, you know."
"Oh, thank goodness for that," she cried. "My policeman has one, I'm sure. My policeman."
And she went off again into a long peal of laughter, the canaries pealing shrill accompaniment.
"What's the matter with you?" he said.
"Having no soul, I never had one really. It was always fobbed off on me. Soul was the only thing there was between you and me. Thank goodness it's gone. Have you lost yours? The one that seemed to worry you like a decayed tooth?"
"But what are you talking about?" he cried.
"I don't know," she said. "It's all so extraordinary. But look here, I must go down and see my policeman. He's downstairs in the sitting-room. You'd better come with me."
They went down together. The policeman in his waistcoat and shirt-sleeves was lying on the sofa, with a very long face.
"Look here," said Miss James to him. "Is it true you're lame?"
"It is true. That's why I'm here. I can't walk,"
said the fair-haired young man, as tears came to his eyes.
"But how did it happen? You weren't lame last night," she said.
"I don't know how it happened, but when I woke up and tried to stand up, I couldn't do it."
The tears ran down his distressed face.
"How very extraordinary," she said. "What can we do about it?"
"Which foot is it?" asked Marchbanks. "Let's have a look at it."
"I don't like to," said the poor devil. "You'd better," said Miss James. He slowly pulled off his stocking and showed his white left foot, curiously clubbed, like the weird paw of some animal. When he looked at it himself, he sobbed, and as he sobbed, the girl heard again the low, exulting laughter. But she paid no heed to it, gazing curiously at the weeping young policeman. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "It does if I try to walk on it," wept the young man. "I'll tell you what," she said. "We'll telephone for a doctor, and he can take you home in a taxi." The young fellow shamefacedly wiped his eyes.
"But have you no idea how it happened?" asked Marchbanks anxiously.
"I haven't myself,"
said the young fellow. At that moment the girl heard the low, eternal laugh right in her ear. She started, but could see nothing. She started round again as Marchbanks gave a strange yelping cry, like a shot animal. His white face was drawn, distorted in a curious grin that was chiefly agony, but partly wild recognition. He was staring with fixed eyes at something, and in the rolling agony of his eyes was the horrible grin of a man who realizes he has made a final, and this time fatal, fool of himself.
"Why,"
he yelped in a high voice,
"I knew it was he!"
And with a queer, shuddering laugh, he pitched forward on the carpet and lay writhing for a moment on the floor. Then he lay still, in a weird, distorted position, like a man struck by lightning. Miss James stared with round, staring brown eyes.
"Is he dead?"
she asked quickly. The young policeman was trembling so that he could hardly speak. She could hear his teeth chattering.
"Seems like it,"
he stammered.
There was a faint smell of almond blossom in the air.
The end of The Last Laugh by D.H. Lawrence. Recording by Andy Sames. The Lurking Fear by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Lurking Fear by H.P. Lovecraft. 1. The Shadow on the Chimney. There was thunder in the air on the night I went to the deserted mansion atop Tempest Mountain to find the Lurking Fear. I was not alone, for foolhardiness was not then mixed with that love of the grotesque and the terrible, which has made my career a series of quests for strange horrors in literature and in life. With me were 2 faithful and muscular men, for whom I had sent when the time came. Men long associated with me in my ghastly explorations because of their peculiar fitness. We had started quietly from the village because of the reporters who still lingered about after the eldritch panic of a month before, the nightmare-creeping death. Later, I thought, they might aid me, but I did not want them then. Would to God I had let them share the search, that I might not have had to bear the secret alone so long, to bear it alone for fear the world would call me mad, or go mad itself at the demonic implications of the thing, now that I am telling it anyway, lest the brooding make me a maniac. I wish I had never concealed it. For I, and I only, know what manner of fear lurked on that spectral and desolate mountain. In a small motor car, we covered the miles of primeval forest and hill until the wooded ascent checked it. The country bore an aspect more than usually sinister as we viewed it by night and without the accustomed crowds of investigators, so that we were often tempted to use the acetylene headlight despite the attention it might attract. It was not a wholesome landscape after dark, and I believe I would have noticed its morbidity even had I been ignorant of the terror that stalked there. Of wild creatures there were none.
They are wise when death leers close. The ancient, lightning-scared trees seemed unnaturally large and twisted, and the other vegetation unnaturally thick and feverish, while curious mounds and hummocks in the weedy, fulbright-pitted earth reminded me of snakes and dead men's skulls, swelled to gigantic proportions. Fear had lurked on Tempest Mountain for more than a century. This I learned at once from newspaper accounts of the catastrophe which first brought the region to the world's notice. The place is a remote, lonely elevation in that part of the Catskills where Dutch civilization once feebly and transiently penetrated, leaving behind as it receded only a few ruined mansions and a degenerate squatter population inhabiting pitiful hamlets on isolated slopes. Normal beings seldom visited the locality till the state police were formed, and even now only infrequent troopers patrol it. The fear, however, is an old tradition throughout the neighbouring villages, since it is a prime topic in the simple discourse of the poor mongrels who sometimes leave their valleys to trade hand-woven baskets for such primitive necessities as they cannot shoot, raise, or make. The lurking fear dwelt in the shunned and deserted Martense mansion, which crowned the high but gradual eminence whose liability to frequent thunderstorms gave it the name of Tempest Mountain. For over 100 years the antique grove-circled stone house had been the subject of stories incredibly wild and monstrously hideous, stories of a silent, colossal, creeping death which stalked abroad in summer. With whimpering insistence, the squatters told tales of a demon which seized lone wayfarers after dark, either carrying them off or leaving them in a frightful state of gnawed dismemberment, while sometimes they whispered of blood trails toward the distant mansion. Some, said the thunder, called the lurking fear out of its habitation, while others said the thunder was its voice. No one outside the backwoods had believed these varying and conflicting stories, with their incoherent, extravagant descriptions of the half-glimpsed fiend. Yet not a farmer or a villager doubted that the Martense mansion was ghoulishly haunted. Local history forbade such a doubt, although no ghostly evidence was ever found by such investigators as had visited the building after some especially vivid tale of the squatters. Grandmothers told strange myths of the Martense spectre, myths concerning the Martense family itself, its queer hereditary dissimilarity of eyes, its long, unnatural annals, and the murder which had cursed it. The terror which brought me to the scene was a sudden and portentous confirmation of the mountaineers' wildest legends. One summer night, after a thunderstorm of unprecedented violence, the countryside was aroused by a squatter stampede, which no mere delusion could create. The pitiful throngs of natives shrieked and whined of the unnameable horror which had descended upon them, and they were not doubted. They had not seen it, but had heard such cries from one of their hamlets that they knew a creeping death had come. In the morning, citizens and state troopers followed the shuddering mountaineers to the place where they said the death had come. Death was indeed there. The ground under one of the squatters' villages had caved in after a lightning stroke, destroying several of the malodorous shanties, but upon this property damage was superimposed an organic devastation which paled it to insignificance. Of a possible 75 natives who had inhabited this spot, not one living specimen was visible. The disordered earth was covered with blood and human debris, bespeaking too vividly the ravages of demon teeth and talons. Yet no visible trail led away from the carnage. That some hideous animal must be the cause, everyone quickly agreed. Nor did any tongue now revive the charge that such cryptic deaths formed merely the sordid murders common in decadent communities. That charge was revived only when about 25 of the estimated population were found missing from the dead, and even then it was hard to explain the murder of 50 by half that number. But the fact
remained that on a summer night a bolt had come out of the heavens and left a dead village, whose corpses were horribly mangled, chewed, and clawed. The excited countryside immediately connected the horror with the haunted Martense mansion, though the localities were over 3 miles apart. The troopers were more sceptical, including the mansion only casually in their investigations, and dropping it altogether when they found it thoroughly deserted. Country and village people, however, canvassed the place with infinite care, overturning everything in the house, sounding ponds and brooks, beating down bushes and ransacking the nearby forests. All was in vain. The death that had come had left no trace save destruction itself. By the 2nd day of the search, the affair was fully treated by the newspapers, whose reporters overran Tempest Mountain. They described it in much detail, and with many interviews to elucidate the horror's history as told by local gendarmes. I followed the accounts languidly at first, for I am a connoisseur in horrors, but after a week I detected an atmosphere which stirred me oddly, so that on August 5th, 1921, I registered among the reporters who crowded the hotel at Lafert's Corner, nearest village to Tempest Mountain, and acknowledged headquarters of the searchers. 3 weeks more, and the dispersal of the reporters left me free to begin a terrible exploration, based on the minute inquiries and surveying with which I had meanwhile busied myself. So, on this summer night, while distant thunder rumbled, I left a silent motor car and tramped with 2 armed companions up the last mound-covered reaches of Tempest Mountain, casting the beams of an electric torch on the spectral grey walls that began to appear through giant oaks ahead. In this morbid night solitude and feeble shifting illumination, the vast box-like pile displayed obscure hints of terror which day could not uncover. Yet I did not hesitate. Since I had come with fierce resolution to test an idea, I believed that the thunder called the death demon out of some fearsome secret place, and be that demon solid entity or vaporous pestilence, I meant to see it. I had thoroughly searched the ruin before, hence knew my plan well, choosing as the seat of my vigil the old room of Jan Martense, whose murder looms so great in the rural legends. I felt subtly that the apartment of this ancient victim was best for my purposes. The chamber, measuring about 20 feet square, contained, like the other rooms, some rubbish which had once been furniture. It lay on the 2nd story on the southeast corner of the house, and had an immense east window and narrow south window, both devoid of panes or shutters. Opposite the large window was an enormous Dutch fireplace, with scriptural tiles representing the prodigal son, and opposite the narrow window was a spacious bed built into the wall. As the tree-muffled thunder grew louder, I arranged my plan's details. First, I fastened side by side to the ledge of the large window 3 rope ladders, which I had brought with me. I knew they reached a suitable spot on the grass outside, for I had tested them. Then the 3 of us dragged from another room a wide 4-poster bedstead, crowding it laterally against the window. Having strewn it with fir boughs, all now rested on it with drawn automatics, 2 relaxing while the 3rd watched. From whatever direction the demon might come, our potential escape was provided. If it came from within the house, we had the window ladders. If from the outside, the door and the stairs. We did not think, judging from precedent, that it would pursue us far, even at worst. I watched from midnight to 1 o'clock, when, in spite of the sinister house, the unprotected window, and the approaching thunder and lightning, I felt singularly drowsy. I was between my 2 companions, George Bennet being toward the window, and William Toby toward the fireplace. Bennet was asleep, having apparently felt the same anomalous drowsiness which affected me, so I designated Toby for the next watch, although even he was nodding. It is curious how intently I had been watching that fireplace. The increasing thunder must have affected my dreams, for in the brief time I slept there came to me apocalyptic visions. Once I partly awaked, probably because the sleeper toward the window had restlessly flung an arm across my chest. I was not sufficiently awake to see whether Toby was attending to his duties as sentinel, but felt a distinct anxiety on that score. Never before had the presence of evil so poignantly oppressed me. Later I must have dropped asleep again, for it was out of a phantasmal chaos that my mind leaped when the night grew hideous with shrieks beyond anything in my former experience or imagination. In that shrieking, the inmost soul of human fear and agony clawed hopelessly and insanely at the ebony gates of oblivion. I awoke to red madness and the mockery of diabolism, as farther and farther down inconceivable vistas that phobic and crystalline anguish retreated and reverberated. There was no light, but I knew from the empty space at my right that Toby was gone. God alone knew whither. Across my chest still lay the heavy arm of the sleeper at my left. Then came the devastating stroke of lightning which shook the whole mountain, lit the darkest crypts of the hoary grove, and splintered the patriarch of the twisted trees. In the demon flash of a monstrous fireball the sleeper started up suddenly, while the glare from beyond the window threw its shadow vividly upon the chimney above the fireplace, from which my eyes had never strayed. That I am still alive and sane is a marvel I cannot fathom. I cannot fathom it, for the shadow on that chimney was not that of George Bennet, or of any other human creature, but a blasphemous abnormality from hell's nethermost craters, a nameless, shapeless abomination which no mind could fully grasp, and no pen even partly describe. In another second I was alone in the accursed mansion, shivering and gibbering. George Bennet and William Toby had left no trace, not even of a struggle. They were never heard of again. 2. A Passer in the Storm. For days after that hideous experience in the forest-swathed mansion, I lay nervously exhausted in my hotel room at Lefter's Corners. I do not remember exactly how I managed to reach the motor car, start it, and slip unobserved back to the village, for I retain no distinct impression save of wild-armed Titan trees, demoniac mutterings of thunder, and Charonian shadows athwart the low mounds that dotted and streaked the region. As I shivered and brooded on the casting of that brain-blasting shadow, I knew that I had at last pried out one of Earth's supreme horrors, one of those nameless blights of outer voids whose faint demon scratchings we sometimes hear on the farthest rim of space, yet from which our own finite vision has given us merciful immunity. The shadow I had seen I hardly dared to analyze or identify. Something had lain between me and the window that night, but I shuddered whenever I could not cast off the instinct to classify it. If it had only snarled or bayed or laughed titteringly, even that would have relieved the abysmal hideousness. But it was so silent. It had rested a heavy arm or foreleg on my chest. Obviously it was organic, or had once been organic. Jan Martens, whose room I had invaded, was buried in the graveyard near the mansion. I must find Bennet and Toby if they lived. Why had it picked them, and left me for the last? Drowsiness is so stifling, and dreams are so horrible. In a short time I realized that I must tell my story to someone, or break down completely. I had already decided not to abandon the quest for the lurking fear, for in my rash ignorance it seemed to me that uncertainty was worse than enlightenment, however terrible the latter might prove to be. Accordingly I resolved in my mind the best course to pursue, whom to select for my confidences, and how to track down the thing which had obliterated 2 men and cast a nightmare shadow. My chief acquaintances at Lefert's Corners had been the affable reporters, of whom several still remained to collect final echoes of the tragedy. It was from these that I determined to choose a colleague, and the more I reflected, the more my preference inclined toward one Arthur Munro, a dark, lean man of about 35, whose education,
taste, intelligence, and temperament all seemed to mark him as one not bound to conventional ideas and experiences. On an afternoon in early September, Arthur Munro listened to my story. I saw from the beginning that he was both interested and sympathetic, and when I had finished, he analysed and discussed the thing with the greatest shrewdness and judgment. His advice, moreover, was eminently practical, for he recommended a postponement of operations at the Martinez mansion until we might become fortified with more detailed historical and geographical data. On his initiative, we combed the countryside for information regarding the terrible Martens family, and discovered a man who possessed a marvellously illuminating ancestral diary. We also talked at length with such of the mountain mongrels as had not fled from the terror and confusion to remoter slopes, and arranged to precede our culminating task, the exhaustive and definitive examination of the mansion in the light of its detailed history, with an equally exhaustive and definitive examination of spots associated with the various tragedies of squatter legend. The results of this examination were not at first very enlightening, though our tabulation of them seemed to reveal a fairly significant trend, namely, that the number of reported horrors was by far the greatest in areas either comparatively near the avoided house or connected with it by stretches of the morbidly overnourished forest. There were, it is true, exceptions. Indeed, the horror which had caught the world's ear had happened in a treeless space remote alike from the mansion and from any connecting woods. As to the nature and appearance of the lurking fear, nothing could be gained from the scared and witless shanty-dwellers. In the same breath they called it a snake and a giant, a thunder-devil and a bat, a vulture and a walking tree. We did, however, deem ourselves justified in assuming that it was a living organism highly susceptible to electrical storms, and although certain of the stories suggested wings, we believed that its aversion for open spaces made land locomotion a more probable theory. The only thing really incompatible with the latter view was the rapidity with which the creature must have travelled in order to perform all the deeds attributed to it. When we came to know the squatters better, we found them curiously likeable in many ways. Simple animals they were, gently descending the evolutionary scale because of their unfortunate ancestry and stultifying isolation. They feared outsiders, but slowly grew accustomed to us, finally helping vastly when we beat down all the thickets and tore out all the partitions of the mansion in our search for the lurking fear. When we asked them to help us find Bennett and Toby, they were truly distressed, for they wanted to help us, yet knew that these victims had gone as wholly out of the world as their own missing people. That great numbers of them had actually been killed and removed, just as the wild animals had long been exterminated. We were, of course, thoroughly convinced, and we waited apprehensively for further tragedies to occur. By the middle of October we were puzzled by our lack of progress. Owing to the clear nights no demoniac aggressions had taken place, and the completeness of our vain searches of house and country almost drove us to regard the lurking fear as a non-material agency. We feared that the cold weather would come on and halt our explorations, for all agreed that the demon was generally quiet in winter. Thus there was a kind of haste and desperation in our last daylight canvass of the horror-visited hamlet, a hamlet now deserted because of the squatters' fears. The ill-fated squatter hamlet had borne no name, but had long stood in a sheltered though treeless cleft between two elevations, called respectively Cone Mountain and Maple Hill. It was closer to Maple Hill than to Cone Mountain, some of the crude abodes indeed being dugouts on the side of the former eminence. Geographically it lay about 2 miles northwest of the base of Tempest Mountain, and 3 miles from the oak-girt mansion. Of the distance between the hamlet and the mansion, fully 2 miles and a quarter on the hamlet side was entirely open country, the plain being a fairly level character, save for some of the low snake-like mounds
and having as vegetation only grass and scattered weeds. Considering this topography, we had finally concluded that the demon must have come by way of Cone Mountain, a wooded southern prolongation of which ran to within a short distance of the westernmost spur of Tempest Mountain. The upheaval of ground we traced conclusively to a landslide from Maple Hill, a tall, lone, splintered tree on whose side had been the striking point of the thunderbolt which summoned the fiend. As, for the 20th time or more, Arthur Munro and I went minutely over every inch of the violated village, we were filled with a certain discouragement, coupled with vague and novel fears. It was actually uncanny, even when frightful and uncanny things were common, to encounter so blankly clueless a scene after such overwhelming occurrences. And we moved about beneath the leaden darkening sky with that tragic, directionless seal which results from a combined sense of futility and necessity of action. Our care was gravely minute. Every cottage was again entered, every hillside dug out, again searched for bodies, every thorny foot of adjacent slope again scanned for dens and caves, but all without result. And yet, as I have said, vague new fears hovered menacingly over us, as if giant bat-winged griffins squatted invisibly on the mountain-tops and leered with Abaddon eyes that looked on trans-cosmic gulfs. As the afternoon advanced, it became increasingly difficult to see, and we heard the rumble of a thunderstorm gathering over Tempest Mountain. This sound in such a locality naturally stirred us, though less than it would have done at night. As it was, we hoped desperately that the storm would last until well after dark, and with that hope turned from our aimless hillside searching toward the nearest inhabited hamlet to gather a body of squatters as helpers in the investigation. Timid as they were, a few of the younger men were sufficiently inspired by our protective leadership to promise such help. We had hardly more than turned, however, when there descended such a blinding sheet of torrential rain that shelter became imperative. The extreme, almost nocturnal darkness of the sky caused us to stumble sadly, but guided by the frequent flashes of lightning and by our minute knowledge of the hamlet, we soon reached the least porous cabin of the lot, an heterogeneous combination of logs and boards, whose still existing door and single tiny window both faced Maple Hill. Barring the door after us against the fury of the wind and rain, we put in place the crude window shutter which our frequent searches had taught us where to find. It was dismal, sitting there on rickety boxes in the pitchy darkness, but we smoked pipes and occasionally flashed our pocket lamps about. Now and then we could see lightning through the cracks in the wall. The afternoon was so incredibly dark that each flash was extremely vivid. The stormy vigil reminded me shudderingly of my ghastly night on Tempest Mountain. My mind turned to that odd question which had kept recurring ever since the nightmare thing had happened, and again I wondered why the demon, approaching the three watchers either from the window or the interior, had begun with the men on each side and left the middle man till the last, when the Titan fireball had scared it away. Why had it not taken its victims in natural order, with myself second, from whichever direction it had approached? With what manner of far-reaching tentacles did it prey? Or did it know that I was the leader and save me for a fate worse than that of my companions? In the midst of these reflections, as if dramatically arranged to intensify them, there fell nearby a terrific bolt of lightning, followed by the sound of sliding earth. At the same time the wolfish wind rose to demoniac crescendos of ululation. We were sure that the lone tree on Maple Hill had been struck again, and Munro rose from his box and went to the tiny window to ascertain the damage. When he took down the shutter, the wind and rain howled deafeningly in, so that I could not hear what he said, but I waited while he leaned out and tried to fathom nature's pandemonium. Gradually, a calming of the wind and dispersal of the unusual darkness told of the storm's passing. I had hoped it would last into the night to help our quest, but a furtive sunbeam from a knot-hole behind me removed the likelihood of such a thing. Suggesting to Munro that we had better get some light even if more showers came, I unbarred and opened the crude door. The ground outside was a singular mass of mud and pools, with fresh heaps of earth from a slight landslide, but I saw nothing to justify the interest which kept my companion silently leaning out of the window. Crossing to where he leaned, I touched his shoulder, but he did not move. Then, as I playfully shook him and turned him around, I felt the strangling tendrils of a cancerous horror whose roots reached into illimitable paths and fathomless abysms of the night that broods beyond time. For Arthur Munro was dead, and on what remained of his chewed and gouged head there was no longer a face. 3. What the red glare meant. On the tempest-racked night of November 8, 1921, with a lantern which cast carnal shadows, I stood digging alone and idiotically in the grave of Jan Martens. I had begun to dig in the afternoon because a thunderstorm was brewing, and now that it was dark and the storm had burst above the maniacally thick foliage, I was glad. I believe that my mind was partly unhinged by events since August 5th, the demon shadow in the mansion, the general strain and disappointment, and the thing that occurred at the hamlet in an October storm. After that thing I had dug a grave for one whose death I could not understand. I knew that others could not understand either, so let them think Arthur Munro had wandered away. They searched, but found nothing. The squatters might have understood, but I dared not frighten them more. I myself seemed strangely callous. That shock at the mansion had done something to my brain, and I could think only of the quest for a horror now grown to cataclysmic stature in my imagination. A quest which the fate of Arthur Munro made me vow to keep silent and solitary. The scene of my excavations would alone have been enough to unnerve any ordinary man. Baleful primal trees of unholy size, age, and grotesqueness leered above me like the pillars of some hellish druidic temple, muffling the thunder, hushing the clawing wind, and admitting but little rain. Beyond the scarred trunks in the background, illumined by faint flashes of filtered lightning, rose the damp ivied stones of the deserted mansion, while somewhat nearer was the abandoned Dutch garden, whose walks and beds were polluted by a white, fungus-fetid, overnourished vegetation that never saw full daylight. And nearest of all was the graveyard, where deformed trees tossed insane branches as their roots displaced unhallowed slabs and sucked venom from what lay below. Now and then, beneath the brown pall of leaves that rotted and festered in the antediluvian forest darkness, I could trace the sinister outlines of some of those low mounds which characterized the lightning-pierced region. History had led me to this archaic grave. History, indeed, was all I had after everything else ended in mocking Satanism. I now believed that the lurking fear was no material thing, but a wolf-fanged ghost that rode the midnight lightning, and I believed, because of the masses of local tradition I had unearthed in my search with Arthur Munro, that the ghost was that of Jan Martens, who died in 1762. That is why I was digging idiotically in his grave. The Martens mansion was built in 1670 by Gerrit Martens, a wealthy New Amsterdam merchant who disliked the changing order under British rule, and had constructed this magnificent domicile on a remote woodland summit whose untrodden solitude and unusual scenery pleased him. The only substantial disappointment encountered in this site was that which concerned the prevalence of violent thunderstorms in summer. When selecting the hill and building his mansion, Mynheer Martens had laid these frequent natural outbursts to some peculiarity of the year, but in time he perceived that the locality was especially liable to such phenomena. At length, having found these storms injurious to his health, he fitted up a cellar into which he could retreat from their wildest pandemonium. Of Gerrit Martens's descendants less is known than of himself, since they were all reared in hatred of the English civilization, and trained to shun such of the colonists that accepted it. Their life was exceedingly secluded, and people declared that their isolation had made them heavy of speech and comprehension. In appearance, all were marked by a peculiar inherited dissimilarity of eyes, one generally being blue and the other brown. Their social contacts grew fewer and fewer, till at last they took to intermarrying with the numerous menial class about the estate. Many of the crowded family degenerated, moved across the valley, and merged with the mongrel population which was later to produce the pitiful squatters. The rest had stuck sullenly to their ancestral mansion, becoming more and more clannish and taciturn, yet developing a nervous responsiveness to the frequent thunderstorms. Most of this information reached the outside world through young Jan Martens, who from some kind of restlessness joined the colonial army when news of the Albany Convention reached Tempest Mountain. He was the first of Gerrit's descendants to see much of the world, and when he returned in 1760, after 6 years of campaigning, he was hated as an outsider by his father, uncles, and brothers, in spite of his dissimilar Martens eyes. No longer could he share the peculiarities and prejudices of the Martenses, while the very mountain thunderstorms failed to intoxicate him as they had before. Instead, his surroundings depressed him, and he frequently wrote to a friend in Albany of plans to leave the paternal roof. In the spring of 1763, Jonathan Gifford, the Albany friend of Jan Martens, became worried by his correspondent's silence, especially in view of the conditions and quarrels at the Martens mansion. Determined to visit Jan in person, he went into the mountains on horseback. His diary states that he reached Tempest Mountain on September 20, finding the mansion in great decrepitude. The sullen, odd-eyed Martenses, whose unclean animal aspect shocked him, told him in broken gutturals that Jan was dead. He had, they insisted, been struck by lightning the autumn before, and now lay buried behind the neglected sunken gardens. They showed the visitor the grave, barren and devoid of markers. Something in the Martenses' manner gave Gifford a feeling of repulsion and suspicion, and a week later he returned with spade and mattock to explore the sepulchral spot. He found what he expected, a skull, crushed cruelly as if by savage blows. So returning to Albany, he openly charged the Martenses with the murder of their kinsman. Legal evidence was lacking, but the story spread rapidly round the countryside, and from that time the Martenses were ostracized by the world. No one would deal with them, and their distant manor was shunned as an accursed place. Somehow they managed to live on independently by the products of their estate, for occasional lights glimpsed from far-away hills attested their continued presence. These lights were seen as late as 1810, but toward the last they became very infrequent. Meanwhile, there grew about the mansion and the mountain a body of diabolic legendary. The place was avoided with doubled assiduousness, and invested with every whispered myth tradition could supply. It remained unvisited till 1816, when the continued absence of lights was noticed by the squatters. At that time a party made investigations, finding the house deserted and partly in ruins. There were no skeletons about, so that departure rather than death was inferred. The clan seemed to have left several years before, and improvised penthouses showed how numerous it had grown prior to its migration. Its cultural level had fallen very low, as proved by decaying furniture and scattered silverware, which must have been long abandoned when its owners left. But though the dreaded Martenses were gone, fear of the haunted house continued, and grew very acute when new and strange stories arose among the mountain descendants. There it stood, deserted, feared, and linked with the vengeful ghost of Jan Martens. There it still stood on the night I dug in Jan Martens's grave. I have described my protracted digging as idiotic, and such it indeed was in object and method. The coffin of Jan Martens had soon been unearthed. It now held only dust and nitre. But, in my fury to exhume his ghost, I delved irrationally and clumsily down beneath where he had lain. God knows what I expected to find. I only felt that I was digging in the grave of a man whose ghost stalked by night. It is impossible to say what monstrous depth I had attained when my spade, and soon my feet, broke through the ground beneath. The event, under the circumstances, was tremendous, for in the existence of a subterranean space here, my mad theories had terrible confirmation. My slight fall had extinguished the lantern. But I produced an electric pocket lamp and viewed the small horizontal tunnel which led away indefinitely in both directions. It was amply large enough for a man to wriggle through, and though no sane person would have tried it at that time, I forgot danger, reason, and cleanliness in my single-minded fever to unearth the lurking fear. Choosing the direction toward the house, I scrambled recklessly into the narrow burrow, squirming ahead blindly and rapidly, and flashing but seldom the lamp I kept before me. What language can describe the spectacle of a man lost in infinitely abysmal earth, pawing, twisting, wheezing, scrambling madly through sunken convolutions of immemorial blackness, without an idea of time, safety, direction, or definite object? There is something hideous in it, but that is what I did. I did it for so long that life faded to a far memory, and I became one with the moles and grubs of nighted depths. Indeed, it was only by accident that after interminable writhings I jarred my forgotten electric lamp alight, so that it shone eerily along the burrow of caked loam that stretched and curved ahead. I had been scrambling in this way for some time, so that my battery had burned very low when the passage suddenly inclined sharply upward, altering my mode of progress. And as I raised my glance, it was without preparation that I saw glistening in the distance 2 demoniac reflections of my expiring lamp, 2 reflections glowing with a baneful and unmistakable effulgence and provoking maddeningly nebulous memories. I stopped automatically, though lacking the brain to retreat. The eyes approached, yet of the thing that bore them I could distinguish only a claw. But what a claw! Then far overhead I heard a faint crashing which I recognized. It was the wild thunder of the mountain, raised to hysteric fury. I must have been crawling upward for some time, so that the surface was now quite near. And as the muffled thunder clattered, those eyes still stared with vacuous viciousness. Thank God I did not then know what it was, else I should have died. But I was saved by the very thunder that summoned it, for after a hideous wait there burst from the unseen outside sky one of those frequent mountainward bolts whose aftermath I had noticed here and there as gashes of disturbed earth and fulgurites of various sizes. With cyclopean rage it tore through the soil above that damnable pit, blinding and deafening me, yet not wholly reducing me to a coma. In the chaos of sliding, shifting earth I clawed and floundered helplessly, till the rain on my head steadied me, and I saw that I had come to the surface in a familiar spot, a steep, unforested place on the southwest slope of the mountain. Recurrent sheet lightnings illumined the tumbled ground, and the remains of the curious low hummock which had stretched down from the wooded higher slope, but there was nothing in the chaos to show my place of egress from the lethal catacomb. My brain was as great a chaos as the earth, and as a distant red glare burst on the landscape from the south, I hardly realized the horror I had been through. But when 2 days later the squatters told me what the red glare meant, I felt more horror than that which the mould burrow and the claw and eyes had given. More horror because of the overwhelming implications. In a hamlet 20 miles away, an orgy of fear had followed the bolt which brought me above ground, and a nameless thing had dropped from an overhanging tree into a weak-roofed cabin. It had done a deed, but the squatters had fired the cabin in frenzy before it could escape. It had been doing that deed at the very moment the earth caved in on the thing with the claw and eyes. 4. The horror in the eyes. There can be nothing normal in the mind of one who, knowing what I knew of the horrors of Tempest Mountain, would seek alone for the fear that lurked there. That at least 2 of the fear's embodiments were destroyed formed but a slight guarantee of mental and physical safety in this Acheron of multiform diabolism. Yet I continued my quest with even greater zeal, as events and revelations became more monstrous. When, 2 days after my frightful crawl through that crypt of the eyes and claw, I learned that a thing had malignly hovered 20 miles away at the same instant the eyes were glaring at me, I experienced virtual convulsions of fright. But that fright was so mixed with wonder and alluring grotesqueness that it was almost a pleasant sensation. Sometimes in the throes of a nightmare, when unseen powers whirl one over roofs of strange dead cities toward the grinning chasm of Nice, it is a relief and even a delight to shriek wildly and throw oneself voluntarily along with the hideous vortex of dream doom into whatever bottomless gulf may yawn. And so it was with the waking nightmare of Tempest Mountain. The discovery that 2 monsters had haunted the spot gave me ultimately a mad craving to plunge into the very earth of the accursed region, and with bare hands dig out the death that leered from every inch of the poisonous soil. As soon as possible I visited the grave of Jan Martens, and dug vainly where I had dug before. Some extensive cave-in had obliterated all trace of the underground passage, while the rain had washed so much earth back into the excavation that I could not tell how deeply I had dug that other day. I likewise made a difficult trip to the distant hamlet where the death creature had been burnt, and was little repaid for my trouble. In the ashes of the fateful cabin I found several bones, but apparently none of the monsters. The squatters said the thing had had only 1 victim, but in this I judged them inaccurate, since besides the complete skull of a human being, there was another bony fragment which seemed certainly to have belonged to a human skull at some time. Though the rapid drop of the monster had been seen, no one could say just what the creature was like. Those who had glimpsed it called it simply a devil. Examining the great tree where it had lurked, I could discern no distinctive marks. I tried to find some trail into the Black Forest, but on this occasion could not stand the sight of those morbidly large boles, or of those vast serpent-like roots that twisted so malevolently before they sank into the earth. My next step was to re-examine with microscopic care the deserted hamlet where death had come most abundantly, and where Arthur Munro had seen something he never lived to describe. Though my vain previous searches had been exceedingly minute, I now had new data to test, for my horrible grave crawl convinced me that at least one of the phases of the monstrosity had been an underground creature. This time, on the 14th of November, my quest concerned itself mostly with the slopes of Cone Mountain and Maple Hill, where they overlooked the unfortunate hamlet, and I gave particular attention to the loose earth of the landslide region on the latter eminence. The afternoon of my search brought nothing to light, and dusk came as I stood on Maple Hill looking down at the hamlet and across the valley to Tempest Mountain. There had been a gorgeous sunset, and now the moon came up, nearly full and shedding a silver flood over the plain, the distant mountainside, and the curious low mounds that rose here and there. It was a peaceful Arcadian scene, but knowing what it hid, I hated it. I hated the mocking moon, the hypocritical plain, the festering mountain, and those sinister mounds. Everything seemed to me tainted with a loathsome contagion, and inspired by a noxious alliance with distorted hidden powers. Presently, as I gazed abstractedly at the moonlit panorama, my eye became attracted by something singular in the nature and arrangement of a certain topographical element. Without having any exact knowledge of geology, I had from the first been interested
in the odd mounds and hummocks of the region. I had noticed that they were pretty widely distributed around Tempest Mountain, though less numerous on the plain than near the hilltop itself, where prehistoric glaciation had doubtless found feebler opposition to its striking and fantastic caprices. Now, in the light of that low moon which cast long, weird shadows, it struck me forcibly that the various points and lines of the mound system had a peculiar relation to the summit of Tempest Mountain. That summit was undeniably a centre from which the lines or rows of points radiated indefinitely and irregularly, as if the unwholesome Martense mansion had thrown visible tentacles of terror. The idea of such tentacles gave me an unexplained thrill, and I stopped to analyse my reason for believing these mounds glacial phenomena. The more I analysed, the less I believed, and against my newly opened mind there began to beat grotesque and horrible analogies, based on superficial aspects and upon my experience beneath the earth. Before I knew it, I was uttering frenzied and disjointed words to myself. My God! Molehills! The damn place must be honeycombed. How many? That night at the mansion. They took Bennett and Toby first, on each side of us. Then I was digging frantically into the mound which had stretched nearest me, digging desperately, shiveringly, but almost jubilantly, digging and at last shrieking aloud with some unplaced emotion as I came upon a tunnel or burrow, just like the one through which I had crawled on that other demoniac night. After that, I recall running, spade in hand, a hideous run across moon-litten, mound-marked meadows, and through deceased, precipitous abysses of haunted hillside forest, leaping, screaming, panting, bounding towards the terrible Martense mansion. I recall digging unreasoningly in all parts of the briar-choked cellar, digging to find the core and centre of that malignant universe of mounds. And then I recall how I laughed when I stumbled on the passageway, the hole at the base of the old chimney, where the thick weeds grew and cast queer shadows in the light of the lone candle I had happened to have with me. What still remained down in that hell-hive, lurking and waiting for the thunder to arouse it, I did not know. 2 had been killed. Perhaps that had finished it. But still there remained that burning determination to reach the innermost secret of the fear, which I had once more come to deem definite, material, and organic. My indecisive speculation whether to explore the passage alone and immediately with my pocket-light, or to try to assemble a band of squatters for the quest, was interrupted after a time by a sudden rush of wind from outside, which blew out the candle and left me in stark blackness. The moon no longer shone through the chinks and apertures above me, and with a sense of fateful alarm I heard the sinister and significant rumble of approaching thunder. A confusion of associated ideas possessed my brain, leading me to grope back toward the farthest corner of the cellar. My eyes, however, never turned away from the horrible opening at the base of the chimney, and I began to get glimpses of the crumbling bricks and unhealthy weeds as faint glows of lightning penetrated the woods outside and illuminated the chinks in the upper wall. Every second I was consumed with a mixture of fear and curiosity. What would the storm call forth? Or was there anything left for it to call? Guided by a lightning flash, I settled myself down behind a dense clump of vegetation, through which I could see the opening without being seen. If heaven is merciful, it will some day efface from my consciousness the sight that I saw, and let me live my last years in peace. I cannot sleep at night now, and have to take opiates when it thunders. The thing came abruptly and unannounced, a demon, rat-like, scurrying from pits remote and unimaginable, a hellish panting and stifled grunting, and then from that opening beneath the chimney a burst of multitudinous and leprous life, a loathsome night-spawned flood of organic corruption, more devastatingly hideous than the blackest conjurations of mortal madness and morbidity. Seething, stewing, surging, Bubbling like serpent slime, it rolled up and out of that yawning hole, spreading like a septic contagion and streaming from the cellar at every point of egress, streaming out to scatter through the accursed midnight forest and strew fear, madness, and death. God knows how many there were. There must have been thousands. To see the stream of them in that faint, intermittent lightning was shocking. When they had thinned out enough to be glimpsed as separate organisms, I saw that they were dwarfed, deformed, hairy devils or apes, monstrous and diabolic caricatures of the monkey tribe. They were so hideously silent. There was hardly a squeal when one of the last stragglers turned with the skill of long practice to make a meal in accustomed fashion on a weaker companion. Others snapped up what it left and ate with slavering relish. Then, in spite of my days of fright and disgust, my morbid curiosity triumphed, and as the last of the monstrosities oozed up alone from that nether world of unknown nightmare, I drew my automatic pistol and shot it under the cover of the thunder. Shrieking, slithering, torrential shadows of red, viscous madness, chasing one another through endless ensanguined corridors of purple, fulgurous sky, formless phantasms and kaleidoscopic mutations of ghoulish, remembered scene. Forests of monstrous, overnourished oaks with serpent roots twisting and sucking unnameable juices from an earth verminous with millions of cannibal devils. Mound-like tentacles groping from underground nuclei of polypus perversion. Insane lightning over malignant, ivied walls and demon arcades choked with fungus vegetation. Heaven be thanked for the instinct which led me unconscious to places where men dwell, to the peaceful village that slept under the calm stars of clearing skies. I had recovered enough in a week to send to Albany for a gang of men to blow up the Martens mansion and the entire top of Tempest Mountain with dynamite, stop up all the discoverable mound burrows, and destroy certain overnourished trees whose very existence seemed an insult to sanity. I could sleep a little after they had done this, but the true test will never come as long as I remember that nameless secret of the lurking fear. The thing will haunt me, for who can say the extermination is complete, and that analogous phenomena do not exist all over the world? Who can, with my knowledge, think of the earth's unknown caverns without a nightmare dread of future possibilities? I cannot see a well or subway entrance without shuddering. Why cannot the doctors give me something to make me sleep, or truly calm my brain when it thunders? What I saw in the glow of my flashlight after I shot the unspeakable straggling object was so simple that almost a minute elapsed before I understood and went delirious. The object was nauseous, a filthy whitish gorilla thing with sharp yellow fangs and matted fur. It was the ultimate product of mammalian degeneration, the frightful outcome of isolated spawning, multiplication, and cannibal nutrition above and below the ground, the embodiment of all the snarling chaos, grinning fear that lurk behind life. It had looked at me as it died, and its eyes had the same odd quality that marked those other eyes which had stared at me underground and excited cloudy recollections. One eye was blue, the other brown. They were the dissimilar Martens eyes of the old legends, and I knew in one inundating cataclysm of voiceless horror what had become of that vanished family, the terrible and thunder-crazed house of Martens. The End of The Lurking Fear by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Andy Sames.
Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarissa Varola. Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. In the valley of Nis, the accursed waning moon shines thinly, tearing a path for its light with feeble horns through the lethal foliage of a great upas tree. And within the depths of the valley, where the light reaches not, move forms not meet to be beheld. Rank is the herbage on each slope, where evil vines and creeping plants crawl amidst the stones of ruined palaces, twining tightly about broken columns and strange monoliths, and heaving up marble pavements laid by forgotten hands. And in trees that grow gigantic in crumbling courtyards leap little apes, while in and out of deep treasure vaults writhe poisoned serpents and scaly things without a name. Vast are the stones which sleep beneath coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time did their builders erect them, and in sooth they yet serve nobly, for beneath them the grey toad makes his habitation. At the very bottom of the valley lies the river Than, whose waters are slimy and filled with weeds. From hidden springs it rises, and to subterranean grottos it flows, so that the demon of the valley knows not why its waters are red, nor whither they are bound. The genie that haunts the moonbeams spake to the demon of the valley, saying, I am old and forget much. Tell me the deeds and aspect and name of them who built these things of stone. And the demon replied, I am Memory, and am wise in lore of the past, but I too am old. These beings were like the waters of the river Than, not to be understood. Their deeds I recall not, for they were but of the moment. Their aspect I recall dimly, for it was like to that of the little apes in the trees. Their name I recall clearly, for it rhymed with that of the river. These beings of yesterday were called man. So the genie flew back to the thin-horned moon, and the demon looked intently at a little ape in a tree that grew in a crumbling courtyard. End of Memory.
A Mystery of the Northwest by Percy Dent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Mystery of the Northwest by Percy Dent. 1. Jim Waverley told the strange tale which follows to friends at a pleasure camp in the Adirondacks. The circumstance that brought it about was quite matter of fact. Bacon had run short. No one felt like tramping down to the valley for a new supply. Evening had already fallen, and the day had been strenuous. In desperation, one of Jim's friends suggested fruitarian breakfast, a proposal which drew from another the ironic suggestion, let's live on nuts. Don't, cried Jim so sharply that everyone looked at him. Seeing an explanation of some kind was necessary, he gave the rather strange one. It makes me think of spooks. You know, and went on to quote the well-known lines from Gilbert Murray's translation of Alcestis. The cold grey hand at stern and oar, which ferries bodies from shore to shore. I'm blessed if I know, said the startled nut advocate. Why on earth should what I said make you think of ghastly stuff like that? And so Jim Waverley explained why. 2. What I'm going to tell you about, began Jim, happened at a bear hunting camp in the backwoods of northwest Canada. Incidentally, it's a true story. By the time I'm finished, I think you may realize as much. The Canadian backwoods aren't the Adirondacks by a long way. Queer things happen in those untamed expanses. Well, here goes. The camp where it all took place had been built by us on a jack pine flat near a small unnamed stream. Amongst the tall shapely trees which surrounded it was but little dense undergrowth, and the ground was sandy, an ideal camping spot. In the middle of the clearing burned the fire, never allowed to go out. On either hand roomy shelters, made of interlaced boughs, served one as kitchen, the other as sleeping quarters. In front of the clearing the ground sloped gently down to the margin of a deep, coldly blue lake. Early autumn had come, and the snow line on the hills by the lake's far shore had already crept down to the lower slopes. A distinct hint of frost sharpened the air, while, hollow-toned in the distance, wolf answered wolf in hunger-saddened voice. The three of us who had clubbed together to make up the bear-hunting expedition were Jack Evans, Joe Stewart, and myself, but at the time of which I am thinking, a fourth man had joined in. His name was John Steele. You couldn't call Steele one of ourselves, and you couldn't call him exactly a servant, though I believe this was the original intention in including him. What you could call him was a dashed queer customer. We found that out right at the start. A hitch had risen over getting together a suitable mule team. Animals of the right kind and stamina were offered us only at an excessive figure. Then it was John Steele first came upon the scene. Tweaking Stewart by the coat sleeve, he engaged him in a whispered conversation. Presently, as Jack Evans and I gathered round, we heard Stewart saying, "Do it by odic force or anything else you like, though I'm hanged if I know what you're talking about. Only get together a decent mule team at the figure you name by this afternoon, and of course you can come along and make yourself useful." We caught a fleeting glimpse of a gaunt grey man well into middle age ere Steele slipped away upon his self-appointed task. That abiding impression of greyness would have remained with anyone after a mere glance. Eyes, hair, skin all seemed to have settled down to the same pervading tinge as you see sometimes in a very old, very shabby room where carpet, ceiling, and wallpaper have similarly weathered to the one tone of faded senility. "Hullo," said Evans then. "What's the great idea?" To our surprise, Stewart began rubbing the back of his head, rather foolishly. "I say," he ventured, "I hope it's all right. That chap said he could get together a mule team in half no time. When I asked him how, he said that, or anything else, could be done by odic force." "And you told him to let the odic rip and see what it would amount to?" broke in Jack Evans. "I don't think we'll be wasting precious moments awaiting developments on that score. Quite evidently the man's mad." Stewart blinked a few times, rubbed his head a bit more, then nodded agreement. "He's got queer grey eyes, though, that fellow," he said rather dreamily. "While you're looking at him, you can't help believing him." We tried to get mules all the morning and right on till the middle of the afternoon without success. Prices ruled, it seemed to us, uniformly extortionate. In another half-hour we would have entrained again for a different starting-off point, when Steele appeared, and the animals as well. They were sturdy beasts and dirt cheap. His odic force had worked for this once, which of course let us in for keeping to Stewart's promise about taking him along as general factotum. Anyone might have said we were fortunate. Steele it was who discovered the trail that in due time led to that ideal site for our hunting camp. We hadn't heard much more about the odic till we reached the clearing. Then we did, and in a pretty odd way, too. Steele refused point blank to sit down and eat with us, though this was the first real meal we'd had since leaving Railhead. Previously, we'd been so keen to push on, we did our eating in a regular scramble, snatching what we wanted as the occasion offered. Steele's refusal made Evans distinctly shirty. His nerves had got a bit frayed, as were all of ours, with the self-imposed forced marching. "Tell you what, Stewart," he said, "if the fellow's sulking over any fancied grievance, he'll just have to quit camp, promise or no promise of yours. We can't be bothered with that sort of thing here." I'm ashamed to say I resorted to a cheap jibe. "Possibly he prefers to live upon odic force," I said, and suddenly, emerging from the shadow of a jack pine, John Steele fixed me with those odd, piercing eyes of his and said, "I do." Just for a moment. It was quite uncanny. We could all have sworn he hadn't been anywhere in the neighborhood. I told you at the fringe of the camp clearing there was no dense undergrowth, only naked pine boles, with lattice between them, the lake gleaming, a broken, pale silver line in the moonlight. It was quite a comfort to us to discover the next day that the old boy's boast about existing on something which, from the material point of view at any rate, is nothing at all, was a drawing of the long bow. Steele wouldn't eat our food so much as once from the time we picked him up till, well, he never did, but he did eat wild berries and roots, which he clawed up out of the hard earth with his naked hands, and, yes, nuts. Any amount of nuts. So now you know why that suggestion about a nut diet gave me a stinger. You see, before the camp had been pitched 3 days, we were beginning to wonder if Steele were a man at all. There was that odd instance of the bear spoor. It was on another blank day, as we thought, without sign of game. Stewart appealed to Steele half-jokingly. "Can that odic force of yours which got us the mules be switched over to improve bear hunting?" he chaffed. Again the fierce fanatical flash of those piercing grey eyes. Steele said nothing, only made a sweeping gesture of the arm which would have been intensely theatrical in any man who had a scrap of the mountebank about him, but then Steele hadn't. We followed our guide perhaps a short half-mile after that before we picked up fresh spoor. Later, after the hunt, on our return to camp, we decided again to entice Steele to join us at the evening meal, but we got no opportunity, for he had vanished from our sight. This time we all became right down uncomfortable. I know I did. I don't attempt to excuse myself. Those eerie silences of the far northwest aren't the best thing for helping to shake off groundless fears. Human beings simply don't vanish, so Steele hadn't got to vanish either. We came to a tacit mutual determination to find him before we settled in for sleep. We found him all right, after some searching. Nearly stumbled over him, in fact, lying on his back exactly along the shadow line of a large jack pine tree. He wasn't asleep, and he didn't see us, though his eyes were staring wide open, with, if possible, a more concentrated grey light in them than ever. Evans kicked him gently, at first, then not so gently. "Get up," he commanded, and his tones were hoarse. "We want to talk to you." But Steele didn't get up, and when we bent over him he didn't appear to be breathing, any more than he appeared to be dead. Suddenly Stewart grabbed Evans and myself and dragged us away. He was pale and shaking. When we got him to the fire and dosed him with whiskey, he told us the cause of his being so utterly unmanned. He'd let his mind hark back to that hoary-headed mystery tale Dracula, wherein the central figure is a creature who's neither living nor dead, but, in the definition of its literary creator, undead, an evil spirit who, by magic power, is able to insinuate himself into and temporarily to reanimate a human corpse and make it writhe out of its tomb to do most terrible things. Of course we chipped Stewart unmercifully till he found himself, but when all was over and done, there's no denying that the incident didn't help the state of our own nerves a bit. 3. It was either the next day or the one after that when Steele materialized a full-grown bear for us. By now he had come to behave as though his possession of a miraculous, wonder-working odic force was a matter of personal superiority over ourselves, to be taken for granted. For the first time in our enforced intimacy with him, he showed signs of waxing a trifle communicative, told us how he had discovered the secret of his superhuman control of matter through mind more than 20 years ago. "You ask what odic force will do," he continued. "My reply is there's nothing it will not do. Nothing except—" His voice trailed off on an unusual quavering note. For the first time he looked at us with eyes which, though grey, were not forceful or blazing with suppressed fury, but wistful as a punished child's. "So there are limits to this cinch of yours," cut in Jack Evans, evidently sensing old Steele's rapid change of mood and willing to follow it up. "I bet the odic wouldn't really make things, living things, I mean." Steele's eyes at once lit up again. "Oh, yes, it can. Indeed it can. What I hadn't been able to make it do up to last week was to change certain conditions, but that's all altered now. At last I have proved the power of mind over matter can really accomplish anything." "Good for you," said Evans. "Just oblige by creating a bear and making it run across this trail. A real bear, mind, not a ghost. What will you think of us when I tell you events had so keyed us up to expect anything that for the next 10 minutes we actually did sit there waiting for that odic bear to put in an appearance while Steele remained on a tree stump, still as a statue, hand half upraised, his lips moving soundlessly for all the world like a withered old sorcerer making incantation. Nothing happened, and the tension relaxed suddenly as it had built itself up. Evans and Stewart, who'd picked up their sporting rifles, threw them aside simultaneously, Evans with a satisfied laugh. I remember, too, that I said something or other, certainly something quite unworth the saying. Steele alone still held on to his stuffed dummy pose, when, quite beyond all doubt, there did come a grunting and a scuffling in the underbrush. This happened well away from the actual camp, and I'd swear to it. A brown snout protruded within 10 feet of us and was as suddenly withdrawn again. But for that careless casting aside of rifles half a minute previously, one or other of us would for certain have bagged that bear, if it was a bear. As things were, we turned goosey. I know I did, and I think I can speak of the others, all except old John Steele, whose gaze of grim, contemptuous satisfaction I shall never forget. 4. That night we knew something definite must be done. What had started as a bear-hunting camp was fast turning itself into a spook-prospecting proposition. The healing breath of ice-laden wind, the soothing silver of the lake, God's gift of the great outdoors, was all going for nothing before John Steele's crazy mumbo-jumbo. We cursed Steele heartily, the three of us, each in his own way. We'd have given our skins almost never to have set eyes on him. But a lot of use were such thoughts in face of the fact that here he was amongst us. Why didn't we shift him at all costs? Why didn't we give him a mule, rations, money, and kick him out? Look here, I shan't beat about the bush. The truth is, we were too much afraid of him. Of course, it may all be coincidence, averred Evans, who, to do him credit, kept his head by far the best of us. As to providing the mule team, we may rule that out as ordinary enough. Steele knew the right market to go to, where we, as newcomers, didn't. The fact of our striking the track of a bear a couple of days ago, just after the fellow had invoked his odic force, also needn't amount to much. People out trailing bears are liable to hit the right track at any time. What about the trance Steele was in, I asked. I was in need of Evan's sanity, and he gave it. Well, call it a trance by all means if you like, he said. Lots of folk who are a bit queer mentally go off into trances. Taken by itself, there's nothing so much in that either. What about the bear? This time the objection came from Stewart, and we had nothing to say, except that Evans murmured the word coincidence again, half under his breath. This time it sounded almost like an apology. Certainly, as an explanation, it was a bit thin. Stewart himself made the suggestion which brought matters finally to a head, speaking in a voice high-pitched with emotion. I can't help it, he jerked out. I'm beginning to believe the man, if he is a man, can do all he says. But I must know for certain. I've simply got to know, one way or another. Can't stand the strain of being in doubt. Besides, Steele seems perfectly willing to submit his powers to any sort of test. Well, then, I propose we do test him in a way that will absolutely clinch things. How? Queried Evans. Stewart evidently had done some previous thinking along the same lines. He answered, The fair thing will be to call Steele here and ask him to approve of what we decide upon. I think he should materialize something more, another living creature out of nothing. Twice following within 12 hours would put matters beyond all coincidence. Don't you agree with me? We did call up Steele and put the same point to him. He agreed, with a self-sufficient calmness of itself ominous in the extreme. Name what I am to do for you, he said simply, but with, I'm bound to own it, great dignity. The odic force which I command can accomplish anything. You will note by now he dropped all hint of exceptions or limitations. Stewart repeated the substance of what he had said to us. Some living creature. Choose whatever you like, Steele, but let it be alive. Never shall I forget the expression which kindled, glowed upon, and presently convulsed Steele's face as he acquiesced. Can you imagine a captive animal finding the door of his cage ajar? I will materialize a living creature before you, said Steele. You must wait. You must give me a little while, but I shall surely do it, even as I did before. This time keep your rifles in your hands that you may have your test complete. The way to prove that what I bring before you is alive is to shoot it. Steele was sitting upon an upended prune box. To this day the sight of a prune box gives me an odd turn. He sat between Evans and myself, the flickering firelight giving to his gaunt, hollow features a startling likeness to the freshly unwrapped head of a mummy. You know, the usual ruddiness of flame. Well, it didn't warm those features the least bit. If Steele was grey by daylight, he was, if possible, by contrast greyer in the fire glow, colourless even to the lips. The man's eyes had once again become fixed as when we stumbled upon him in a trance. He didn't mutter any more soundless incantations. He didn't move a muscle, just sat on and on, rigid, facing the leaping fire with one arm outstretched. I don't know how long he sat. I don't know how long we did. Oh, yes, you think I'm a fine romancer, quite an acquisition in the Adirondacks, but can't he tell them? Well, listen. The sounds came softly at first. We wouldn't have believed our ears. Then they got louder, and we had to. You know, or don't you know, the more intimate conditions of life in the extreme Northwest. No one, for instance, except in almost unheard of cases of extreme urgency, travels at night. Yet the creak, which came to us was the chafing of oar in row lock out on the lake, and we were more than a day's journey from the next living soul. Someone was rowing a small boat from nowhere to our camp, and it wasn't possible. Just the one man. We saw him presently as the boat grated on the lake margin, and he got out and began, as though drawn by a power outside himself, to walk up the intervening slope, coming nearer and nearer, a dim figure against the water line, dim as the boat he'd appeared in, grey almost as the face of Steele itself. I wonder to this day why we didn't shoot according to the agreement by which we were to make the test complete. Had the weirdness of the experience frozen our muscles rigid? Or is there indeed a sentient force for good outside ourselves as well as a force for evil? After a fateful 10 seconds during which so much we little dreamt of lay in the balance, 2 things happened further to transform the situation. The man spoke, and simultaneously we recognized the cut of his tunic. He was wearing the uniform of the Northwest Police. "Evening, gentlemen," he said cheerfully. "A wonderfully fine night this for travelling through the bush, nearly as light as day." We couldn't speak, not one of us, so he tried again. By now he was almost up to the campfire. "No intrusion, I hope?" The second time he awaited our reply and received none that was coherent, pushed his way briskly up to the campfire. Stretching his hands out to its warmth, he looked at us with an increasing interest, and yes, with amusement. At last he chuckled. "So, old Bats has been at it again, has he? Well, I never. He's a regular card, gentlemen, what with his odic force mania and the way he manages to escape from the asylum. Beg pardon, gentlemen. Excuse my smiling. I see he's got you cold. Come on home, Bats, old boy." Turning to us, he explained. "Bats, you know, short for Bats in the Belfry." He collared the unresisting John Steele with the greatest good humour. End of A Mystery of the Northwest by Percy Dent. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2022.
The Oasis of Death, from Tales of War by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Oasis of Death by Lord Dunsany. While the German guns were pounding Amiens, and the battle of dull Prussianism against liberty raged on, they buried Richthofen in the British lines. They had laid him in a large tent with his broken machine outside. Thence British airmen carried him to the quiet cemetery, and he was buried among the cypresses in this old resting place of French generations, just as though he had come there, bringing no harm to France. 5 wreaths were placed on his coffin, placed there by those who had fought against him up in the air. And under the wreaths on the coffin was spread the German flag. When the funeral service was over, 3 volleys were fired by the escort, and 100 aviators paid their last respects to the grave of their greatest enemy. For the chivalry that the Prussians have driven from earth and sea lives on in the blue spaces of the air. They buried Richthofen at evening, and the planes came droning home as they buried him, and the German guns roared on, and guns answered, defending Amiens. And, in spite of all, the cemetery had the air of quiet, remaining calm and aloof, as all French graveyards are. For they seem to have no part in the cataclysm that shakes all the world but them. They seem to withdraw among the memories and to be aloof from time, and above all, to be quite untroubled by the war that rages today, upon which they appear to look out listlessly from among their cypresses and yews, and dimly down a vista of centuries. They are very strange, these little oases of death, that remain unmoved and green with their trees still growing, in the midst of a desolation as far as the eye can see, in which cities and villages and trees and hedges and farms and fields and churches are all gone, and where hugely broods a desert. It is as though death, stalking up and down through France for 4 years, sparing nothing, had recognized for his own his little gardens, and had spared only them. The end of The Oasis of Death, by Lord Dunsany.
An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Vogler. Chapter 1. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were tied behind his back, the wrists bound with the cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support, that is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest, a formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels, nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards, then, curving, was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost further along. The other bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line at parade rest, the butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of 4 at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels, facing the banks of the stream, might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixities are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a moustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark gray, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently, this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging of many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the two private soldiers stepped aside, and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart 1 pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the 2 ends of the same plank, which spanned 3 of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached forth. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man would go down between the 2 ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream, racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dangling driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him, and now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct metallic percussion, like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its reoccurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their greater infrequency, the sounds increased in sharpness and strength. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving I could evade the bullets and, swimming rigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods, and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain, rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. Chapter 2. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner, and like other slave owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist, and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with that gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth. He chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile, he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith and without too much qualification assented to at least part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic beach near the entrance to his grounds, a grey-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroad," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged." I saw the order. "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles. Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." "Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "What could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of the last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at the end of the bridge. It is now dry and would burn like tinder." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. Chapter 3. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he awakened, ages later it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agony seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fibre of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification, and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had the power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of emotion, encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance. He swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then all at once, with terrible sadness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored, and he knew that the rope had broken, and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river? The idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light, but how distant, how inaccessible! He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface. He knew it with reluctance, for now he was very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that's not so bad, but I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. That is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavor! Bravo! The cord fell away, his arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one, then the other, pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" He thought he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly, his brain was on fire, his heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out at his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish. But his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which he instantly expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were, indeed, preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made a record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the grey spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colours in all the dewdrops upon the million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs like oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly around, himself the pivotal point. He saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a grey eye, and remembered having read that grey eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking at the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him and came across the water with the distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dreadful significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on the shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquillity in the men, with what accurately measured interval fell those cruel words. "Company, attention! Shoulder arms! Ready! Aim! Fire!" Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and, rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly further downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine, as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's error a second time. It is as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun. Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forests, the now distant bridge, fort, and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colors only, circular horizontal streaks of color. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In a few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and beyond a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand and threw it over himself in handfuls and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of aeolian harps. He had not wished to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and rattle of grape shot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he traveled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untraveled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point, like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through the rift in the wood, shone great golden stars looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it, found it horribly swollen. He knew it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen from thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untravelled avenue. He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, He had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have traveled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide, white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands waiting, with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forwards with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of the neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body with broken neck swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge.
The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. The chateau into which my valet had ventured to make forcible entrance, rather than permit me, in my desperately wounded condition, to pass a night in the open air, was one of those piles of commingled gloom and grandeur which have so long frowned among the Apennines, not less in fact than in the fancy of Mrs. Radcliffe. To all appearance it had been temporarily and very lately abandoned. We established ourselves in one of the smallest and least sumptuously furnished apartments. It lay in a remote turret of the building. Its decorations were rich, yet tattered and antique. Its walls were hung with tapestry and bedecked with manifold and multiform armorial trophies, together with an unusually great number of very spirited modern paintings in frames of rich golden arabesque. In these paintings, which depended from the walls not only in their main surfaces, but in very many nooks which the bizarre architecture of the chateau rendered necessary, in these paintings my incipient delirium, perhaps, had caused me to take deep interest, so that I bade Pedro to close the heavy shutters of the room, since it was already night, to light the tongues of a tall candelabrum which stood by the head of my bed, and to throw open far and wide the fringed curtains of black velvet which enveloped the bed itself. I wished all this done that I might resign myself, if not to sleep, at least alternately to the contemplation of these pictures and the perusal of a small volume which had been found upon the pillow, and which purported to criticize and describe them. Long, long I read, and devoutly, devoutly I gazed. Rapidly and gloriously the hours flew by, and the deep midnight came. The position of the candelabrum displeased me, and outreaching my hand with difficulty, rather than disturb my slumbering valet, I placed it so as to throw its rays more fully upon the book. But the action produced an effect altogether unanticipated. The rays of the numerous candles, for there were many, now fell within a niche of the room which had hitherto been thrown into deep shade by one of the bedposts. I thus saw in vivid light a picture all unnoticed before. It was the portrait of a young girl just ripening into womanhood. I glanced at the painting hurriedly, and then closed my eyes. Why I did this was not at first apparent even to my own perception, but while my lids remained thus shut, I ran over in my mind my reason for so shutting them. It was an impulsive movement to gain time for thought, to make sure that my vision had not deceived me, to calm and subdue my fancy for a more sober and more certain gaze. In a very few moments, I again looked fixedly at the painting. That I now saw aright, I could not and would not doubt, for the first flashing of the candles upon that canvas had seemed to dissipate the dreamy stupor which was stealing over my senses, and to startle me at once into waking life. The portrait, I have already said, was that of a young girl. It was a mere head and shoulders, done in what is technically termed a vignette manner, much in the style of the favorite heads of Sully. The arms, the bosom, and even the ends of the radiant hair melted imperceptibly into the vague yet deep shadow which formed the background of the whole. The frame was oval, richly gilded, and filigreed in Moresque. As a thing of art, nothing could be more admirable than the painting itself. But it could have been neither the execution of the work, nor the immortal beauty of the countenance which had so suddenly and so vehemently moved me. Least of all could it have been that my fancy, shaken from its half-slumber, had mistaken the head for that of a living person. I saw at once that the peculiarities of the design, of the vignetting, and of the frame must have instantly dispelled such idea, must have prevented even its momentary entertainment. Thinking earnestly upon these points, I remained, for an hour perhaps, half sitting, half reclining, with my vision riveted upon the portrait. At length, satisfied with the true secret of its effect, I fell back within the bed. I had found the spell of the picture in an absolute lifelikeliness of expression, which, at first startling, finally confounded, subdued, and appalled me. With deep and reverent awe, I replaced the candelabrum in its former position. The cause of my deep agitation being thus shut from view, I sought eagerly the volume which discussed the paintings and their histories. Turning to the number which designated the oval portrait, I there read the vague and quaint words which follow. She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee. And evil was the hour when she saw, and loved, and wedded the painter. He, passionate, studious, austere, and already having a bride in his art. She, a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, all light and smiles, and frolicsome as the young fawn, loving and cherishing all things, hating only the art which was her rival, dreading only the palette and brushes and other untoward instruments which deprived her of the countenance of her lover. It was thus a terrible thing for this lady to hear the painter speak of his desire to portray even his young bride. But she was humble and obedient, and sat meekly for many weeks in the dark, high-turret chamber, where the light dripped upon the pale canvas only from overhead. But he, the painter, took glory in his work, which went on from hour to hour, and from day to day. And he was a passionate and wild and moody man who became lost in reveries, so that he would not see that the light which fell so ghastly in that lone turret withered the health and the spirits of his bride, who pined visibly to all but him. Yet she smiled on and still on, uncomplainingly, because she saw that the painter, who had high renown, took a fervid and burning pleasure in his task, and wrought day and night to depict her who so loved him, yet who grew daily more dispirited and weak. And in sooth, some who beheld the portrait spoke of its resemblance in low words, as of a mighty marvel, and a proof not less of the power of the painter than of his deep love for her whom he depicted so surpassingly well. But at length, as the labor drew nearer to its conclusion, there were admitted none into the turret, for the painter had grown wild with the ardor of his work, and turned his eyes from canvas merely, even to regard the countenance of his wife, and he would not see that the tints which he spread upon the canvas were drawn from the cheeks of her who sate beside him. And when many weeks had passed, and little remained to do, save one brush upon the mouth and one tint upon the eyes, the spirit of the lady again flickered up as the flame within the socket of the lamp. And then the brush was given, and then the tint was placed, and, for one moment, the painter stood entranced before the work which he had wrought, but in the next, while he yet gazed, he grew tremulous and very pallid and aghast, and crying with a loud voice, "This is indeed life itself," turned suddenly to regard his beloved. She was dead. End of The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe.
The Song from the Dead by Pearl Bragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Song from the Dead by Pearl Bragg. "I have not played," shuddered Mulbring, "since she died." "But is it just," I asked, "to neglect your mission to the world?" The muscles of Mulbring's face twitched. "You don't understand," he muttered. "I dare not play." He thrust out his hands despairingly and turned from the piano. "You were there the night of her American debut. We had been married only a few days." He swallowed as if something choked him. "There is something." Again he shuddered. "She was nervous. Her initial appearance in America. And someone in the gallery laughed." After a tense silence, he continued. "Oh, the sight of her, stricken, dazed, then the laughter of the audience quenched suddenly, hideously by her own. Those awful days of her delirium. Always singing the opening measures of her aria, only to break into that mad laughter. She died laughing." Suddenly his eyes blazed. He crashed back the piano lid. An indescribable thrill passed through me as those long-denied fingers united with the beloved keys. Swiftly, tenderly, he slipped into a Brahms melody. Suddenly I straightened, staring. I knew my Brahms as well as he. Whence came those alien chords? The next instant, angry fingers punished the keys. Mulbring ceased, his face ghastly. "Did you hear?" he gasped. "That accursed aria haunts me." Then I realized the original of those intruding chords. They were the introductory measures to the aria his wife sang at her last public appearance. Mulbring's fingers fumbled over a jangle of tones. He pulled himself from the seat and plucked at my sleeve. "I hired them to hiss," he moaned. "I wanted to discourage her. I could not share the homage. I was to be all." He sobbed hysterically. "I never hired them to laugh. No, not to laugh." I moved away, horror-stricken, but could not tear my eyes from him. "Let her sing!" he shouted, attacking the aria with a mad thunder of volume. I could not listen, and rushed from the room. Too late. I heard the voice, the break, the terrible laugh. Then I heard Mulbring laughing madly with her. End of The Song from the Dead by Pearl Bragg.
Still Waters by Stuart Chandler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Still Waters by Stuart Chandler. A gleam of malicious triumph lit up his hard, crafty face as he sat motionless in the flat-bottomed boat watching the muddy bubbles rise to the surface of the pond. First they came thick and fast, then more slowly, one by one, as though they had not escaped without a struggle. When the last ring of ripples had lost itself in the weeds on the bank, and the water was still again, he took the oars and pulled away toward his cabin. "Now let's see him come," he muttered half aloud. "They'll never find you there." They came that afternoon, the sheriff and his deputy, with search warrant and prominently displayed firearms. Every inch of the house they ransacked. They peered behind the boarding, probed the dirt floor, sounded the well, looked up the chimney, examined the ground all about for new turned earth. But they found no evidence, and rode away again at sunset, baffled. 2. Late that night a stealthy figure stole down to the edge of the pond. It was the man who had watched the bubbles. He pushed off in the boat, dropped a grappling hook over the side at the end of a rope, and began slowly and quietly to row back and forth across the dark water. Suddenly the rope tightened. Swiftly he seized it and began to pull it in. A dark something became dimly visible below the surface. Another pull, and it was neck and shoulders out of the water. With infinite care he loosened the hook and drew the thing up until it rested on the boat's stern. Until that moment he had showed no trace of emotion. Then all at once he gasped, and fell to his knees at the bottom of the boat. His eyes were staring, his face ghastly pale in the moonlight. "Good God!" he moaned, touching the thing's cold neck with nervous fingers. "Good God! The cork's come out!" The end of Still Waters by Stuart Chandler.
A Thousand Deaths by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mark Leader. I had been in the water about an hour, and cold, exhausted, with a terrible cramp in my right calf, it seemed as though my hour had come. Fruitlessly struggling against the strong ebb tide, I had beheld the maddening procession of the waterfront lights slip by. But now I gave up attempting to breast the stream, and contented myself with the bitter thoughts of a wasted career now drawing to a close. It had been my luck to come of good English stock, but of parents whose account with the bankers far exceeded their knowledge of child nature and the rearing of children. While born with a silver spoon in my mouth, the blessed atmosphere of the home circle was to me unknown. My father, a very learned man and a celebrated antiquarian, gave no thought to his family, being constantly lost in the abstractions of his study, while my mother, noted far more for her good looks than her good sense, sated herself with the adulation of the society in which she was perpetually plunged. I went through the regular school and college routine of a boy of the English bourgeoisie, and as the years brought me increasing strength and passions, my parents suddenly became aware that I was possessed of an immortal soul and endeavored to draw the curb. But it was too late. I perpetrated the wildest and most audacious folly and was disowned by my people, ostracized by the society I had so long outraged, and with the £1,000 my father gave me, with the declaration that he would neither see me again nor give me more, I took a first-class passage to Australia. Since then, my life has been one long peregrination, from the Orient to the Occident, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, to find myself at last, an able seaman at 30, in the full vigor of my manhood, drowning in San Francisco Bay because of a disastrously successful attempt to desert my ship. My right leg was drawn up by the cramp, and I was suffering the keenest agony. A slight breeze stirred up a choppy sea, which washed into my mouth and down my throat, nor could I prevent it. Though I still contrived to keep afloat, it was merely mechanical, for I was rapidly becoming unconscious. I have a dim recollection of drifting past the sea wall and of catching a glimpse of an upriver steamer's starboard light. Then everything became a blank. I heard the low hum of insect life and felt the balmy air of a spring morning fanning my cheek. Gradually it assumed a rhythmic flow to whose soft pulsations my body seemed to respond. I floated on the gentle bosom of a summer sea, rising and falling with dreamy pleasure at each crooning wave. But the pulsations grew stronger, the humming louder, the waves larger, fiercer. I was dashed about on a stormy sea. A great agony fastened upon me. Brilliant, intermittent sparks of light flashed athwart my inner consciousness. In my ears there was the sound of many waters. Then a sudden snapping of an intangible something, and I awoke. The scene of which I was protagonist was a curious one. A glance sufficed to inform me that I lay on the cabin floor of some gentleman's yacht in a most uncomfortable posture. On either side, grasping my arms and working them up and down like pump handles, were two peculiarly clad, dark-skinned creatures. Though conversant with most aboriginal types, I could not conjecture their nationality. Some attachment had been fastened about my head, which connected my respiratory organs with the machine I shall next describe. My nostrils, however, had been closed, forcing me to breathe through my mouth. Foreshortened by the obliquity of my line of vision, I beheld two tubes, similar to small hosing, but of different composition, which emerged from my mouth and went off at an acute angle from each other. The first came to an abrupt termination and lay on the floor beside me. The second traversed the floor in numerous coils, connecting with the apparatus I have promised to describe. In the days before my life had become tangential, I dabbled not a little in science, and conversant with the appurtenances and general paraphernalia of the laboratory, I appreciated the machine I now beheld. It was composed chiefly of glass, the construction being of that crude sort which is employed for experimentative purposes. A vessel of water was surrounded by an air chamber, to which was fixed a vertical tube surmounted by a globe. In the center of this was a vacuum gauge. The water in the tube moved upwards and downwards, creating alternate inhalations and exhalations, which were in turn communicated to me through the hose. With this, and the aid of the men who pumped my arms so vigorously, had the process of breathing been artificially carried on, my chest rising and falling, and my lungs expanding and contracting, till nature could be persuaded to again take up her wonted labor. As I opened my eyes, the appliance about my head, nostrils, and mouth was removed. Draining a stiff 3 fingers of brandy, I staggered to my feet to thank my preserver and confronted my father. But long years of fellowship with danger had taught me self-control, and I waited to see if he would recognize me. Not so. He saw in me no more than a runaway sailor and treated me accordingly. Leaving me to the care of the blackies, he fell to revising the notes he had made on my resuscitation. As I ate of the handsome fare served up to me, confusion began on deck, and from the chanties of the sailors and the rafting of blocks and tackles, I surmised that we were getting under way. What a lark! Off on a cruise with my recluse father into the wide Pacific. Little did I realize, as I laughed to myself, which side the joke was to be on. Aye, had I known, I would have plunged overboard and welcomed the dirty forecastle from which I had just escaped. I was not allowed on deck till we had sunk the Farallones and the last pilot boat. I appreciated this forethought on the part of my father, and made it a point to thank him heartily in my bluff seaman's manner. I could not suspect that he had his own ends in view, in thus keeping my presence secret to all save the crew. He told me briefly of my rescue by his sailors, assuring me that the obligation was on his side, as my appearance had been most opportune. He had constructed the apparatus for the vindication of a theory concerning certain biological phenomena, and had been waiting for an opportunity to use it. "You have proved it beyond all doubt," he said, then added with a sigh, "but only in the small matter of drowning." But, to take a reef in my yarn, he offered me an advance of £2 on my previous wages to sail with him, and this I considered handsome, for he really did not need me. Contrary to my expectations, I did not join the sailors' mess forward, being assigned to a comfortable stateroom and eating at the captain's table. He had perceived that I was no common sailor, and I resolved to take this chance for reinstating myself in his good graces. I wove a fictitious past to account for my education and present position, and did my best to come in touch with him. I was not long in disclosing a predilection for scientific pursuits, nor he in appreciating my aptitude. I became his assistant, with a corresponding increase in wages, and before long, as he grew confidential and expounded his theories, I was as enthusiastic as himself. The days flew quickly by, for I was deeply interested in my new studies, passing my waking hours in his well-stocked library, or listening to his plans and aiding him in his laboratory work. But we were forced to forego many enticing experiments, a rolling ship not being exactly the proper place for delicate or intricate work. He promised me, however, many delightful hours in the magnificent laboratory for which we were bound. He had taken possession of an uncharted South Sea island, as he said, and turned it into a scientific paradise. We had not been on the island long before I discovered the horrible mare's nest I had fallen into. But before I describe the strange things which came to pass, I must briefly outline the causes which culminated in as startling an experience as ever fell to the lot of man. Late in life, my father had abandoned the musty charms of antiquity and succumbed to the more fascinating ones embraced under the general head of biology. Having been thoroughly grounded during his youth in the fundamentals, he rapidly explored all the higher branches as far as the scientific world had gone, and found himself on the no-man's land of the unknowable. It was his intention to preempt some of this unclaimed territory, and it was at this stage of his investigations that we had been thrown together. Having a good brain, though I say it myself, I had mastered his speculations and methods of reasoning, becoming almost as mad as himself. But I should not say this. The marvelous results we afterwards obtained can only go to prove his sanity. I can but say that he was the most abnormal specimen of cold-blooded cruelty I have ever seen. After having penetrated the dual mysteries of physiology and psychology, his thought had led him to the verge of a great field for which, the better to explore, he began studies in higher organic chemistry, pathology, toxicology, and other sciences and sub-sciences rendered kindred as accessories to his speculative hypotheses. Starting from the proposition that the direct cause of a temporary and permanent arrest of vitality was due to the coagulation of certain elements and compounds in the protoplasm, he had isolated and subjected these various substances to innumerable experiments. Since the temporary arrest of vitality in an organism brought coma, and a permanent arrest death, he held that by artificial means this coagulation of the protoplasm could be retarded, prevented, and even overcome in the extreme states of solidification. Or, to do away with the technical nomenclature, he argued that death, when not violent, and in which none of the organs had suffered injury, was merely suspended vitality, and that in such instances life could be induced to resume its functions by the use of proper methods. This, then, was his idea: to discover the method, and by practical experimentation prove the possibility of renewing vitality in a structure from which life had seemingly fled. Of course, he recognized the futility of such endeavor after decomposition had set in. He must have organisms which but the moment, the hour, or the day before had been quick with life. With me, in a crude way, he had proved this theory. I was really drowned, really dead when picked from the water of San Francisco Bay, but the vital spark had been renewed by means of his aerotherapeutical apparatus, as he called it. Now to his dark purpose concerning me. He first showed me how completely I was in his power. He had sent the yacht away for a year, retaining only his 2 blackies, who were utterly devoted to him. He then made an exhaustive review of his theory and outlined the method of proof he had adopted, concluding with the startling announcement that I was to be his subject. I had faced death and weighed my chances in many a desperate venture, but never in one of this nature. I can swear I am no coward, yet this proposition of journeying back and forth across the borderline of death put the yellow fear upon me. I asked for time, which he granted, at the same time assuring me that but the one course was open: I must submit. Escape from the island was out of the question. Escape by suicide was not to be entertained, though really preferable to what it seemed I must undergo. My only hope was to destroy my captors. But this latter was frustrated through the precautions taken by my father. I was subjected to a constant surveillance, even in my sleep being guarded by one or the other of the blacks. Having pleaded in vain, I announced and proved that I was his son. It was my last card, and I had played all my hopes upon it. But he was inexorable. He was not a father, but a scientific machine. I wonder yet had it ever come to pass that he married my mother or begat me, for there was not the slightest grain of emotion in his make-up. Reason was all in all to him, nor could he understand such things as love or sympathy in others, except as petty weaknesses which should be overcome. So he informed me that in the beginning he had given me life, and who had better right to take it away than he? Such, he said, was not his desire, however. He merely wished to borrow it occasionally, promising to return it punctually at the appointed time. Of course, there was a liability of mishaps, but I could do no more than take the chances, since the affairs of men were full of such. The better to ensure success, he wished me to be in the best possible condition, so I was dieted and trained like a great athlete before a decisive contest. What could I do? If I had to undergo the peril, it were best to be in good shape. In my intervals of relaxation, he allowed me to assist in the arranging of the apparatus and in the various subsidiary experiments. The interest I took in all such operations can be imagined. I mastered the work as thoroughly as he, and often had the pleasure of seeing some of my suggestions or alterations put into effect. After such events I would smile grimly, conscious of officiating at my own funeral. He began by inaugurating a series of experiments in toxicology. When all was ready, I was killed by a stiff dose of strychnine and allowed to lie dead for some 20 hours. During that period, my body was dead. Absolutely dead. All respiration and circulation ceased, but the frightful part of it was that while the protoplasmic coagulation proceeded, I retained consciousness and was enabled to study it in all its ghastly details. The apparatus to bring me back to life was an airtight chamber fitted to receive my body. The mechanism was simple: a few valves, a rotary shaft and crank, and an electric motor. When in operation, the interior atmosphere was alternately condensed and rarefied, thus communicating to my lungs an artificial respiration without the agency of the hosing previously used. Though my body was inert, and for all I knew in the first stages of decomposition, I was cognizant of everything that transpired. I knew when they placed me in the chamber, and though all my senses were quiescent, I was aware of hypodermic injections of a compound to react upon the coagulatory process. Then the chamber was closed and the machinery started. My anxiety was terrible, but the circulation became gradually restored. The different organs began to carry on their respective functions, and in an hour's time I was eating a hearty dinner. It cannot be said that I participated in this series, nor in the subsequent ones, with much verve. But after 2 ineffectual attempts at escape, I began to take quite an interest. Besides, I was becoming accustomed. My father was beside himself at his success, and as the months rolled by, his speculations took wilder and yet wilder flights. We ranged through the 3 great classes of poisons: the neurotics, the gaseous, and the irritants, but carefully avoided some of the mineral irritants and passed the whole group of corrosives. During the poison regime, I became quite accustomed to dying, and had but one mishap to shake my growing confidence. Scarifying a number of lesser blood vessels in my arm, he introduced a minute quantity of that most frightful of poisons, the arrow poison, or curare. I lost consciousness at the start, quickly followed by the cessation of respiration and circulation, and so far had the solidification of the protoplasm advanced that he gave up all hope. But at the last moment he applied a discovery he'd been working upon, receiving such encouragement as to redouble his efforts. In a glass vacuum, similar but not exactly like a Crookes tube, was placed a magnetic field. When penetrated by polarized light, it gave no phenomena of phosphorescence nor the rectilinear projection of atoms, but emitted non-luminous rays similar to the X-ray. While the X-ray could reveal opaque objects hidden in dense mediums, this was possessed of far subtler penetration. By this he photographed my body, and found on the negative an infinite number of blurred shadows, due to the chemical and electric motion still going on. This was an infallible proof that the rigor mortis in which I lay was not genuine. That is, those mysterious forces, those delicate bonds which held my soul to my body, were still in action. The resultants of all other poisons were unapparent, save those of mercurial compounds, which usually left me languid for several days. Another series of delightful experiments was with electricity. We verified Tesla's assertion that high currents were utterly harmless by passing 100,000 volts through my body. As this did not affect me, the current was reduced to 2,500, and I was quickly electrocuted. This time he ventured so far as to allow me to remain dead, or in a state of suspended vitality, for 3 days. It took 4 hours to bring me back. Once he superinduced lockjaw, but the agony of dying was so great that I positively refused to undergo similar experiments. The easiest deaths were by asphyxiation, such as drowning, strangling, and suffocation by gas, while those by morphine, opium, cocaine, and chloroform were not at all hard. Another time, after being suffocated, he kept me in cold storage for 3 months, not permitting me to freeze or decay. This was without my knowledge, and I was in a great fright on discovering the lapse of time. I became afraid of what he might do with me when I lay dead, my alarm being increased by the predilection he was beginning to betray towards vivisection. The last time I was resurrected, I discovered that he'd been tampering with my breast. Though he had carefully dressed and sewed the incisions up, they were so severe that I had to take to my bed for some time. It was during this convalescence that I evolved the plan by which I ultimately escaped. While feigning unbounded enthusiasm in the work, I asked and received a vacation from my moribund occupation. During this period, I devoted myself to laboratory work, while he was too deep in the vivisection of the many animals captured by the blacks to take notice of my work. It was on these two propositions that I constructed my theory. First, electrolysis, or the decomposition of water into its constituent gases by means of electricity, and second, by the hypothetical existence of a force, the converse of gravitation, which Astor has named apergy. Terrestrial attraction, for instance, merely draws objects together but does not combine them. Hence, apergy is merely repulsion. Now, atomic or molecular attraction not only draws objects together but integrates them. And it was the converse of this, or disintegrative force, which I wished to not only discover and produce, but to direct at will. Thus, the molecules of hydrogen and oxygen reacting on each other separate and create new molecules containing both elements and forming water. Electrolysis causes these molecules to split up and resume their original condition, producing the two gases separately. The force I wish to find must not only do this with two, but with all elements, no matter in what compounds they exist. If I could then entice my father within its radius, he would be instantly disintegrated and sent flying to the four quarters, a mass of isolated elements. It must not be understood that this force, which I finally came to control, annihilated matter. It merely annihilated form. Nor, as I soon discovered, had it any effect on inorganic structure. But to all organic form it was absolutely fatal. This partiality puzzled me at first, though had I stopped to think deeper I would have seen through it. Since the number of atoms in organic molecules is far greater than in the most complex mineral molecules, organic compounds are characterized by their instability and the ease with which they are split up by physical forces and chemical reagents. By two powerful batteries connected with magnets constructed specially for this purpose, two tremendous forces were projected. Considered apart from each other, they were perfectly harmless, but they accomplished their purpose by focusing at an invisible point in midair. After practically demonstrating its success, besides narrowly escaping being blown into nothingness, I laid my trap. Concealing the magnets so that their force made the whole space of my chamber doorway a field of death, and placing by my couch a button by which I could throw on the current from the storage batteries, I climbed into bed. The blackies still guarded my sleeping quarters, one relieving the other at midnight. I turned on the current as soon as the first man arrived. Hardly had I begun to doze when I was aroused by a sharp metallic tinkle. There on the mid-threshold lay the collar of Dan, my father's St. Bernard. My keeper ran to pick it up. He disappeared like a gust of wind, his clothes falling to the floor in a heap. There was a slight whiff of ozone in the air, but since the principal gaseous components of his body were hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, which are equally colorless and odorless, there was no other manifestation of his departure. Yet, when I shut off the current and removed the garments, I found a deposit of carbon in the form of animal charcoal. Also other powders, the isolated solid elements of his organism, such as sulfur, potassium, and iron. Resetting the trap, I crawled back to bed. At midnight, I got up and removed the remains of a second black, and then slept peacefully till morning. I was awakened by the strident voice of my father, who was calling to me from across the laboratory. I laughed to myself. There had been no one to call him, and he had overslept. I could hear him as he approached my room with the intention of rousing me, and so I sat up in bed, the better to observe his translation. Perhaps apotheosis were a better term. He paused a moment at the threshold, then took the fatal step. Puff! It was like the wind sighing among the pines. He was gone. His clothes fell in a fantastic heap on the floor. Besides ozone, I noticed the faint garlic-like odor of phosphorus. A little pile of elementary solids lay among his garments. That was all. The wide world lay before me. My captives were no more. End of 1,000 Deaths. He began by inaugurating a series of experiments in toxicology.
The Unknown Quantity by E.R. Punshin, from Uncanny Tales, edited by C. Arthur Pearson, Limited. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading is by Carrie Gorman. The Unknown Quantity by E.R. Punshin. Professor William James Maynard was in a singularly happy and contented mood as he strolled down the high street after a long and satisfactory interview with the solicitor to his late cousin, whose sole heir he was. It was exactly a month by the calendar since he had murdered this cousin, and everything had gone most satisfactorily since. The fortune was proving quite as large as he had expected, and not even an inquest had been held upon the dead man. The coroner had decided that it was not necessary, and the professor had agreed with him. At the funeral, the professor had been the principal mourner, and the local paper had commented sympathetically on his evident emotion. This had been quite genuine, for the professor had been fond of his relative, who had always been very good to him. But still, when an old man remains obstinately healthy, when his doctors can say with confidence that he is good for another 20 years at least, and when he stands between you and a large fortune which you need, and of course which you can make much better use of in the cause of science and the pursuit of knowledge, what alternative is there? It becomes necessary to take steps. Therefore, the professor had taken steps. Looking back today on that day a month ago, and the critical preceding week, the professor felt that the steps he had taken had been as judicious as successful. He had set himself to solve a problem in higher mathematics. He had found it easier to solve than many he was obliged to grapple with in the course of his studies. A policeman saluted as the professor passed, and he acknowledged it with the charming old-world courtesy that made him so popular a figure in the town. Across the way was the doctor who had certified the cause of death. The professor, passing benevolently on, was glad he had now enough money to carry out his projects. He would be able to publish at once his great work on, quote, the secondary variation of the differential calculus, unquote, that hitherto had languished in manuscript. It would make a sensation, he thought. There was more than one generally accepted theory he had challenged or contradicted in it, and he would put in hand at once his long projected work, quote, a history of higher mathematics, unquote. It would take 20 years to complete. It would cost £20,000 or more, and it would breathe into mathematics the new, vivid life that Bergson's works have breathed into metaphysics. The professor thought very kindly of his dead cousin, whose money would provide for this great work. He wished greatly the dead man could know to what high use his fortune was designed. Coming toward him, he saw the wife of the vicar of the parish. The professor was a regular churchgoer. The vicar's wife saw him too, and beamed. She and her husband were more than a little proud of having so well-known a man in their congregation. She held out her hand, and the professor was about to take it, when she drew it back with a startled movement. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she exclaimed, distressed, as she saw him raise his eyebrows. "There is blood on it." Her eyes were fixed on his right hand, which he was still holding out. In fact, on the palm a small drop of blood showed distinctly against the firm, pink flesh. Surprised, the professor took out his handkerchief and wiped it away. He noticed that the vicar's wife was wearing white kid gloves. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she said again. It startled me somehow. I thought you must have cut yourself. I hope it's not much." "Some scratch, I suppose," he said. "It's nothing." The vicar's wife, still slightly discomposed, launched out into some parochial matter she had wished to mention to him. They chatted a few moments and then parted. The professor took an opportunity to look at his hand. He could detect no sign of any cut or abrasion. The skin seemed whole everywhere. He looked at his handkerchief. There was still visible on it the stain from when he had wiped his hand, and the stain seemed certainly blood. Odd, he muttered as he put the handkerchief back in his pocket. Very odd. His thoughts turned again to his projected, quote, a history of the higher mathematics, unquote, and he forgot all about the incident till, as it happened that day month, the first of the month by the calendar, when he was sitting in his study with an eminent colleague to whom he was explaining his great scheme. If you are able to carry it out, the colleague said slowly, your book will mark an epoch in human thought, but the cost will be tremendous. I estimated it at £20,000, answered the professor calmly. I am fully prepared to spend twice as much. You know I have recently inherited £40,000 from a relative? The eminent colleague nodded and looked very impressed. It is magnificent, he said warmly. Magnificent. He added, you've cut yourself, do you know? Cut myself? The professor echoed, surprised. Yes, answered the eminent colleague. There was blood upon your hand, your right hand. In fact, a spot of blood, slightly larger than that which had appeared before, showed plainly upon the professor's right hand. He wiped it away with his handkerchief and went on talking eagerly, for he was deeply interested. He did not think of the matter again till just as he was getting into bed, when he noticed a red stain upon his handkerchief. He frowned and examined his hand carefully. There was no sign of any wound or cut from which the blood could have come, and he frowned again. Very odd, he muttered. A calendar hanging on the wall reminded him that it was the first of the month. The days passed, and the incident faded from his memory, and 4 weeks later he came down one morning to breakfast in an unusually good temper. There was a certain theory he had worked on the night before he meant to write to a friend about. It seemed to him his demonstration had been really brilliant, and then, also, he was already planning out with great success the details of the scheme for his great work. He was making an excellent breakfast, for his appetite was always good, and, needing some more cream, he rang the bell. The maid appeared. He showed her the empty jug, and as she took it, she dropped it with a sudden cry, smashing it to pieces on the floor. Very pale, she stammered out, "Beg pardon, sir, your hand. There is blood upon your hand." In fact, on the professor's right hand there showed a drop of blood, perceptibly larger this time than before. The professor stared at it stupidly. He was sure it had not been there a moment before, and he noticed by the heading of the newspaper at the side of his plate that this was the first of the month. With a hasty movement of his napkin, he wiped the drop of blood away. The maid, still apologizing, began to pick up the pieces of the jug she had broken. But the professor had no further appetite for his breakfast. He silenced her with a gesture, and leaving a piece of toast half eaten on his plate, he got up and went into his study. All this was trivial, absurd even, yet somehow it disturbed him. He got out a magnifying glass and examined his hand under it. There was nothing to account for the presence of a drop of blood he and the maid had seen. It occurred to him that he might have cut himself in shaving, but when he looked in the mirror he could find no trace of even the slightest wound. He decided that, though he had not been aware of it, his nerves must be a little out of order. That was disconcerting. He had not taken his nerves into consideration for the simple reason that he had never known that he possessed any. He made up his mind to treat himself to a holiday in Switzerland. 1 or 2 difficult ascents might brace him up a bit. 3 days later he was in Switzerland, and a few days later again he was on the summit of a minor but still difficult peak. It had been an exhilarating climb, and he had enjoyed it. He said something laughingly to the head guide to the effect that climbing was good sport and a fine test for the nerves. The head guide agreed, and added politely that if the nerves of Monsieur the Professor had shown signs of failing, on the lower glacier, for example, they might have all been in difficulties. The professor thrilled with pleasure at the head guide's implied praise. He was glad to know on such good authority that his nerves were all right, and the incidents that had driven him there began to fade in his memory. Nevertheless, he found himself watching the calendar with a certain interest, and when he woke on the morning of the first day of the next month, he glanced quickly at his right hand. There was nothing there. He dressed and spent, as he had planned, a quiet day, busy with his correspondence. His spirits rose as the day passed. He was still watchful, but more confident, and after dinner, though he had meant to go straight to his room, he agreed to join in a suggested game of bridge. They were cutting for partners when one of the ladies who was to take part in the game dropped with a little cry the card she had just lifted. "Oh, there is blood upon your hand," she cried. "On your right hand, Professor." Upon the professor's right hand there showed now a drop of blood, larger still than those other three had been. Yet the very moment before it had not been there. The professor put down his cards without a word and left the room, going straight upstairs. The drop of blood was still standing on his hand. He soaked it up carefully with some cotton wool he had, and was not surprised to find beneath no sign or trace of any cut or wound. The cotton wool he made up carefully into a parcel and addressed it to an analytical chemist he knew, enclosing with it a short note. He rang the bell, sent the parcel to the post, and then got out pen and paper and set himself to solve this problem, as in his life he had solved so many others. Only this time it seemed somehow as though the data were insufficient. Idly his pen traced upon the paper in front of him a large X, the sign of the unknown quantity. But how, in this case, to find out what was the unknown quantity? His hand, his firm and steady hand, shook so that he could no longer hold his pen. He rang the bell again and ordered a stiff whiskey and soda. He was a man of almost ascetic habits, but tonight he felt that he needed some stimulant. Neither did he sleep very well. The next day he returned to England. Almost at once he went to see his friend, the analytical chemist, to whom he had sent the parcel from Switzerland. "Mammalian blood," pronounced the chemist. "Probably human. Rather a curious thing about it, too." "What's that?" asked the professor. "Why," his friend answered, "I was able to identify the distinctive bacillus." He named the real bacillus of an unusual and obscure disease. And this disease was that from which the professor's cousin had died. The professor was a man interested in all phenomena. In other circumstances he would have observed keenly that which now occurred, when the hair of his head underwent a curious, involuntary stiffening and bristling process that in popular but sufficiently accurate terms might be described as, quote, "standing on end," unquote. But at the moment he was in no state for scientific observations. He got out of the house somehow. He said he did not feel well, and his friend, the chemist, agreed that his holiday in Switzerland did not seem to have done him much good. The professor went straight home and shut himself up in his study. It was a fine room, ranged all around with books. On the shelves nearest to his hand stood volumes on mathematics, the theory of mathematics, the study of mathematics, pure mathematics, applied mathematics. But there was not any one of these books that told him anything about such a thing as this, though it is true there were many references in them, here and there, to X, the unknown quantity. Professor took his pen and wrote a large X upon the sheet of paper in front of him. "An unknown quantity," he muttered, "an unknown quantity." The days passed peacefully. Nothing was out of the ordinary except that the professor developed an odd trick of continually glancing at his right hand. He washed it a good deal, too, but the first of the month was not yet. On the last day of the month he told his housekeeper that he was feeling a little unwell. She was not surprised, for she had thought him looking ill for some time past. He told her he would probably spend the next day in bed for a thorough rest, and she agreed that that would be a very good idea. When he was in his own room and undressed, he bandaged his right hand with care, tying it up carefully and thoroughly with 3 or 4 of his large linen handkerchiefs. "Whatever comes shall now show," he said to himself. He stayed in bed accordingly the next day. His housekeeper was a little uneasy about him. He ate nothing, and his eyes were strangely bright and feverish. She overheard him once muttering something to himself about the unknown quantity, and that made her think that he had been working too hard. She decided he must see the doctor. The professor refused peremptorily. He declared he would be quite well again in the morning. The housekeeper, an old servant, agreed, but sent for the doctor all the same. And when he had come, the professor felt he could not refuse to see him without appearing peculiar, and he did not wish to appear peculiar. So he saw the doctor, but declared there was nothing much the matter. He merely felt a little unwell and out of sorts and tired. "You have hurt your hand?" the professor asked, noticing how it was bandaged. "I cut it slightly, a trifle," the professor answered. "Yes," the doctor answered, "I see there is blood on it." "What?" the professor stammered. "There is blood upon your hand," the doctor repeated. The professor looked. In fact, a deep, wide stain showed crimson upon the bandages in which he had swathed his hand. Yet he knew that the moment before the linen had been fair and white and clean. "It is nothing," he said quickly, hiding his hand beneath the bedclothes. The doctor, a little puzzled, took his leave, but had not gone 10 yards when the housekeeper flew screaming after him. It seemed she had heard a fall, and when she had gone into the professor's bedroom, she found him lying there dead upon the hearthrug. There was a razor in his hand, and there was a ghastly gash across his throat. The doctor went back at a run, but there was nothing he or any man could do. One thing he noticed with curiosity was that the bandage had been torn away from the dead man's hand, and that oddly enough there seemed to be on the hand no sign of any cut or wound. There was a large solitary drop of blood on the palm, at the root of the thumb, but of course that was no great wonder, for the wound the dead man had dealt himself had bled freely. Apparently death had not been quite instantaneous, for with a last effort the professor seemed to have traced an X upon the floor in his own blood with his forefinger. The doctor mentioned this at the inquest. The coroner had decided at once that in this case an inquest was certainly necessary, and he suggested that it showed the professor had worked too hard and was suffering from overwork which had disturbed his mental balance. The coroner took the same view, and in his short address to the jury adduced the incident as proof of a passing mental disturbance. "Very probably," said the coroner, "there was some problem that had worried him, and that he was still endeavoring to work out. As you are aware, gentlemen, the sign X is used to symbolize the unknown quantity." An appropriate verdict was accordingly returned, and the professor was duly interned in the same family vault as that in which so short a time previously his cousin had been laid to rest. End of The Unknown Quantity. Recording by Carrie Gorman.
Violets by Harold DePolo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ben Tucker. Violets by Harold DePolo. The very house itself looked like the abode of tragedy, standing white and bleak as it did on the wind-swept hill under the whirling snow. Inside, in a prim, forbidding room, a woman lay dying. Mere death was not the tragical part of it. What made it hard was that the woman did not want to die, just yet. "If only God had been good enough to wait until the spring," she told the doctor by her side, then I might have seen my violets." All her life, alone, she had lived in her little white house on the hill, with her flowers. They were her only love, her only goal. She was known the countryside over and farther. Automobile parties on Sundays would leave the state road miles away for a look at her famed gardens. Again she breathed a fervent prayer and spoke to the physician. "Oh, doctor, if only I might see my violets, or if only I might see any of my flowers. But my violets? I have always loved my violets more." The doctor was bending over her now, for her head had sunk farther back into the pillow, and her eyes had closed. Suddenly, however, they opened, and with all the strength in her emaciated frame, she pushed him away and lurched forward to a sitting posture. There was color in her cheeks now, and her gaunt, plain face was even very, very beautiful. She put out her hands and clutched at the air, and her voice was stronger as she cried out, "Oh, oh, I knew it! I knew that God would be good and kind. I knew that He would not take me away without letting me see them. Look, look, my violets, my violets, my violets, my violets!" But the voice stopped abruptly, and she fell back. Her face, though, was neither pain-ridden nor longing. It was utterly serene and happy. "Queer," murmured the doctor as he covered her with a sheet. "Queer how the dying always seem to have those hallucinations." The nurse, who had been off on an errand, entered the room as he finished his task. Why, doctor," she asked blankly, standing by the bed. "Where did they come from? Where are they?" "What come from?" he asked with a frown. The violets, doctor. There was a very strong smell of them when I came in the room." End of Violets by Harold DePolo.